sustainability, we believe in innovation, and we believe in inclusion. So in this drive towards decarbonization, we are not going to rest merely on a path which is not inclusive, which is not innovative, which is not sustainable. People, industries, sectors all have to come along. We want not piecemeal action, but a comprehensive action to tackle the root causes. As you are aware that India is on a very unprecedented growth path, and the last year's growth of the Indian economy was at 7.2% per annum, and which was probably the largest in the world. This growth and this development is imperative for the Indian economy and Indian people. We removed multi-dimensional poverty of about 420 million people between 2005-6 to 1921. However, there is still about 15% of population which are suffering from the multidimensional poverty. Even in terms of per capita income, if you see, the per capita income stands somewhere around $2,500 per annum, whereas the nation's goal, in line with its vision for a dignified, prosperous existence of its population, is something like $20,000 per annum. So accordingly, the growth of the economy will take place, has to take place. However, this growth has to be on a trajectory, on a path which is of low carbon, and that is what we want to focus at, and that is what the growth is going to go about. We have seen at the correlation of the growth of steel industry vis-a-vis the growth of GDP, and the elasticity of demand is something like 1.2. So if there is 20%, there is 100% growth, then 120% growth of the steel demand will take place. And it is for no reason that India has emerged as a second largest producer of steel, and most of steel that it produces is used for domestic consumption. There is, of course, some portion of it which goes for exports. We also do import, but that's only a very small fraction, and most of it goes towards the consumption in domestic economy and society. We see it growing from current production levels or current capacities of about 160 million tons to about 300 million tons by 2030, and going forward we see it growing to about 500 million tons. We need to also recognize that the India's steel production capacity is heterogeneous, and in terms of capacities, if you will see of 2 million ton or above, there are about 12 such producers, and if you see those producing about 60,000 million tons per annum to about 2 million tons per annum, it's about 285 or so, and about 900 industries having capacities below that. Or if you, in terms of the routes of production, if you see, about 45% use the blast furnace, basic oxygen furnace route, about 30% follow the IF route, and rest follow the EAF route. So there is a very wide diversity and heterogeneity in terms of the structure of the industry, and so the decarbonization agenda has to be in line with that. Let me mention that the Indian industry has brought down the carbon emission per ton of crude steel from 3.1 ton per ton of crude steel produced in 2005-6 to about 2.5 ton per ton of crude steel produced now. So there has been a lot of efforts both by the industry and the government acting together. In terms of government's own action, there is a program called National Action Plan on Energy Efficiency, which has designated about 200 designated customers, which cover about 120 million ton capacity in its 7 cycle, and this has been fairly effective in terms of bringing down the carbon emission in its steel production. National Green Hydrogen Mission is another recent initiative which has been taken, which aims at production of the green hydrogen. In about 2030, we will have about 5 million ton of green hydrogen production, both for meeting its domestic demand as well as for exports. Apart from the regular sectors, this mission also focuses on encouraging use of hydrogen, and it has set about 455 crores of rupees for setting up pilot plants in this regard, and this is going to be used very soon. Carbon market development is another area which has been legislated and will come about very soon, as early as towards the end of 2023 calendar year. We have a steel scrap policy, and we are also working towards scrapping of the end-of-life vehicles. So there is a lot of actions which are taking place. However, we also realize that there is a need for taking a very comprehensive, integrated set of measures in this regard, which will bring about the decarbonization through all the set of policy actions, working together, setting up ecosystems, alignment of incentives across phases and stages of transition, creation of enabling environment, measurement, reporting, verification, institutional mechanism, promotion of R&D, green finance, skilling and reskilling. So all these areas are important for us, and we have set up about 13 task forces in this regard, which are looking at roadmap, strategy, and action plan in this regard. What I wish to emphasize is that it's not a government plan or government program only. It's a government-led, government-supported, government-encouraged program, but there is a deep participation both from the industry, the academia, the think tanks, and governments, different ministries of the government, which are working together to develop the agenda and the prescriptions in these different task forces. And these task forces relate to supply factors such as process transition to low carbon footprint feedstock, green hydrogen, energy efficiency, resource efficiency, CCUS, disruptive technologies, taxonomies, R&D, skilling, international collaboration, and demand. So all these areas are being looked at in a comprehensive manner, and these task forces are about to end their deliberations in about a month or two. And hopefully at the end of it, when we will integrate all the policies and recommendations of these task forces, we will have a very comprehensive plan of action in this regard, which is deliberated by all the stakeholders, and therefore document which reflects the consensus of the Indian people as a whole. Here I wish to discuss some issues which is relevant for this gathering. One is the issue of taxonomy of the decarbonization path. Taxonomy is like having a common language. Language a definition, a vocabulary with which we all agree as to what they mean. It has to be clear, it has to be credible, it has to be standardized. And why is this important? When we want to develop markets, when we want to undertake procurement, when we want to undertake international collaboration, it is important that we all understand what we mean by those terms. It's not, these terms are not, should not be fuzzy in their meaning, and so therefore people should not be taking or having different interpretation of these terms. So taxonomy is one area in which the international community needs to work together, and I'm told that the Responsible Steel has done a lot of work. There are many other bodies like IEA, the Japanese government, which have also done huge work, but we all need to further this work so that the taxonomies are not based on a particular conception of an industry, but it reflects the heterogeneity of the industry prevalent across the world, and not in one area or one country. Another area which I wish to discuss is the issue of the standardization of the carbon dioxide emission and measurement. We should not be measuring different things. If we agreed on taxonomy, then therefore it's very logical that the measurements are also standardized, and a robust databases is created. And we are not saying it in response to the CBAM, but it's a genuine desire of the economy and the Indian government that we need to standardize the carbon dioxide emission measurement, and that's one of the task forces is also looking at that. And why is this important? This is important for efficient implementation of the policies and regulations, and also implementing the incentive mechanisms. So global community needs to come together and work on standardization of the carbon measurements and define the scopes and the boundaries, etc., in this regard. So the third area which I wish to discuss is the issue of demand. And so until unless there is demand, the industry will not respond. So it's a lever for encouraging steel makers for producing more green steel in a sustainable manner using innovative technologies. So we need to understand the issue of demand and its linkages with the innovation and the investments in the sustainable technologies. We are looking at the key end use sectors and how they are impacted, what is the cost differential vis-a-vis, say, high carbon steel, if we can say that, and the marketing challenges and the market challenges that are in this regard. There would be quite a substantial displacement in the economy in terms of job markets. Many people who are used to particular ways of working in the industry will get displaced if we don't skill or upskill or reskill them. So this is another area that we are looking at. The green transition will happen even in normal course, but what we are looking at is not the transition happening in a business as usual fashion, but it needs to happen at the speed, at the scale, which is much higher than what we have seen so far. And because the time available to us is very limited, and therefore there is a great degree of collaboration which is required at the international level within the companies, within the nations, within the different groups, so that the issues of technology diffusion, the finance and R&D is looked at. Let me first take up the issue of financing. The financing of the decarbonization is decarbonized pathway towards decarbonization is important one, because if we have a particular cost for production of steel in a normal manner, in a current status of technology, then there would be multiples of that which would be required to finance steel, low carbon steel or decarbonized steel of the same capacity. So therefore, this issue of financing is an important one, and in India the challenges is even more, because more capacity has come about in a very recently, and therefore the plants are quite new as compared to many other parts of the world where the plants are in any case very old, and therefore they are in any case due for scrapping. So therefore what we need to do and how we can take them along the path at a cost which is sustainable for the industry, and they don't have stranded capacities, and this does not lead to large scale job losses and destruction of the steel making capacity. The issue of knowledge sharing and exchange is also very important. The developments are taking place all across the world in many fora, be they companies or in academia or collaborative arrangements. So therefore, we need to have arrangements for pooling of R&D findings, technological advancements, best practices, so that those who want to avail of these pieces of knowledge, they are in a position to do that at a cost which is bearable, which they can afford. I also wish to raise two issues. One is looking at the issues of the digitalization also contributing a bit or in fact a significant bit towards decarbonization. I have seen it happening in many parts of the Indian steel making capacities. There are many steel makers who are making use of these technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, Industry 4.0, etc. And I think going forward, this will be an important lever of the decarbonization in terms of bringing about the process efficiencies. And to the extent any improvement in the process efficiencies leads to decarbonization, that is an important lever, and India offers its expertise in these areas for the entire globe. Another area which I wish to also raise is the issue of utilizing the startup ecosystem. And worldwide there is a many technical breakthrough which are brought about by these startups, and I'm aware of the Indian companies who are using the startup ecosystem for furthering their decarbonization agenda. So we should also be looking at as a group, as a think tank, as a area of, as a strategy as to what we can do through utilizing the startup ecosystem, because they will have a lot to offer going forward. India, with the demand as well as the heterogeneity and the maturity of the steel ecosystem, and as a large market, has a lot to offer in terms of driving the decarbonization agenda, in terms of being a partner in the India's efforts as well as global efforts towards decarbonization, so that what we offer to our next generation is a more congenial or a low carbon industrial capacity, which has learned to be with and as was mentioned by me in earlier part of my address, of being nurturing and caring towards its mother, of the earth and the ecosystem that we have only one and can't be regenerated. So this is what I had to address. So I'll stop here, and thank you very much for giving me this platform.
Good morning, everybody, and very welcome to our event this morning. And I'd like to express my deep gratitude to Mr. Sinha for opening our event and relaying such insight and challenge to us this morning of the work we have ahead. Given the scale of the challenge, I think it's really humbling to see the scale of thinking that is going on within the Indian government. And I've been in India now for 2 weeks, and I can say the scale of effort and thinking, deep thinking that I have seen has been, again, humbling, but also incredibly inspiring. So I now have this slightly high-risk slot between government and industry, but I'm speaking to you today as Responsible Steel. We don't represent industry, but we have 15% of the world's industry in our membership. And if you consider that half of the world's steel is in China, that's 30% without the Chinese steel industry. We very much hope that we will also be working in China soon. We also have in our membership buyers of steel in the automotive industry, construction industry, and rail industry. We have mining companies, we have think tanks, CSOs, and many more besides. We have 145 members today. And our mission is to drive the production of net zero steel in a way that is environmentally and socially responsible across the global industry. We're a standards body, but we're not only about decarbonization. We are about water, we're about biodiversity, we're about labor. And we run a robust certification program, an independent certification program, which means that third-party auditors go to steelmaking sites and assess them against the Responsible Steel Standard. It's not our decision, it is an independent decision of our assurance panel over that certification. And we're a multi-stakeholder community. We're designed with our members. Our standard is designed to tackle our mission with the consensus of our membership. And we are very pleased to say we have 5 members now from India, representing a large part of the Indian Steel Association. And I'm very pleased to see representatives here today from JSW, from Tata, and both past and present. And we have Terry in our membership, and today we can announce the membership of a new induction furnace member, Rajuri Steels. So the challenge we have today is carbon. So eloquently put by Mr. Sinha, the challenge that we have. And I have really felt this in the last 2 weeks across all the meetings that I've had, the very deep conviction of not just the business imperative, but the social imperative we have on decarbonisation. The challenge is enormous. If you listen to the Mission Possible Partnership, they estimate that we need 190 million tonnes of near-zero steel by 2030 across the world. Today, we have a handful of such projects, maybe 2 or 3 that have reached the final investment decision. And in India, as we've heard, the needs of the Indian nation is growing. This is now the world's fastest growing steel economy. And that brings a particular challenge to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions while the economy is growing, to create, in Mr. Sinha's word, a dignified and prosperous future for India. And over the last 2 weeks, I'd just like to share with you 3 observations that I've made whilst engaging with steel producers and customers and others. The first is a deep commitment to sustainability, not just decarbonisation, amongst responsible steel members. They're all ready to open up their steel plants and be audited against the responsible steel standard. They're all ready to gain from that experience, to win on efficiencies and improve stakeholder relations. And secondly, they have a deep understanding of the need for standards, with one eye on their own business, but the other on global norms. And on decarbonisation, I observe that India is not well understood beyond its borders. The nature of the challenges that the steel industry here faces is complex. And there's a huge amount of hard work that is going on to advance technology. Carbon capture, re-engineering, literally re-engineering steel plants to ensure that carbon molecules go back into the furnace rather than being emitted, or be converted into methanol for other uses. Hydrogen injection, not just in a DRI setting, but also into the blast furnace, and really pushing the levels, the limits of what's possible there. And I've seen efforts on decarbonising other furnaces as well, the gasified coal DRI, the Corex plants. Very, very deep thinking. But the challenges, as I've said, are huge, of cost and scale and time and resources. The scale of green hydrogen, we all know, is vast, that we need in the steel industry. The water that we would need for green hydrogen, the quality of the iron ore that we would need for hydrogen-based DRI. And we don't have vast quantities in this country of a transition fuel of natural gas. So the future will be hydrogen, but not only hydrogen. We will see a role for CCU and CCS. We also have challenges of land just to build these new plants. And we're working in a context of very, very low levels of scrap in this country. So we need more. There's an impressive scale of work already on renewable energy in India. We've just seen how growth can happen exponentially with renewable energy. So let's remember that. Let's not forget that this is possible. Let's do the same with hydrogen. Let's do the same with CCS and CCU. And that gives me real hope for the transition of India and the Indian steel industry, despite the extraordinary challenges. When I joined the steel industry 10 years ago, I think you could have described it as an impossible to abate sector. And that was what I was told when I joined. It then became known as the hard to abate sector. We need to move it to being a fast to abate sector. So we need to really kickstart that exponential change. Let's never forget that that is possible, but we need to find the catalysts. And I don't think there will be just one catalyst, there will be many. We need that breakthrough on hydrogen. We need that breakthrough on CCS. Not just a first-of-its-kind plant to demonstrate. We need multiple plants, not just one moonshot, many moonshots. Boots on the ground, sharing learnings to accelerate faster. We need breakthrough technology. We know that hydrogen and CCU are difficult. Is there potentially another technology that we can look at? Is there a technology we haven't discovered yet? Imagine the Nobel Prize for steel decarbonization, what that could create. So let's never lose sight of the unknown. And we need breakthrough on scrap in India. Whilst it's estimated to be around 20%, actually there's very little data, and there's very little collection systems. There's very little recovery of scrap. So we need to incentivize recycled content. That's the low-hanging fruit. But for all of these things, we need a breakthrough in economics. We need to ensure that low-emission steel is less expensive to produce than high-emission steel. That is our challenge. And as we've heard over the last 3 days, there are 3 elements to this: policy, demand, and finance. The demand signal can come from government, which is so important in this country with the demand for steel. And it can also come from the private sector. And we see initiatives such as Steel Zero, we'll hear from later, First Movers Coalition, and the IDDI, all working on that to aggregate demand and to clarify what that means. Policy support, we've heard from Germany, Canada, Japan yesterday, the kind of policies they've already put into place. A combination of carrots and sticks, incentives and obligations to really drive that change. And in finance, to bring the cost down, not just green bonds, but transition bonds, blended finance, new sources of finance, all working together to bring the cost down for steelmakers to make this challenge possible. So, underpinning all of these is the need for, as Mr. Sinha has said, a taxonomy, a common language, common definitions, and common measurement rules. And these are 2 separate things, both within countries and between countries. And while governments around the world are working hard to create those definitions, to underpin policies, to drive down CO2 and meet their own nationally determined contributions, steel is a globally traded commodity. Demand is global, finance is global. So we do need these standards to be global, or at least equivalent across nations. If near zero steel is defined in different ways by different countries, nobody will know if they're procuring or financing something that will really help our road to near zero. So responsible steel actually started in a world where this was already happening. We could see that there were standards being developed in different parts of the world. And we said, no, let's create something globally. Let's bring thinkers together and create one consensus. So we need to rise above the interests of individual companies, of individual countries, and individual technologies. And to do that, the standards that we need should be consistent. They need to be interoperable. They may be different, but they need to be able to talk to each other. They need to be effective in driving global decarbonization, not just lower carbon for this company or this country, but across the world. And that really means tackling primary steel production. And they need to be equitable between countries which may have access to different resources and different levels of scrap. And of course, they need to be responsible. What is increasingly clear is that it's not that simple. We've embarked at the last COP27 on a road to aligning, harmonizing these standards. And we've been working hard on the measurement rules with World Steel Association so that there is a harmonization and an interoperability between the measurement rules that they use with their members, who are also our members, and the measurement rules in the Responsible Steel Standard, so that the data that the steel companies are collecting can be serviced for both purposes. We've been working with the IDDI on product standards. So World Steel and Responsible Steel work on site standards, IDDI on product standards, and World Steel are also involved with the IDDI on product standards. But we've got these two different standards, actually, and they speak different languages at the moment. So we're working on both, and I think in the long term they will be aligned. And we're working with the IEA and the WTO, because this will become a trade issue. We have to have common principles across standards. And as I said, it's not a simple solution. We actually need multiple tools. So this is the Responsible Steel Decarbonisation Standard. This represents 4 levels of progress on a scrap variable basis. This is the global set of thresholds that we believe will drive decarbonisation globally, but it's not all there is to it. What customers want is their product carbon footprint. They want to know how much is the embodied carbon of this product that they're buying that goes into this building that they're building. So that is an additional piece of information. We need the two to work side by side. And often a steelmaker wants to minimize their product carbon footprint because that is the lowest, they want to be lowest carbon in the market for their customers. But we need to think of these two things together. And of course, thirdly, we need to drive the circular economy. We need, India has reuse built into its DNA, but we need to drive this with carbon capture and reutilization, with scrap recovery. Producers will want to see recycled content, but we need to make sure that it's not at the expense of primary steelmaking decarbonisation. So these are the 3 things. The good news is that we are seeing some convergence. We can see with the IEA taking a very similar approach with these scrap variable thresholds. These are reflected in the commitments of Steel Zero members and of the First Movers Coalition members. We can see similar principles being applied in the Science Based Target Initiative, in the Climate Bonds Initiative, and in the Sustainable Steel Principles of 6 major banks. They may not be exactly the same, but they've got the same principles and they are equivalent. Imagine, with all the rules in place, with this common language, we can now design where we need to be by 2030, by 2040, by 2050, with a common language. Buyers can be clear. For example, they can say by 2030, we want a product carbon footprint of 1.6 tons of CO2 per ton of steel, and 50% of what we buy needs to be level 2, for example. Suppliers can indicate, we already produce 15 million tons of level 1, progress level 1, and by 2030, we're going to be level 2, or 10% of our steel will be level 4, near zero, for example. And lenders can say, we don't finance anything that's worse than level 1. For transition bonds, you need to be level 2, and for green bonds, you need to be level 4. This common language can work across demand and finance and policy. But this common language needs to tell us something else as well. That into our decarbonisation plans, we are locking in the need to look after our water resources, our biodiversity, and the communities in which we work in. We need to know that progress on decarbonisation is founded on the basis of a just transition. So myself and my colleagues at Responsible Steel look forward to working with producers in India to build their alignment on sustainability with the International Standard of Responsible Steel, with the Buyers Alliance of Steel Zero, to drive the market for responsible steel certification, and with finance institutions to consider how green finance can really leverage change, and with stakeholders globally to ensure that the challenges here are understood but that progress is being made, and that all these things, all this progress remains robust, credible, and effective. Thank you. So, I'm very pleased now to introduce our third keynote speaker, Mr. Alok Sahai, who is the Secretary General of the Indian Steel Association. Mr. Sahai.
Well, most of the issues has already been given by Mr. Sinha. Actually, in India, luckily, Indian steel industry works very, very closely with the government, and government works very closely with steel industry. So that's a big advantage we have. So I may be speaking some of the issues which have already been mentioned by Sinha Sahab. So I will try to skip those. So good morning, everyone who is present. Ms. Annie Hayton was very lucid. The way you described the way we need to have uniformity, global uniformity, and one single language. We have to develop that language. And I think Responsible Steel is working. It's contributing in a very big way in that direction. Thank you. At the outset, let me thank you for inviting ISA to the plenary session of 14 CEM and this side event. We have gathered here, and I would like to discuss the incredible strides that Indian steel industry producers have made in their journey towards 2070 net zero goals of government. It's an exciting time for steel industry in India as it takes crucial steps towards sustainability and plays a pivotal role in shaping our country's future, because steel is one of the important contributor to the carbon footprint, and we do understand that. We also observe responsible steel playing its role in this journey to help us in setting up ground rules, as Ms. Annie Heaton had mentioned, and we very much appreciate that. It's critical in moving towards that path. Before we move forward, let me just give you a brief about Indian Steel Association. We represent about 65% of the India's domestic steel capacity, and primarily we try to bridge the gap between government and the government, policymakers, other stakeholders, and the industry. India's commitment to achieving net zero emission by 2070 is something very well described by our Honorable Prime Minister, which he called as Panchamrit. And that is to reach 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy capacity by 2030. 50% of India's energy requirement will be met through renewable energy by 2030. A reduction of total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons between now and 2030, and reduction of carbon intensity of economy by 45% by 2030 over 2005 level, which Sinha Sahab had described that Indian steel industry achieved about 20% of that by now, and achieving the net zero target emission by 2070. This is the Panchamrit. It's a Hindi word for something which is very good for, so Panchamrit is after every puja. we give. So that's Panchamrit. Yeah. So steel industry, being an industry dependent on coking coal as a key raw material, turns out to be one of the major contributor, and that is something which is part of our process. So we have no option. But as rightly Ms. Ani mentioned, that from hard to abate, we would be able to turn into an easy to abate industry, because steel has solution. It has a chemical solution, while our competitors in cement doesn't have similar solution. So that's why we have a better future than cement. And we can be more recycled than them. So we have an advantage, a clear advantage of a huge competition. India consumes 3:1 ratio cement and steel, unlike the global average of just opposite. I'm sure decarbonization will change the thinking in the government, in the buyers, and they will change this ratio to 1:3. Cement will be 1 and steel will be 3. So that's the major change which we'll make, and that's the reason why we will move towards 500 million ton, not 300 million ton. So that's another thing. It's a fact that we have set up blast furnace route, which has almost 40 to 50 years of life, and therefore we have difficulty in moving. And we have been, when we started enhancing our capacity, we never knew that this is what is going to come up. But we have invested in huge money. We will reform, but there are solutions, but they will be costing us money. And therefore, we are looking, as government is working on how demand can be created, how hydrogen can be cheaper, how iron ore beneficiation is becoming important, because in the process of using the DRI with hydrogen, iron ore Fe content will become very important. So these are some of the issues. Currently, against the latest figure as of few days back, this is 127 million ton production. Against that production, about 46% is the blast furnace route. What I would definitely, I would say that Indian steel producers, the major Indian steel producers, have demonstrated their commitment to sustainability for a long time. And that's how we have achieved today 20%, by way of embracing innovative technologies, pursued energy efficiency, adopted cleaner production processes throughout their operation. This has not only reduced emission, but have also led to increased productivity. And that's what you are talking about, that greener steel will be cheaper steel. That's probably the future. But we cannot overlook the challenges, in this phases towards a path towards net zero. We do have huge challenge. Like we need hydrogen, as has been discussed, it's a very little quantity which will be coming immediately. We do not have transition energy. So these are challenges which we are facing. And it is energy intensive, so we can't do away with that. We have difficulty in that. So it will take time, but it will be done. Steel scrap globally has just about 400 million ton, and another 200 million ton will come in China, not in the rest of the world. India will have very little, steel, because we have not consumed steel for a long time. Now we have started consuming over the last, couple of decades, and therefore we do not have historical emissions also for that reason. But those who have produced, emitted, and we are all facing the global warming, they have the advantage now. That's the sad part of it, that they have the advantage of using those carbon, embedded steel to their advantage. Whereas I would again request responsible steel that somewhere it's a very unfair deal to developing world, where India is part of that carbon embedded product embedded carbon emission is not being accounted for. That's not fair deal at all. There should be some discount, but it should be, it should be accounted for in that. We do face number of challenges in terms of international collaboration, trade dynamics, in the sense that many of the major steel producing blocks are the ones who are using scrap, so they're defining the steel accordingly. So we have some disadvantage, and that's why I would say that the agencies which have global footprint like Responsible Steel can play a vital role in bringing equity to all. So government has already, Secretary Steel has given detail of how, in detail, Ministry of Steel is working on every small aspect, be it skill, be it demand, be it the measurement, be it the definition. They have not taken the industry only. They have also taken academia, the top technical, people, whoever can contribute, the people who have been in the policy making in the government, their experience is being used. So Ministry of Steel is moving, every bit of it they are doing to make sure that industry has a proper definition, proper measurement, a proper skilling methodology. They're working in full, they're trying to extend all the help. So I would not go too much because much has already been spoken, but I would say that we have to continue to foster partnership among the industry stakeholders, government agencies, financial institutions, agencies like Responsible Steel and others who can, bring everyone together and come out with what is most, equitable, and everybody is put on the level playing field. With that, I thank the organizer, and I'm sure we will leverage this deliberation to the advantage of industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alok. May I now call upon our panelist for the panel discussion. I want to invite Ms. Neha Verma, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Mr. Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer, JSW. And Divya Sharma, Executive Director, Steel Zero India. Can we please have the mics, hand mics? We are, we are really short of time for the panel discussion. We'll do our best to put across the most critical questions to our eminent panelists. We are very privileged to have the industry, the government, and the demand side represented on this panel. A lot of critical points were touched upon. Some of the key points that stand out from the plenary session is heterogeneity, which was mentioned by Sinhaji, the diversity in steel production, the need for the taxonomy, the need for the common definitions. All of these things were highly critical standout points from the plenary session from our esteemed speakers. And it's pretty obvious and clear from Annie's presentation how the standard kind of addresses some of these key questions and plays a very critical role in driving the harmonization and driving heterogeneity. We had Mr. Alok talk about equity and a just transition, and the standard literally plays that key role. We want to go back to our panelists now and start asking these questions. I want to begin with Mr. Prabodha, who JSW has done significant work in terms of steel decarbonization. You have made a 2050 pledge. You also have given a carbon intensity target, which I think is around 1.9. tons carbon dioxide per ton of steel. Could you please walk us through the sustainability philosophy and your roadmap in terms of achieving those targets at JSW?
Thank you very much, Shiva, for that question to start with me. Look, I think we look at sustainability very much holistically, the way responsible steel looks at. Of course, climate change mitigation is very important for steel sector specifically. I think it's for all sectors. That has to be in the center stage. But let us not forget the issues associated with operations of extractive industry like steel, where you have impact on everything, from livelihood, starting to water, to biodiversity, to air. So we need to look at holistically, and that's the reason what we have in JSW defined a sustainability vision. And that vision is based on responsible business practices, on environmental responsibility, social responsibility, and ethical responsibility. And then after consulting all the stakeholders, we have come out with 17 focus areas. They are not SDGs, they are linked to the SDGs, but they are focus areas. Of course, in the focus area, you find climate change mitigation at the top. And then we have policy dedicated for each of those focus areas. And those are detailed. It's not like a paragraph or one pager. We have given a detailed commitment and explanations to address each of these issues. And if I have to delve down to the climate change mitigations which you were talking about in the morning, and that's where, look, from JSW perspective, first we decided what we can do and we must do. And that's, we know certainly, and we have to do. That's where we have given our commitment to reduce our emission intensity by 42% by 2030 from the base year which is aligned with India's NDC. And that's a significant commitment in the sense that we know the current production practices is carbon dependent because we do not have a commercial feasible options right now. And with that, taking a 42% reduction target itself is significant in that sense. But then what we have divided is that what we can do, we know certainly this is going to happen. For example, hydrogen reduction is certainly going to happen and it is going to play an important role. Carbon capture utilization is going to play an important role. Or the disruptive technology which is people are talking about, whether it is direct electrolysis or anything else, or on the carbon circularities. So these are things we know it is in the radar, it's going to happen. And that's why we have kept that in the plan and strategy to work towards a near zero emissions pretty sooner than Government of India has aspired to achieve before 2070. So that is how we are moving, our entire strategy is moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a good time to go back to the Government of India, which you just touched upon. I want to ask a question to Neha in terms of the Secretary Saab talked about the 13 task forces, and he did mention that it is going to be finalized in the next couple of months, and we will have an integrated report that is going to come out. So Neha ji, if you can please share some more details on what is happening on this task force. Out of this 13, are there some that are more important than the others? Is the taxonomy taking precedent? How are you accelerating on the definitions, and what sort of definitions can we expect?
Thank you, Shiv. As Secretary has already pointed out, that we have these 13 task forces which cover the whole gamut of decarbonization levers, ranging from carbon minimization to carbon avoidance to carbon utilization and removal. So we can divide our task forces in 3 categories. First is the category of key enablers, and all of which Secretary just covered. One is on developing taxonomy of green steel or low carbon emission steel. Second one is monitoring carbon emissions, developing their standards, protocols, frameworks. Third is demand generation, both in private sector as well as public sector. So these are the 3 key enablers which will drive the whole industry and the market to have a green steel economy, the clear, clean steel economy. Apart from this, we are also looking at production levers for green steel, where we are trying to nudge our industry through enabling environments and development of ecosystems and developing policies which would help them move further in their efforts. So we have just like to mention, we have very progressive industry in India, like Tata, JSW, JSPL, and you've just heard what JSW said. And Tata has also given their net zero target much before what our country has committed. So to move the industry further, we are looking at production levers, which are 6 of them. First one is the easy, low-hanging fruit, that is of energy efficiency. As Sir has already mentioned, under PAT scheme, we have, which has been working since many, many years, we have achieved quite a significant rate of lowering of carbon emission due to improvement of energy efficiencies, and there is still a gap where we can work further, especially in our secondary steel sector, in our industries which are mainly dependent on electric arc furnace route and induction furnace route. So this task force focuses on incentivizing and nudging them to adopt energy efficiency solutions and best available technologies all across the world. Second one, again, which I would say is a low-hanging fruit, is the transition to renewable and clean energy. The technology is all there. India has already taken a lot of strides in renewable energy. It's just a matter of scale, time, and cost, as you just mentioned, and of course, land. So we are working on solutions, and we have little issues with the policies between the center and the state. So we are trying to align those policies so that renewable energy comes out to be cheaper than the grid electricity and our grid. And as our grid moves towards a cleaner energy on a whole, we will be anyway moving towards a cleaner steel. Third area which we are looking, which Alok Saiji just mentioned, is on material efficiency, that is beneficiation and pelletization. In India, one of the challenges is availability of low-grade iron ore. So our iron is not very rich, and hence more coking coal is required, hence there are more carbon emissions. So what we are looking forward to is beneficiating that ore, and pelletization rate is also not very high in India, so we want to increase the penetration of pellets used in the industry. So, and the fourth lever is on green hydrogen, which Annie also talked about, and I don't think I need to cover, but the big challenges lie in production, transportation, storage, and then the cost. The steel industry says the cost needs to be around $1 to $1.5 per kg of green hydrogen before it can competitively and effectively and economically use the hydrogen in the steel production, while the cost right now is above $5. So that's a very big challenge. But green hydrogen, we are working and looking towards putting up pilots and research, more of research right now, and that will come into production phase a little later on. Another important area is CCUS, again much talked about, with a legacy capacity of blast furnace. You know, out of 160 million ton of capacity in India, 70% capacity is dependent on blast furnace through hot metals. So we have a legacy blast furnace capacity. Moving on, we are coming up with a better blast furnaces with a much lower coke rate. But right now, our panacea for carbon abatement is CCUS, and that is one thing which we are very seriously considering, and especially recycling of carbon. Carbon is so intrinsic to the steel making process. We emit carbon, and we want to recycle the same carbon back in the steel process. I think we are running short of time, so I'll just quickly move on. And another lever on the production side is process transition from coal-based DRI to natural gas. As Annie also mentioned, we are low on availability of natural gas. So, and our DRI is 85% of our DRI production is based on thermal coal. We want to make it gas ready, be it natural gas, be it syngas, be it any kind of gas, so that we can further move to green hydrogen whenever it's available. So that is another lever which we are looking forward to. And then on facilitators, we have R&D, we have finance, we have international collaboration, and we have skilling. These are the main focuses. So I don't know how much time you have, otherwise I can elaborate more, but thank you so much.
No, absolutely. We are tight on time, but I want to stay with you very quickly, if you can point out. You talked about policy, you talked about finance. We were supposed to be having a finance expert on the panel as well, which the person nominated for that could not join. So I want to very, very quickly ask you, out of the policies you mentioned, do you have any specific policies on finance, number one? Two is, we all know that India is adding a lot of blast furnace capacity. It is in fact, the capacity is being added in India is even more than China at this point in time. So there's a growth that is happening. There's a competition between coal and there's a competition between clean energy, but blast furnace, requires, primary form of energy, which is coal. Are there specific policies in terms of, how these new blast furnaces will be inducted into the production stream? Are there policies governing the extent of coal that is to be used, and the finances, please?
So for finances, yes, we have a task force which is working on the policy. So it'll be not a ripe time to talk about that. And the task forces will coming up with the recommendation very soon. So that is one part. The second part, yes, we are expanding. And yes, we are expanding through blast furnace route. But yes, we are expanding responsibly. So even with the blast furnace route, as I just mentioned, there are solutions. Right now, see, what I can say that we have divided our net zero plan till 2070 in 3 phases. One is till 2030, which is where, if we talk about here and now, we talk about that landscape where technology is already available, energy efficiency and renewable energy. With that itself, we'll be able to reduce our energy consumption in blast furnace. Then we'll be moving towards green hydrogen and CCUS in second phase. In blast furnaces, of course, we have a DRI production capacity of almost 50%, DRI EF route, or IF route, if I say. But but in the second phase, we will be looking at green hydrogen and CCUS, and by the third phase, when we are in the last phase of our near zero, we would be, of course, moving on to alternative new technologies. As Annie just mentioned, there might be new things which are coming up in the horizon. And by that time, our blast furnaces would be weaning off, but that will be in a future, in a long term. But for a short-term plan, we are already with our plan for green hydrogen, CCUS, which are yet to come. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The decarbonization of steel also needs supply of steel and the demand for steel. There's always a constant tension. We see both the supply and demand are on a fence. The supply side saying we don't have enough capacity. The demand side saying we don't have enough capacity. The supply side saying we don't have enough demand. There's a tension. We have Divya who works very closely with the demand side. From Steel Zero India's perspective, Divya, how do you see the demand for low embodied carbon steel in India? What are the key drivers? Do you need other policies you think that can actually, enhance this drive and demand for cleaner steel in India?
Sure, thank you. Very quickly, speaking about what we do. So, Climate Group is a not-for-profit. We work across major systems like industries, transport, energy, food, and built environment. Steel Zero is one of our global campaign where we work on the demand side of it. So campaign itself is about the demand side, green private procurement of steel. The commitments that our members take is around procuring and specifying 100% net zero steel by the year 2050. The interim target is making it 50% by the year 2030. But the long-term target definitely is 100% by net zero by 2050. We have globally 35 companies that have taken Steel Zero campaign, and our members buy over 10 million tons of steel per year. So it's accelerating, and the scale is kind of beginning to achieve the threshold that we want to achieve to make a major difference. Our premise around Steel Zero campaign in particular is that when we work with the companies who use steel and take these ambitious targets, we are in a way influencing the policies and shaping the market, which will in turn leverage and bring in investments in newer technologies through which we can very quickly reach to the level where we can have net zero steel as in the production side of it. That said, we also think that policy is a very, very important driver of what the industries who are taking our membership can achieve. JSW is part of all of our hundreds campaign, RE100, EP100 and EV100. You are also part of Responsible Steel. From members such as these, we are learning a lot about what are those policy and industry dimensions that we could look at that can influence acceleration and also influence the ambition that these industries can take to achieve their targets in the time that we have specified within the program itself. Now, coming down to very quickly speaking about how do we make sure that the steel that is being bought is a net zero steel or a low carbon steel. So there are three ways that we have defined. One is steel produced by a steel making site that has a set of GHG emission target, which is approved by Science Based Target Initiative. Second one is responsible steel certified steel or equivalent. And the third is low embodied carbon steel with a defined emissions intensity depending on the proportion of the scrap steel used. Now we are also come up with very quickly, maybe I will not take much of time, but if we have time, maybe later on we can discuss in detail. There are a set of policy asks, which are global policy asks around steel that Climate Group has come up with. One of which I know I've heard this from Mr. Sinha today and also from Annie about what kind of policy interventions would be needed. I think one thing, and because Neha is here, Mr. Sinha is here, I think one very important lever would be to include the public-private kind of interaction and engagement in the task force that have been created. And we've had that discussion with Neha previously. We think that particularly on the demand side of things where that discussion is happening, it will really help the industries and perhaps also the policymakers to see what are those challenges and how can we together look at some of those challenges when it comes to increasing the demand for low carbon steel and therefore shaping the market, and what will be the levers to shape the market. The other very important thing, and Annie, you very lucidly described about verified global definitions to guide steel decarbonization. That is absolutely a necessity. And Neha also spoke about it, so I won't speak much about because it was very clear what Mr. Sinha and Neha has said. But one thing that we also think, and one of the policy asks has been that we should ensure that green steel is part of national industrial strategies elsewhere as well as in India. And I think that will really go a long way in making sure that the transition is happening with intent and with speed.
Quickly answer your question, your point, Divya. Regarding the task forces, you talked about public-private partnership. Mr. Prabodh Acharya is there, and he can definitely vouch on this point that our task forces are comprising of industry, academia, think tank, other departments, other ministries. A wide gamut of all the stakeholders are covered, and the industry is very well represented, and not just ISPs, even the smaller steel sector is also represented.
Do you want to react to that?
No, I'm glad to hear that, and we've been speaking, but I think what I meant to say was that some of these campaigns are coming up with great insights around the roadblocks that industry is still facing, and the type of next stage policies that are required to speed up the acceleration. And I think perhaps at that level where you are speaking about different sectors and different level of working groups that you have created, we should look at sectoral elements to some of these speedy changes that we need to have in the policy.
Divya,
Can I get just quick reactions to what we have discussed? I think I completely agree with Neha. And I always give India is one country which is leading in cooperations between the government and the stakeholders, specifically in the industry. Having a ministry itself in the steel and working with all the stakeholders is marvelous. I think government is doing a very good job here. That's my reaction and my understanding. Sorry, Divya, I think we have little perception difference here. Second comment, you told that blast furnace capacity in India is more than China. I think the rate of blast furnace capacity addition is going to increase in India than the China. Yes. Reason is very obvious. They have already matured, and our demand is tremendously going to increase, and our capacity addition therefore has to commensurate. Yes. So it's the incremental capacity addition which is possibly in the blast furnace route is going to increase in India, which is not a bad thing. Neither from commercial angle nor from climate change angle I can prove that. Sure. Blast furnace is the most efficient method of making iron and steel as on today. Even with that, from a supply side, I can confirm you to both demand requirement. Indian steel industry is capable of supplying any quantity or quality of steel that you require. Only thing you have to prepare to pay the cost, right? So, I mean, I'm pretty confident that whatever you need, any level of emissions, we'll be able to do that. We in JSW have already started putting a green hydrogen plant, 25 megawatt. We have already declared, right? I hope, Madam Neha, you will take that as a national project and support in getting that financially feasible. So there is an example. It's already started, right? And we will complete in 18 months. I don't know, that will come before even S2 green steel comes into see the light. So I'm very bullish about Indian steel industry's capabilities to raise up to challenge and meet those challenges.
That's very enlightening, Prabhu. That's great to know that you are aligned with the government. Doesn't happen in most countries, but it's very, very happy to see that happening in India. I want to stay with you because you talked about, when I mentioned about blast furnace capacity being added, I mentioned that not in any negative manner, but in just as a factual manner that it is happening. I do know that JSW is doing a lot of work. Two questions I want to ask you. How much of this capacity that's being added is coming from JSW? What's your capacity planning? And what technology routes are you adopting? You talked about hydrogen. You talked about a 25 megawatt plant that is being set up. But in addition to that, I know a lot of other technical pathways that is being pursued at JSW. Can you please share what's happening at JSW?
I'll tell you the broad strategy. The broad strategy, I told that by 2030, we have a decarbonization strategy along with the growth strategy, right? The growth has to be commensurate with the demand. And we have already publicly declared that we'll be doubling our capacity before 2030, in line with India's commitment to double the capacity by 2030. Now, what are the options available to grow in that space to cope up with the demand? So we have to do the technology scanning. And that is where we find the large capacity blast furnace are suitable right now to meet both the objectives. Where we will be focused on decarbonizations to improve the efficiency. So efficiency is the main part of decarbonization lever at the moment. Where we'll be experimenting with all the new technology, whether it is green hydrogen, whether it is carbon capture utilizations, whether it is with recirculation of carbon, whether it is increasing the scrap uses, that will simultaneously happen. But the mainstay, the growth has to be happen in the most effective way to meet up the demand and meet the decarbonization strategy. So therefore, look, we always tend to compare blast furnace with electric arc furnace, which is very unfair. We are comparing apple to orange, right? Let us compare with iron making and steel making steel making. Steel making for decarbonization, not a challenge at all. Whether you put electric route or whether you put oxygen route. So we are putting oxygen route because we are producing more liquid metals. And therefore, now if you compare what is the options available to make iron, India is blessed with a lot of iron ore. I have to use that, right? I can't import the scrap from outside where everybody is restricting the scrap availability. Right. So therefore, the option is, again, India is bestowed with a lot of coal. We don't have natural gas. That's another problem. We will utilize to those to the maximum extent. The low carbon reduction routes we will be utilizing to the maximum available potential. But then given the circumstances, in the near term, large scale blast furnaces is going to be the solution. So that's what we are doing.
Right. So how are you, just quickly on that point, how are you trying to increase the efficiency, thermal efficiency of the blast furnace?
First of all, when you put a high capacity, large capacity of blast furnace, itself your reduction efficiency increases. Right? Instead of putting 1 million ton, we put 5 million ton capacity. Second, by reducing where the emission comes, it is the carbon reduction. So fundamental is coke. Now, if I reduce the coke to the minimum requirement, we all know to run a blast furnace, I need at least, in the best possible case, 220 kg of coke for each ton of hot metal I produce. If I come to that level, automatically 50% of carbon efficiency is achieved. So then comes the lever which Neha was elucidating, that how I can improve my quality of the inputs, that is the raw material iron ore, which we have low quality. So we put more and more beneficiation plant. Energy transition I am not touching on, which Neha already has stated, that is no brainer, everybody will do. For example, JSW, we have planned to put 10 gigawatt of renewable energy to meet our steel demand only by 2030. 10 gigawatt. Look at Southeast Asia combined capacity is more than that one industry. I know Tata, MNS, everybody has declared significant amount of use of renewable energy. You will see Indian steel industry will be the steel industry in the world who will be using or transiting complete to renewable energy faster than anybody else. You mark my word, after 8 years we'll talk about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you also have any plans for an electric arc furnaces, or it's only going to be DRI?
See, if you look at the electric route in JSW, current status, 1/3 of my steel is being made from electric route, right? 2/3 is being made through oxygen route. That is the current status. But in the electric route, we all know we need solid charge. And solid charge, because we have less scrap, we naturally add DRI. Now, question is that, can I add more gas-based DRI? Or I will continue putting coal-based DRI. So the effort of Indian industry, so also in JSW, is to increase that solid encharge to the electric arc furnace from a less carbon-intensive iron sources. So that is where the green hydrogen is going to come to play. So what I'm telling right now, that I have enough electric route capacity to cater to low emissions iron input to the electrical route. Besides, we already have declared a 3 million ton plant to come completely, so-called green steel or near zero steel. It will be scrap, green hydrogen, and electric arc furnace. So there is a plan. In the eastern sector, we are going to put up a plant that will be completely low emission sources of steel. Yeah. But see, at the end, it has to be financially viable. The demand has to not only increase at the same cost, the demand has to also pay me that extra cost which I will incur in the productions of low emission steel initially. After some time, it will be business as usual. I completely agree. I think somebody spoken that after some time, green steel will be the norm. I think Alokji, you told. So I completely, or Ani, you told. I completely agree with that. But till such time, who is going to take that? Either there has to be subsidy, yes, or there has to be demand paying me. Right? I have not seen, I have interacted with many customers, not a single customer is agreeing to pay me a penny high. Yes. How do we do that?
Okay. Speaking of, Prabodh, I'll stay with you for one more minute. When you talked about penny, you talked about finance. As I said, we don't have the finance person on this panel, so I want you to wear that hat of a finance now. I know JSW raised sustainability linked bonds, but I think it happened outside of India, right? You are also a member of Responsible Steel. How do you see, talk to us about your expectations from being part of Responsible Steel. How is it helping JSW? And more particularly, how do you visualize the standard helping you to raise capital and sort of demonstrate your intensity to the finance community?
Two things, let me tell you. One thing on the green financing or sustainability financing. First thing, my experience is that the appetite of investment world towards greener financing is increasing. We have done that in many issues and we have seen it is oversubscribed. So that means the finance world, the investment world loves sustainability financing. That's the first part of the answer. And there when you get oversubscribed, you can tighten your rate and therefore little impact on the cost of financing also happens. So that is advantage. So the early movers like JSW will get advantage. After that, it is going to be business as usual. Second part about responsible steel. I think responsible steel, as I started opening the statement, is one standard which I have seen, which is talking sustainability holistically. It is not biased towards one aspect. Believe me, many of my customers have started asking, are you going to get responsible steel certified? Do you have a plan to do that? Yes. So I understand and I assume when I discuss with them, possibly at certain times, this is going to be the gold standard. If I get that certified, customer will be happy to purchase my. I understand, Ani, from your point that it has to be product standard at some point of time, but at the point, I think many customers have started asking about it. Like many customers are asking about green steel. I don't know what they mean by green steel. But one good thing, when they are asking for responsible steel, at least we have a definitive standard. So that's a good part. Thank you for bringing that standard to the world.
It's great to know that you have customers asking specifically for some certification from standard and possibly also includes responsible steel in that space. That's brilliant to know. I want to turn back to you, Neha. Annie, thank you. Annie, in her presentation, showed the assessment methodology that we use, the sloping lines that we use, and Sinhaji in his presentation talked about the intensity of steel in India, which is 2.5 tons, if I remember it correctly, and which is the right number because that kind of fits in level 1 of our sliding scale. But our sliding scale includes scopes 1, 2, and 3. Is that the similar model that's followed by the ministry as well, or currently how is it being evaluated now?
So currently we are not doing that, and one of our important task force is working on that. We have realized the need for it. That's what our secretary was also stressing upon. And industry is also really demanding for some kind of standardization. You know, it's very important to have a common language and to know what is green steel and then what is emission monitoring methodology, and also where the benchmark lies. You are talking about those benchmarks for different levels. We are going to do that, but yes, maybe in next SEM I'll be able to announce what those benchmarks are, and give us some more time, few more months, and we'll be out with that solution.
Okay. So which means at some point in time you'll also include scope 3 in your assessment?
And again, of course, that is being debated upon right now in our task forces also. What is the scoping? What are the boundaries? But what I can tell you right now, we are trying to make it as flexible and as broad as possible, trying to collect the data, trying to develop a framework for data collection in a manner which can include all the scopes, whenever the need be, wherever the need be. You know, we are going to create this framework, one, for our own domestic market. That's very important, which may not align with the global market because we are at 2.5. We proudly say we have reduced from 3 to 2.5, and we are going to reduce it to net zero by 2070. But we are at 2.5 right now. World is different. So we need to have our own standards for our own market. But we also understand there are trade restrictions. We have a small component of our steel industry which is still exporting. We have to cater and align ourselves towards the international standards also. So we are making our framework flexible enough to be able to utilize a model which is suitable for the domestic as well as for the international market.
That makes sense. How do you handle the last 40% of production, which is based on induction furnaces, and kind of it's unorganized sector, right?
So for that part, as I said, our task forces are more focused on that part because they need more government hand-holding. ISPs are very progressive and they're taking measures on themselves by themselves. But yes, policy nudges, incentives, and support are more aligned towards their needs, and that's what you'll see when we come up with the recommendations of these task forces.
Thank you. Is there any last word from you, Prabodha and Divya, before we close up this panel?
Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I just wanted to say that we worked on the demand side of it. And I think what is coming up again and again from the work that we are doing with our industries, both globally as well as Indian industries that use steel, is definitely around finance, but also around standards, around how can we find where will we get that standard-based steel or low-carbon steel or net zero steel that we can use. And the other thing that they are asking for us is because of the difference in policies. So Neha partly also picked upon it that at a national level to the state level, how do we kind of see that there is a parity in standardization so that what they are buying across the board along their operations, because we work with various industries that are using steel at different levels of their operation. So that parity and standardization comes out as one big ask from the industries. So yeah, I think that is a big ask that our industries think they have.
Thank you very much. I think we are completely out of time. It's time to draw this panel, this engaging conversation to a close. It was candid, it was animated. Very interesting pieces of work streams that will emerge out of this. I want to thank all three of you here. I also want to thank the plenary speakers who spoke before this, the Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Annie Heaton, and Mr. Alok Sahai. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you for attending. Can you please please stay on for a group photograph?
basically to facilitate skill development across the power industry. And the very first, next slide. The very first is the identification of skill requirement. So we are talking about renewables, we are talking about clean energy, but most important thing is how you identify the skill gaps. What will the skills required? And the most important thing I want to tell you that 80% of the job role which exists today will be obsolete tomorrow. Already larger job roles have been depleted and become obsolete. So if you see the future of work, you have to think differently. And that's the only possibility when you think about how the future will evolve, what are the new roles emerging, what will the new roles. So for particularly India, we have done skill gap analysis, and that required almost 5 lakh additional manpower in new roles basically, where this skill council is working to create that manpower to take up the future challenges. So first is identification of training needs. For the country you need, same way your organization, for the organization you need to have skill gap assessment and find out what will the future role will be there, how you'll fill it up, how this talent will come from. And now I find there are a lot of different countries who are seeking us. Like recently I had one call from UK, they wanted about 100 linemen to be deployed there. Similarly, we are getting orders for ready-made talent in terms of linemen, technician from various countries. And the very important point to note is talent is never ready-made actually. You cannot pick up from the market anytime you want. Talent is to be built. Talent is to be built in a very larger time frame and invest a lot of money, time and exposure is required. So for that, because we represent the country as such, it's very important you develop national occupational standard. National occupation standard means for which job, what are the standard will be required. And then you make qualification pack, the qualification required for the national occupational standard. Supposing you take a lineman, what will be the standard of his operation, what will the knowledge required, what he need to possess. Similarly, you will work out with the qualification pack. Then, of course, coming out with development of curriculum, content. And when you go for such large skilling in any country, you need onboarding various training partners. So in India particularly, we have almost in every state, we have some training partner. And we are also working with all central sector PSU utilities, PSU and state utilities in transmission, generation and distribution. So a large number of bodies are connected with us for dissemination of knowledge and giving hands-on knowledge to the people. So it's a very important that you have a framework of learning and development. Then of course, conduct training of trainers, because when you need a standard curriculum, you need standardization of training also all across India for a very large sector. It is only possible when you standardize everything. Your curriculum is standardized, your content is standardized, your trainers are standardized, and then you facilitate training delivery. And then you finally deliver. And the important thing, India particularly, there are many people from various countries sitting here. India employability is a big issue. And the other thing is like, although we are a very large demographic dividend, we have very large number of people available in a working age group, and the best part of India is they are adaptable to any country. And with a very short-term course, they can be made adaptable and flexible to work in any country. And that's what we are doing actually. So facilitating training delivery, and next is then assessment, of course. Every training is followed by assessment, and then certification and placement. Then we give a certificate and we place them. Our percentage rate of placement has been about 51%, not a very encouraging, but at the same time we are trying. And now with the whole globe opening, we find that there will be opportunity word. And I'm sure India will be supplying about 20% of the manpower, of the global manpower in terms of power sector alone. So with this view, I mean, for our own industry as well as for the global stakeholders, giving 20% of manpower to the entire globe would be a very big task. And we are preparing ourselves for that. So, and right now we are working in only Indian framework. This platform CEM enabled us to have a dialogue with the global partners and spread our wings and help the countries and the organization who are associating us to give them a framework and skilling process, skilling methodology. Then next slide is important skill development, which I'll not much focus upon. You know that, but here in India, meeting industry demands, skill development is crucial to meet the evolving demand of the power sector. Enhancing efficiency and productivity. A skilled profession to contribute to the, that's a very common thing. Everybody knows the skilled person contribute to the efficiency and productivity. Then most important thing is in power sector, the skill, the safety factor is the most important factor. Anywhere where you work, whether in generation, distribution, transmission, the safety aspect of people working in power sector is very crucial. So the safety standard need to be followed. And the safety and risk mitigation becomes a very big challenge. You need to train people. And presently, very large number of people which are deployed in power industry, they also need to be, I mean, a very large number of them are not qualified. Particularly in India, I must talk about that they do not have possess requisite qualification. So now the Central Electricity Authority, which is a most which is a regulatory body for learning and development, they have made it's mandatory that all the people who are not qualified, they must go through training with either a CA certified organization or with the PSSC. And Power Sector Skill Council invariably has to train and certify these people. So this is a requirement of safety and the regulation both. I mean, when I talked about initially, I think the very purpose of CEM is also to promote policy making, policy encouragement to the various initiatives. And here also we are getting good support. And next is bridging the skill gap. The power sector often faces significant skill gap due to rapid. The technology enhancement is one thing which is, I already said that 80% of the job existing today will become obsolete, and already the 80% of job which existed 10 years back, 40 years back has become obsolete. Now mostly organizations are working in a very lean and thin way. Manpower, dependency on the manpower has reduced a lot with adoption of various technologies. And you see all the organizations, the basic aim was to trimming their workforce and getting the maximum from the least number of manpower. So career advancement and employability skill also is a challenge. And so I'll just after focusing on what is the importance of the skilling and how we can collaborate with various organization countries to help them in skill building, because we have a very large experience, and it is not that the first time we have been doing with other countries. Earlier also we were working with various countries. We helped them in their training of their engineers, and we have a large knowledge management base. So we want to particularly increase knowledge base and increase collaboration, expand our visibility and reach. And a very new concept of inclusion and women involvement women empowerment has also come. Now I find recently I got one, like Schneider want 100 linemen to be 100 domestic electrician to be women. Now a lot of, there's in urban area, because men's are away, they want women electricians. So a new surge of demand have come for getting women electricians. So these are new challenges. When Schneider has told me that they want their linemen for their factories as women, because they want to increase the diversity ratio also in their organization. So basically, with this session, I am focusing on value of collaboration with international institutions in countries for driving innovation and growth and learning and development. And appraise the significance of skilling, because that is the only way you can transform your workplace, transform your organization. So with this focus, I'm going ahead. We have certain roles which are already approved, but these are not end all actually. These are till now we have finalized about 42 roles we have finalized. Not only this is not only PSC but the Government of India with their body NCVT, National Council of Vocational Training, they certify this after going through the curriculum and content, and it all has standardized curriculum. If you see in generation, we have these many eight roles: engineer, power generation, power plant, high pressure welder, pipe fitter, water treatment plant, industrial electrician, power plant, mill right fitter, coal handling operation, ash handling. And if you move in transmission, we have these 5 job roles: engineer, power transmission, technician, surveyor, helper. But this is not limit all. I'm just showing you for next slide. This is in power distribution. Power distribution is one area where India, the largest manpower is deployed in the distribution. So here we have a lot of roles. Now we are moving into the green job roles also. These are EV charging. In the renewable also we have some roles. And these are not limited roles. We can customize a role for you. Any organization want to have a skill building, and we can customize and get it approved by NCVT, get it approved by regulator, so that these skills are important. These skills are imparted in your organization or your area of. So next is we have job role in downstream common activities also. So these are 4 roles, but I am telling you this is not the only limiting role. And we have endless thing. Anything you have in mind, you want to do it us. Because of our connectivity, the various stakeholders in generation, transmission, and distribution, and the government mandate with us, we can connect to you. We can connect you with a body of knowledge and the kind of knowledge management system we have. So in nutshell, this is what I'm talking about. And I have many slides, but I'll leave it here. And one slide I'll also show you that PSC stakeholder. Just come next to it. These are the various stakeholders. The PSSSC is backed by Central Electricity Authority, Ministry of New Renewable Energy, Ministry of Heavy Industries, NTPC. These are the central state organizations which are helping us. They are with us and they are partnering with us in the many activities. These are industries which are associated with us, and there are a lot of industry associations which are also working with us to help you in reaching whatever the target you want. So again, I'm not getting in the mode of training program. It has all kind of hybrid, online, offline, hybrid. So I leave it here because until now we have trained more than 250,000 people in India, and the list is unending. And our reach has been due to COVID. There was some constant. We had a limited resource mobility. Now we are going full-fledged. Maybe in a year, we'll have a target of almost training to 2 lakh people in next 2 years. So I want this as an opportunity to make us open to all the countries, all the stakeholders, all the organizations. Whoever has training requirement in any of the area, they can contact us and we'll definitely help you out. And we are doing with a lot of initiative with the PMKY, Prime Minister Kaushal Yojana is also helping. State, there are a lot of schemes in state also which is helping us in terms of monetary funding. And most of the organization which is coming to us with their training needs, they are self-sponsored, or some of the organizations are helping us with a CSR fund to do some initiative which they want. So we have a large pool of trainers. Yes, I'll show you a few slides on candidate learn and train. Just next future. So we have trained almost 3,026 people and certified out of that were 3,000. Similarly, learners are a large list of 1805 learners trained, and certified were 1667. This is the data of, next is the data of 250,000 people we trained in last 7-8 years, and council was closed due to COVID. Then we have a lot of tie-up right now. The REC, PFC and Power Grid has given us training of 6,000 each for smart meter technicians. That's a big 18,000 electricians will be training in next 2 years framework. So with this mandate, I'm just leaving it like session here. If you have any question, you can ask me. And basically, I want to introduce ourselves as a PSSC, as the face of the power ministry and Mr. Naval Energy Sources for any training intervention you want anywhere in your organization or in your country. So I leave it open for any question if you have. That will be more fruitful if you ask us anything. We are open for new initiative. If you want to take up some new initiative for skill building, capacity building in your organization, we are open. Yes, madam, this is recognized by Ministry of Power. CA is the regulator body in that. CA has given us the mandate that all the skilling we do that need to be certified by us.
Right.
And not only certified by, it has made us compulsory actually. All the people who are non-skilled, they are not qualified working with any of the organization, they need to be certified in 2 years time frame. Now the CA has issued the guidelines on 8th of last month, that if you have any person who is not qualified and still working, because there's some area I said safety is the most important issue, and you cannot allow people who are not accredited, certified to work on high voltage or things. For safety, it is very important, especially in distribution sector. All the linemen, a very large number of linemen are there who are not working on contracts, and they're not certified. So they need to take an initiative to certify them.
So even the existing staff is going to be skilled?
Even existing staff. For that, we have a RPL mode that's called recognition of prior learning. So a man is working for supposing 5 years, then the course duration is shorter. But any person who is not qualified, you need to have a PSSC certification for enabling him to work at in any of the establishment.
And taking off from here, you just mentioned that some of the international labor requirements are going to be met through you. So is there any difference in the certification that you do for a foreign labor and for Indian labor?
Madam, I have only received now, only last month I received from UK and Saudi some requirement for lineman and technician.
Right, sir.
The recruiter, there's some clarity which we need to be brought also by Mr. External Affairs also,
Right.
that we are seeking intervention of MEA, that how we will be sending these people. I mean, there could be
Right.
body shopping, there could be
Yeah.
some element which could be not so easy. So we are in touch with MEA. Once we get clearance with MEA, definitely we'll go for it.
Thank you, sir.
Because I see that in particularly in power sector, there is a large market in Africa and Saudi and in many advanced countries also. Because I also once, I mean, initially I said India has a very large pool of manpower, and that's the most adaptable actually. Indians kind of, in the kind of remuneration the world is paying. I mean, probably the Indian would be contributing to 20% of the global manpower in power industry alone. I'm talking about. So that's that's why I think Government of India started this skilling mission, realizing that if you don't certify people, it will be very difficult to send them abroad. I mean, if you cannot absorb in India, it is better to send them abroad.
Thank you so much.
So India has a great possibility of creating a large talent pool which could be used worldwide. Yes.
See, in India, very unique condition. One set of, we are start applying for a very small clerical job or the railway jobs. And the second is the industry is looking forward for a trained manpower. Now, what is going to happen? There is a lot of mismatch in the communication from the government of India to the masses. When the rural person is start feeling unemployed after class 8, but as far as the city is concerned, even after a post-graduation person want to learn more. So what I feel that there should be some level of a mass communication drive has to be from the ministry side. Then what is going to happen? The rural population will come forward, get registered, and you are making them competent to handle, and they will get absorbed in the in the industry. if you see presently, the Gujarat is experiencing a very high demand and the scarcity of manpower. While you find the Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, the surplus manpower. So can you give us the guidance what kind of the communication mode the ministry is putting
I
up?
told you in the beginning, the skilling manpower, I mean, they get hardly 25,000 as initial salary. You will not find a single man in Gujarat or Kerala or South working at this level. But there is abundance of manpower who is available in Bihar, Orissa, all states,
Yeah.
which is available. So when we do a skilling program in Gujarat, we don't find anyone from Gujarat actually. And then the Gujarat government want us to do from Gujarati. Then how it is possible actually? That is also a...
But it's a national program.
It's a national program, but there are contradiction. I agree with you. I mean, most of the only Bimaru states are where the large manpower exists and which is ready for training and movement. And the another problem is that these manpower, the village manpower, they are not ready to move actually, migrate also. They want employment within 10 years, 20 kilometers. They don't want to move to 200 kilometers or 500 kilometers. So I have a 100 lineman job role in my hand, but getting 100 women who can come out of some place and working some place is a big challenge in India. I mean, I myself handling these issues.
Thank you.
So you have requirement, but it's very difficult to get people.
Yes.
And another problem also is that for a large training program, it's very difficult to get people because these people are doing something. Taking them out of their regular working for 350-hour session is another challenge. So either government need to increase stipend or give them some, give them at the beginning also. So skilling system, ecosystem has some issues that need to be resolved basically. Yes.
Hello. I am from Gujarat, and really we are facing too much issue. First of all, homesickness. Okay. So in Kutch area, we each and every year we have to employ new employee. Means after 1 year they are move away. This is the facility means problem we are facing. Now my question is,
I must tell you, especially at this level, attrition rate is 40% in all industry. Whether you go at lower level, attrition rate is 40%.
yeah.
It is either in IT industry or people who are just skilled, attrition rate is very high.
Okay. Now my question is, recently, means we have to require now from overhead line to underground line. Okay. Due to cyclone or due to resistance and due to industry development now. So our means existing staff is common with means overhead line. Now we have to change means this all skill in underground line. So my question is, particularly for underground line, if we ask our employee to train with you, then certificate given for cable joining, cable fitting and other monitoring means, this is my question.
Yes, yes, if you have a requirement, we'll definitely meet it out.
Okay. And certified means for...
Yes, certified means they are licensed to work with you. They've got license to operate on this transmission line, high voltage. That is the license we would be giving.
Okay.
Okay, I told you in the beginning itself, the problem with the organization is that they want a ready-made manpower available at a call actually. You just give an order, I want 100, you should get in 100 minutes actually. But this is not possible at any level. Even if you engage a chairman, he also need to be trained. You cannot get a ready-made anybody actually. So whole ecosystem problem is that organization need to spend time in training. If you talk about the big organization like NTPC, NHPC, Power Grid, they spend almost 1 year time in training. The inductor engineers spend 1 year time. And most of the private industry, if you see, they don't want to spend 1 year time on learning and development. It's a big cost and so you need to be aware of that. So the very first thing I said, talent is not ready-made. You have to build the talent. Any question?
Sir, I would like to know that the skilling, will it be feasible? What's your idea, possibility of leveraging a database where the person's identity and skills are mapped so that the uninitiated or the lead time for these kind of jobs can be reduced?
You need to have a system like Aadhaar then.
Yes,
I mean that's a very
linking
big
with
system. Every one capabilities are also punched into your Aadhaar card so that any person by scanning your Aadhaar can come out with your skilling profile also.
yeah, or the skilling and the people who are getting trained, and then they can be traced with their Aadhaar. Something of that is being.
Dekhiye, that
Will it be useful?
that will
It's
be
kind of a loud thinking.
It's a very loud and big thinking, but it's possible actually. If you link it with Aadhaar, I mean capturing their L&D profile, but I think it will take time in India, let us see.
Right.
But very big thinking, yes, of course.
Thank you.
Good idea also. I think let us organization should do actually. Most of the organization do not have their learning capability totally captured. That is also one big issue. I mean, if you go to the big organization, very few have captured complete capability of people. I
Right.
appreciate Power Grid which has started, but most of the organization which you find there with their own people, they don't have the capability maturity model
Map-
captured completely.
Yeah. So it's only, I mean, we have been
And
running
you're talking of nation-wise, that's a very big task.
sector at least, not because of safety. Nation is.
I
bigger
think
thing.
gradually it might come. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe 10 years time, 5 years time, I see that
Why
it would
why
be
I
possible.
say is that the grid and the last 4 days I have realized the grid itself is undergoing changes, and the power business itself will change, transform like anything. And in that phenomena, when if we don't have the current skill set, future skill set, attrition rate, all these will only multiply and delay the transition. And this could be one of the platform which will mitigate some of the delays.
Actually, good. You have raised this issue. I'll raise it with Mr. Skill Development for advocating it. Capturing the entire nation's skill set is also. Let's make a initiative first.
Thank you.
Wow, Didi. Madam, you want to say something? Ask something?
I have a lot of thoughts in my
Yeah, please.
But I'm sorry, I didn't attend your full session.
No
so
issue.
I cannot comment on anything. I don't know if you've already covered it. But this is my area of competence. So I would be very interested in what you have to say further. I will speak in a bit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are sharing. I'll share my visiting card with all of you. Akshat, de do.
Hello.
Slide
I
should
have
take-
one-
take my visiting cards. Give it to all. If anybody wants to connect, yes, of course, welcome.
Sir, I have one
Yes.
question. So I'm from International Copper Association. And
Copper?
Yeah. And we have a MOU with Power Sector Skill Council. We developed a curriculum for electrical winder of motors and transformers. This happened in 2021, and so somehow that curriculum has not yet been published. And there was some change with the leadership and things have happened. And one of the challenge which I have come to know is that they are unable to reach out to industry, and there is some process in which you
Validation by
validate.
any job, new job role you
Correct.
start, that need to be validated by at least 5 industry.
Yes.
So if you raise a job role, that need to be validated by 5 others. So one alone organization asking for a job validation will not suffice. That is as per Mr. Skill Development Guidelines.
Right.
Anyway,
So-
we'll make an attempt.
So
Actually.
this could be
You can
problem
guide
with
us
other-
5 other industry who can help us with
Yeah,
validation.
sure.
We'll go ahead.
So
Okay.
if that can be expedited.
Anything for Africa, madam? We have done for a lot of training initiative with Kenya, Afghanistan. No. Ethiopia. Acha, okay.
Oh, no, I'm from the US.
Okay, you're from US. Wow.
Yes.
Thank you. That's great. So another important thing which I am telling, like India is a center for cheap training also. If you go to America, US, similar kind of training will be very costly. I mean, if you are training your people anywhere across the globe, other than in India, so it's a cheap destination for training also, which can be utilized, which we can leverage in Indians organization also, as a skill council also, we can leverage as a very competitive source of place where you can train people. So that's why we see a lot of international utilities coming to us for training their people. So if you have no other question, I'll end it here. Thanks.
7 million jobs will be required over next 7 to 8 years in the clean energy transition. And I also thank the EDs who are here and the participants. Once again, we can just thank you.
Hello, everyone. Again, good So let's do, okay, how many in the room are aware about the Clean Energy Solution Center services? Let's do a quick, okay? Okay, awesome. So what I'll do is I'll briefly showcase, as in we'll show a video, and then I'll do an introduction about the Clean Energy Solution Center and what services we offer, and then we'll be hearing from our esteemed panelists. So, could you?
Since 2011, the Clean Energy Solution Center has worked with more than 90 countries and regional institutions around the world. Through policy and finance technical assistance, the Solution Center helps governments address their energy challenges and supports clean energy transformation.
Well, South Africa at this point in time is having a crisis in terms of the supply and demand of energy. Demand has exceeded supply. We are now in a process of building new capacity, but in the interim we need to reduce demand for energy, and hence the technologies play a role.
The biggest challenge that we face is the policy environment and what are the risks of changing that and the money to pay for it. We contacted the Solution Center to get help in a very specific area. It's called the SURF Fund, Sustainable Island Resource Fund. The SURF Fund is going to help us in providing low-cost financing to get ordinary Antiguans the opportunity to become climate-proof. The process of transitioning to a low-carbon society takes time. So we wanted to work with someone or a group and develop a relationship with them.
It was very easy working with the Clean Energy Solution Center in that the responses were very fast, the people we dealt with were very friendly, and it gave us an insight into best practices in energy efficiency tax incentives across the world that we could include in our regulations. We would work with the Solution Center again and recommend their services because we have found that the information they provide is credible, independent, and professional.
We would work with them again because they've done everything they could to make sure that we had the information on time. And that's critical when we're making policy decisions. So far, with the intervention from the Solution Center, it has helped us to build the confidence of our cabinet and international donors.
Bring us your vision, bring us your questions. We will help you find the answers. Let's realize our clean energy future together.
Perfect. So as you all saw, Clean Energy Solution Center, the objective of Solution Center, or CSC, that's what we call in short, is to accelerate the transition of clean energy markets and technologies for emerging economies. So this initiative is co-led by Australia and US, and Enroll is the operating agent. We have got more than 40 partners, including UN Energy, IRENA, IEA, IP, EEC, REN 21. So now let me talk about some of the services that we offer, right? And all of the services are offered at no cost to the users. So the first one is Ask an Expert, second one is Resource Library, and the third one is peer-to-peer learning, and I'll dive into that in a moment. So as you can see, what we have done is last year we have transitioned to a new website, so please feel free to check that out, and we have got a fact sheet as well. And please subscribe to the CSC social media pages to keep updated on the upcoming webinars. Now let's dive into the three services. So the first one is Ask an Expert service. So Ask an Expert service is considered the jewel of Solution Center, right? So we help the policymakers, right, in developing countries and emerging economies to identify and implement clean energy policy and finance solutions. So we have more than 50 experts from around 15 countries, And since inception, as you saw in the video, this initiative was started back in 2011, right? We have responded to 300 plus requests submitted by 90 plus governments and regional organizations. The second service is training and capacity building and peer-to-peer learning, right? So we have delivered around 300 webinars and trained more than 20,000 public and private stakeholders. And the last one is resource library. We have over 1,500 curated reports, policy briefs, journal articles, and again, it's free and publicly accessible. Now, these are some of the Ask an Expert example or service examples, and we have done it in Africa, Latin America, Asia, islands, and I just want to highlight 3 of them from each of those regions, right? So if you look at Africa, so we assisted the government of Togo regarding the law and regulations governing off-grid electrification in the country, right? If you look at Latin America, so the government of Belize, basically, we helped them evaluate the potential local biomass feedstock for biofuel and biopower production. And if you see Asia, right, we helped Mauritius with their long-term energy strategy on gender. Again, I would kind of quickly go over what process we have for the Ask an Expert, right? So Ask an Expert, those organizations, they can reach out directly to me or to the co-leads, right, or through the portal. Once we get the request, we immediately respond and say, okay, we are working on it. And if the request meets the program guidelines, we match it with basically with the next steps, what we're going to do, and keep them informed, right? And as you can see, the next step would be the scoping call. So the request that we receive, right, it is very generic. So the caveat here is we have up to 40 to 50 hours of the SME's time, right? So we want to make sure that we utilize the SME's time. So we have the scoping call. Once we have the scoping call, and then we do the matchmaking between the requester and the expert. And then basically we complete the technical assistance, right? I won't go into the nitty-gritty details. But again, and then after 6 months, we would follow up and just look at the impact of that request. Training, webinar, peer-to-peer learning, right? So we have got 17 sub-channels, 528 webinars. We have got 300,000 views on our channels, and we try to do webinar every month. And just to give you an idea about our reach, so this was done kind of a couple of months back on the clean energy transition, workforce policies and implementation strategies in collaboration with another Empowering People initiative, another CEM initiative. And if you see, people from 66 countries attended that webinar. Now, resource library, as I mentioned, CSC is technology agnostic, right? So you're going to have resources regarding solar, wind, biomass, hydrogen, workforce development, right? So we have more than 1,500 curated reports, policy brief that you all can access. And again, lastly, I would just say, please check out our website, and we have got a LinkedIn page, and please subscribe so you are aware of our kind of day-to-day activities, what we do. So, and now I'll hand it over to Nal to moderate the panel discussion.
Thanks, Joel. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Niall Jacobson, and I work in the International Climate and Energy Division at the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water in Australia. As mentioned by Joel, Australia co-leads the Clean Energy Solutions Centre with the United States. And I'm happy to be here today to moderate for the next 3/4 of an hour to an hour. We'll see how we go. What I expect will be a very interesting panel discussion on some of the key challenges that work streams are grappling with, and the ways to overcome these, and then thinking about how we can share our experiences to help support developing countries in their own clean energy transformations. So I'd now like to introduce our 6 panellists and welcome them up onto the stage. So first I'd like to welcome Carla Robledo. Carla is a Senior Policy Advisor at the Government of the Netherlands Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy and co-lead of the Hydrogen Initiative. Per Anders Waddell Per is a program manager at the International Energy Agency and operating agent for the Electric Vehicles Initiative. Adam Wong. Adam is a senior international advisor in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management at the United States Department of Energy and co-lead of the CCUS initiative. Alex Rudder. Alex is a private sector specialist at the International Solar Alliance and operating agent of the Transforming Solar Supply Chains initiative. Satoru Yasuroka. Satoru is the director of the Office for International Nuclear Energy Cooperation at the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry and co-lead of the Nice Futures initiative. And finally, Rob Horner. Rob is an international relations specialist and CEM desk officer at the United States Department of Energy and co-lead of the Empowering People Initiative and Clean Energy Solutions Centre. So thank you everyone for being here today. As I mentioned, over the next little period of time, we have a few questions for all of you, and then if we have time at the end, we might open it up to a few questions from the audience. So to kick us off with the first question, and feel free to introduce yourself and your work stream before you begin, but it'd be great if each of you could tell us here in the audience what some of the key barriers are that slow down the implementation of solutions or processes within your work stream and how these impact progress in the sector. Happy to start here with you, Rob, or if anyone wants to volunteer. Right.
I'll go. Hi, everyone. Rob Horner, U.S. Department of Energy. I'm here representing the Empowering People Initiative. It's an initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial that focuses on the kind of socio elements of the clean energy transition, particularly the skills transition, and what is needed to enable our workforce to execute the clean energy transition that we're all trying to get to. So I think the barrier that we're really trying to address is bottlenecks. When we think about the scale of transformation that needs to occur over the next few decades, there's a lot of different places where that can be held up, and one of those is having the workforce on hand to actually produce the technologies that we need to install them, to make sure that they are operating well. And then the flip side of that is the challenge that we face with our current energy workforce, the jobs of the people that have brought us to where we are today, that has powered the industrial development that occurred over the last century, whose jobs are now going to be changing. And the justice element of making sure that those folks are taken care of and have a place to contribute to and benefit from the clean energy transition. It's a difficult problem in some areas. The job transition is not one-to-one. You're not necessarily going to give a coal miner a solar panel installation job. It just doesn't necessarily work that way. The regional economies are different. The skills involved are different. And so we need to think creatively about the full range of skills that are needed to implement the transition, and the best way that we can utilize what's existing in the workforce and the retraining that's needed to make sure that we're utilizing what we have and looking out for the livelihoods of those that might be left behind otherwise. That's kind of broadly the barriers that we're trying to address, so I'll hand it off now. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Satoru Yasuroka, so co-lead of the Nice Future. Nice Future stands for the nuclear innovation, so clean energy, and I was also in charge of the kind of the director of the Japanese government of the nuclear energy policy. So I have two batches, G20 batches and CEM batches. So this week is a very tough week, and today we finally agree of the nuclear paragraph on the leaders agreement among the 20 countries. Nice Features is established since 2018, so just 5 years, and Japan is co-lead as introduced, and the US and Canada also. And so we are welcoming the like-minded countries like so France and the UK, and like upcoming country like Ghana and Romania could be invited. So then our activity is very broadened. So we recognize there's no one-size-fits-all approaches, especially in nuclear. So, and the nuclear recently have the more broader meaning, not only just electricity, but also the hydrogen production or heat use. So, especially SMR or advanced reactors. So now our activity try to give a more broaden outskirt of the potential of the nuclear, like using the webinar or workshop for use, and like making a brochure for the newcomer, supported by the US DOE like that. And the policy barriers, there's a lot of policy barriers. The list goes on. So especially nuclear, we have to admit nuclear is the most challenging technology. So need give a lot of tons of the finance and tons of risks to the kind of the delay and like that, and need a very high skilled workforce. So Japan is now also had to face the difficulty to how to make the nuclear innovation to survive. So then nuclear under some nice future. Our working group and try to make a kind of the solution with the collaboration with another types of the energy, like how to meet with the affordable energy with collaborated with the nuclear energy, renewable energy, or like that. So then this is like a very exciting stages for the nuclear energy. So thank you so much.
Let's see if it's, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Per Anders Vidal. I'm with the International Energy Agency, and we are the coordinators of the Electrical Vehicle Initiative. I have a past role as also being a Swedish delegate to CEM and also being responsible for the Clean Energy Solutions Center. We did some efforts back in the day to also become a co-lead. This is probably 2016, around that. So I spent a few month at Golden as well, a beautiful place which I would love to go back to. So, but we can come back to that later, talking more about the role of the Solution Center linked to all our initiatives. I think that would be great to use some of the time on as well. But just quickly on the EVI. So EVI, the Electrical Vehicle Initiative, it was founded back in 2010. And of course, the market for electrical vehicles looked very different then compared to today. So when you look at addressing policy barriers, we have this different discussion today than we had back in 2010. At the same time, what we're trying to do with EVI is making sure that understanding the diversity of the members of EVI, which today is 16, of course, they have very different challenges. Some have markets that have, like Norway, where you have almost 90% of all car sales are electrical. And then you have other markets which are a bit earlier but still progressing. So how to make sure that you, as an international platform, can bring value to everyone around the table. And that, I think, is one of the challenges. So when discussing different policy barriers, they are quite different. But in one area which we do find there is a common interest, independent if you are having 80% shares of all new cars being electric, or if you have much earlier is, of course, charging infrastructure and power sector or power infrastructure planning as well, to make sure you have the right infrastructure in place. So that's one area we're diverging to now to focus more and more on that. Another area is more on medium and heavy duty vehicles, which also we see now there's many governments are looking at the policy side. And then, of course, you have supply chain issues, but that's, again, you come into something that is much more sensitive and much more competition. So probably not that wise to put that on the table for the discussions at the stage. But I think it's just important here, and where we should strengthen our muscle is to understand where does it bring a value for international platforms like CEM, like our initiatives, to actually help different governments with their policy and the barriers they're facing.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead. So I'm Alex Hogovin-Rudder with the International Solar Alliance, and I've been coordinating the Transforming Solar Supply Chains initiative with ARENA and with our colleagues from US and Australia and a number of other countries. So I think this has been a really interesting experience for sure. I think one of the key outcomes is that you really realize one of the key advantages of renewable energy is, in some sense, they're actually less susceptible to supply chain risks. Because if you have fossil fuels and you're importing fossil fuels, and the fossil fuel supply is cut off, your production is cut off tomorrow, right? Except to the extent you have storage. Whereas one of the great aspects of renewable energy is if you import solar or wind, even if the supply is cut off, the solar and wind will continue to produce forever. And yet there's still a lot of anxieties, and there's a lot of issues. Some of them are related to jobs, like Rob was talking about. Just recently, India announced a new coal plant that's totally uneconomic, but it's in a district that's politically sensitive, and there's a coal mine there, and there's a lot of coal mining jobs there, right? And this is a story we're seeing in Uttar Pradesh, but we're also seeing in West Virginia and in Alberta and in Rhine River Valley. So there's anxiety around jobs, there's anxiety around traceability, there's anxiety around environmental aspects, there's anxiety around quality aspects. And so I think one of the big challenges is you have different people and different countries in the room, and they've all got competing objectives, and really trying to figure out what exactly are we trying to accomplish here. We know that we need to increase solar output 8 times by 2030 what it is today. Are we really going to give up and not manufacture anywhere but one country? It does seem a little absurd to do that. But how do we get the manufacturing in other places? Who's going to pay for that? If it costs more to manufacture solar in a different country, does the consumer pay for that? Does the government pay for that? Does the developer pay for that? Does the utility pay for that? And so there's a lot of these kind of different questions and complexities to what seems like initially kind of a fairly simple, straightforward problem. It actually has just a lot of different stakeholders that with competing interests.
I'll go next. Thanks, Niall and Jai and the Clean Energy Solutions Center for having me. I'm Adam Wong. Again, I'm representing the Carbon Capture, Utilization, and Storage Initiative here, and my day job is I am in the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. So the CEM-CCUS initiative, it was stood up back in about 7 years ago in 2007 with the goal of accelerating the CCUS conversation. I think we know that there is a need as we get to net zero for renewables and energy efficiency, but there are certain aspects and areas that may still require CCUS. So I think including CCUS in that CEM conversation was one of our top goals. The other goal also is bringing together the governments, the private sectors, the financial institutions. Earlier this week, one of our side events was a financing CCUS event here. The third goal we have is facilitating identification of both near and long-term investment opportunities. That was shown in another one of our side events here as well. We've had the World Bank, we had ADB, we had some of the private sector banks, really trying to find the way to make that business case for CCUS. And the final one I had was, oh, wait, I actually skipped. Identification of near and long-term investment opportunities, bringing together governments, private sector, and the financial investment community. So I think I just slaughtered my answers to that one, but you all kind of sort of get the point. I think your question, Niall, was what are the policy barriers we have for CCUS? I think to answer that, it would be really the lack thereof of policy for CCUS. I think one of the things before any country can even begin started on it is having that legal and regulatory framework set up. That's oftentimes the cheapest thing that they need to do, but oftentimes one of the more difficult things to do. I think also I mentioned the financial engagement that we're doing. The business case for CCUS oftentimes isn't there in some of these countries. It's definitely a proven technology. I don't think technology is the hurdle. There's over 36 now commercial scale CCUS projects. It's really finding that policy incentive to make the case for some of these projects. And I think to close out the overview of CEM-CCUS, we've got 14 countries, the co-leads being the US, UK, Norway, and Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Carla Robledo, working at the hydrogen team from the government of the Netherlands, and I am representing here the CEM Hydrogen Initiative. The Netherlands is one of the co-leads together with the European Commission, with Japan, the US, and Canada. And it was launched in 2019 at the CEM ministerial meeting in Vancouver. And since then, there was a very urgent need for governments to start sharing knowledge about hydrogen. Hydrogen was at that moment a relatively new topic. There have been some hydrogen hypes in the past, but nobody really took it seriously until the technology breakthroughs were there for hydrogen storage, for also hydrogen production. And now the largest challenge is upscaling the whole hydrogen system and also bringing down the cost. So at that time, there was decided to start this initiative with leading countries. Now it's over more than 15 countries which are engaging, and we have several work streams. From the Netherlands, we are co-leading 2 of the work streams, one on concentrated on the Northwest European region that started as one of the most strong regions where hydrogen developments were focusing, and another working group on hydrogen trade, which we will actually today in the afternoon, we will launch the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, which is an evolution of this working group. So we also see these type of different needs. From when we started, we had one need focusing on the production side. Now we are also more looking into the trade. We're also having within the CEM Hydrogen Initiative, we have a global ports hydrogen coalition that's also uniting a lot of ports, more than 60 ports, and they're sharing a lot of knowledge on the infrastructure that is needed for the uptake of hydrogen. And we have the very nice program of the US with the Twin Cities program, where knowledge sharing is being implemented between cities, different parts of the world. So we see that need of shifting now the discussion towards other type of topics, more the international trade and the ports development, and that's what we're doing. And mainly what I see as policy barriers, that was the question you posed, Neil. It's more that a lot of countries have come through with setting the regulation, the policies. A lot of it is in place. And now we're going into a phase that we need the off-takers, we need the companies to take those investment decisions. And so therefore also the CEM provides a platform where we can, also private and public sector can gather together and try to also aim having the same goals and really going into implementation. This is very much needed. We know the target, we know where we want to be in 2050 if we want to achieve net zero. So now it's the time of doing.
Great, thank you everyone. It's really good to hear there are some quite unique barriers that you all seem to be facing in your work streams, but then there are a few common challenges as well. You know, Rob talking about bottlenecks in the scale of the transformation and thinking about the workforce of the future. Satoru thinking about finance risks, again the need of the workforce in a nuclear future. Alex talking about competing objectives. Adam, the lack of a CCUS policy framework. Talking about needing initiatives to make sure that they're bringing value, and then specifically thinking about moving to what do we do with medium and heavy duty vehicles. And Carla, now we've got to a certain stage. How do we make sure the industry are putting those investment decisions in place and implementing what we've been working on? On to our second question. Now we've kind of talked about some of the key barriers. It'd be good to hear, kind of somewhat of as a natural follow-up to that, what some of the solutions or policy changes can help overcome these barriers, and what your work stream is doing to help address some of these. Happy to take volunteers again, or same order.
Yeah, maybe a small addition. And then in this matching the supply and the demand on hydrogen specifically, we are launching this forum where we want to really bring importing and exporting countries, and we are engaging also through the Hydrogen Council with the private sector. So I think there also from the CEM work streams, we need to look more for the collaboration with the private sector, how we can foment that, having more exchange sessions, also within the advisory group meetings that we have, to also engage more the companies. but also within CEM initiatives. Like you also say from nuclear, yeah, we're also looking to hydrogen production, also with CCUS for hydrogen. So how can we collaborate more within CEM initiatives and still also make it manageable for our daily jobs? Because we're doing a lot of this on a side basis. So this would also be a key priority for governments that are participating in the CEM to also allocate resources for the international collaboration, which is fundamental, is really crucial, and to make time for this, for the capacity that that is being implemented in the CEM.
Okay, so let's look at solution. I think if I may start on charging infrastructure again, and maybe if you're not involved in electrical vehicles, maybe you don't care too much about charging infrastructure, but it is a key topic, of course, now for the colleagues working on electromobility. And again, I'll keep coming back to maybe not having a hat of a national government official here, but rather someone who's tried to see how these different international initiatives actually brings a value. And I think what we can do there as a solution, because now we have a number of parallel initiatives trying to have the same conversations with governments about the needs and where should I keep their focus. And again, we should remind that time is very limited for the time we have to spend on international collaborations to make sure that we really bring that value to governments. So what we can see from this meeting as well and discussions we had in the sideline here in Goa, take it forward to COP28 and beyond, is to find those metrics or models that can help us identify the right questions that can actually, so when governments comes there, they also really get the information they need, or they can get the kind of understanding and experience from other countries. And there has been one example now, we call it the Savoy series. Basically, 5, 6, 7 different organizations come together and have a webinar series together, which can identify topics that we know all are relevant for governments to address some of those policy challenges. I mean, this is obviously not going to change the world, but at least we are trying to identify where are the policy barriers and making sure that we build that global international expertise as well. Just one last comment. I happened to mention charging infrastructure, but I wanted to say as well, when we come to identifying those topics, I mean, I think that's another challenge for us. I mean, how do we, because there are many challenges, policy topics we could discuss, and what should be the mechanism to actually identify those. So we, last week we released a Tracking Clean Energy Progress Report that looked at 50 sectors and technologies to see how they are progressing towards the net zero emission objectives. There we see that some we are more or less on track on different, and should that also help to decide where international collaboration should focus at. We have the Breakthrough Agenda, another good example, that also tried to identify how we're on track on the climate targets to make sure we also understand where should we focus our time to as well to look at some of these challenges. And there we have a good metrics to look at if it's on finance, if it's on infrastructure, and a number of other issues. So I think that's not giving you the direct answer, but I still want to go back to that. I think that's, again, to remind ourselves the importance of knowing how little time we have to that. I mean, for Carla and Rodrigo, they do a lot of their work on focus on domestic work as well, to make sure that what we do on the international really has to be those 2-3 topics that really governments should, the way international collaboration, learning from others, could help.
I think I was going to piggyback off what Carla said a little bit, where a platform for both the governments and the private sector to talk, and for us at least, I would also include the financial sector. I think it's really important. None of our initiatives under CEM stood up to stand up projects. We know that very well. But what they do is they have a convening power. We're all here today. We see how many people are here representing both countries and companies, ministers and CEOs. CEM does have a convening power to have these conversations. And CEM is very inclusive. Look at the diversity in terms of like the different topics and subjects all of us represent here on stage today. So I think that's one important area that CEM does. For us in the CCUS initiative, it's even getting us, and I know this is the Clean Energy Ministerial and the Clean Energy Solutions Center, but for us in the CCUS initiative, we're breaking outside of even the energy conversation. Last year, we signed an agreement with the Global Cement and Concrete Association. And what it means is when we talk about getting to net zero, it can't just be energy. The cement sector in particular, that's about 8% of the global CO2 emissions. So we signed this agreement with them knowing that they have their own net zero by 2050 strategy. And in order to get there, 36%, the largest lever, comes from CCUS. So I think the convening power of the CEM is actually important as a part of the solution for these policies. And once we're done and we leave here today, the work still continues. I think, Jai or Niall, you had a slide on some of the webinars. Our CCUS initiative has done webinars focusing on Pakistan. Japan did a presentation, and even the Nordic countries. I don't think we can discount the effectiveness, especially in a post-COVID era, of these webinars and people being able to tune in and listen and learn. So I know maybe I'm biased because I'm sitting here representing CEM, but I do think it is part of the solution, and it's an important aspect for this global conversation.
Yeah, thanks so much. I do want to echo that comment a bit. I think some of the international collaboration that we're doing, so for example, in the Global South, the notion of traceability and low carbon solar is not necessarily a huge priority. So we had a webinar where we brought in people from the GPEAT standard, talking about the standard that's being touted predominantly in Europe and US about low carbon solar manufacturing. And I think for a lot of our developing country manufacturers, this is a bit of a wake-up call to say, hey, this is something that's important. We're not necessarily going to do it tomorrow, but we need to be thinking about this and putting in our strategy and considering how we're going to move toward this direction. At least I think, just to be clear, this work stream is only a year old, so we don't have a lot of solutions yet. We did just publish a report and some policy briefs this week, which I encourage people to read up on and think about. But I think really trying to find certain items that there's consensus on. So some of the aspects in terms of traceability we found to be very controversial, but some of the things, like say demand, I think we're all in agreement that we need to keep increasing the demand side for solar, and we can't necessarily wait for every country to have their own manufacturing, but actually increasing the demand will actually help domestic manufacturing as well. So that's something I think, for example, that we can all agree on. In terms of solutions, I think, again, collaboration. So how do we keep open borders? How do we have Indian companies investing in US and US companies investing in India and vice versa, and keeping trade and collaboration on the research side as well. So collaboration is certainly another key theme. And then the last thing I think is very much a basket of solutions. And one of the case studies in our report, for example, talks about Turkey and how they had demand side incentives. They also had some measures of tariff barriers, which we're generally not supportive of, but they also had a number of other different measures in terms of direct supports that kind of created the ecosystem as a whole. And I think that's something we really want to encourage people to think about, not just doing kind of one-off measures or one-off protectionist, but thinking about how to create an ecosystem as a whole and how to collaborate in creating that ecosystem is something that is a priority for our workstream.
Okay, thank you so much. As I said, so there's a financial risk is very, very high risk, and I'm pro-nuclear, but I have to admit, so nuclear project is crazy. So it takes $1 billion, sometimes more than $1 billion, even in the small modular reactors, more smaller one. So, but it needs also kind of the testified in the market, and also sometimes, often it needs 1 or 2 decades from starting the project and to the deployment and connection to the grid, to a lot of the risks. So then my answer is so echo to all of the clever guides. Of course, international collaboration and cross-cutting, so industrial collaboration is must needed. So first step we have to recognize, I think. Nuclear project itself cannot be done by just one entity or just one nation, state like Japan or the US. So we can exemplify a lot of examples, like some of them in the India project, I understand. And for example, like Japanese government in my job, this year, Japanese government has a very updated hydrogen, like another heat use, because it's a kind of the producted as very high temperature. So then the potential customer could be a more kind of the hard to abate industry, like so chemical industry or oil and gas industry or steel industry. So then we can get into more incentivized, so more kind of the owner and operator of the each plant for advanced nuclear. So then the Japanese government and in the UK government decided to joint collaboration in the R&D approaches. So it mitigate risks, and so we now try to find out more kind of potential customers, potential collaborators in the industry, and especially nuclear supply chain is very very important. And just today's G20's the leaders summary mentioned also those countries opt to use nuclear power. Have to find out that build a robust nuclear supply chain with collaboration with like-minded countries. So then this example, another one is small modular reactors in Romania. Romanian country or electricity utilities now think about replacement of the coal plant to the small modular reactors. So one project is US-based new scale project, and it's collaborated by not only the US and Japan and the Republic of Korea, and some portion of the in-kind collaboration by the UAE. So then this and Romanian try to find now collaboration of the finance, co-finance by the US and Japan, the Republic of Korea, and to potentially another inviting the kind of the financial sectors. So this is a need again. So we have to make a very unique vehicle or to cultivate the international collaboration. So in that sense, nice future activity is very important right now. So thanks.
So I realized in answering the first question, I may have neglected to talk about the real problem that we're trying to work on in EPI, specifically, which is actually lack of a solution, I think, is probably the best way to put it. We don't really know how to effectively transition a workforce of this size and at this scale. And so our first order of business, I think, is to try to figure out how to do that. Kind of like the solar initiative, we're new, we're trying to get at. We've had 2 years to work on it now. We still haven't quite solved the problem. But our first attempt was to just take a survey of the landscape of what's already being attempted. So we partnered with the IEA to take a look mainly at local and regional programs around the world that are trying to figure out how to transition workforces for the new clean energy economy. We released that report at CEM last year. They're really just, I encourage you to go and take a look at it, but they're just little blurbs about what is happening both in the developing world and the developed world at the regional, local, and sometimes national scales. That really, for us, just kind of illustrated the breadth of the issue that we're trying to get at, and we're now trying to delve in a little bit more specifically into how governments, in particular federal governments, can address the issue. So this year we had 4 convenings of, I always get the name here wrong. We're calling it the Integrated Policymaking and Empowering Communications for the Clean Energy Economy and Workforce. We got all the words into that name. We're calling it IPEC for short because we need something to shorten it. But we've had 4 convenings. You can actually access them, I believe, online now. Those convenings pulled together, it was targeted primarily at federal government and the fact that each government has different agencies working on this problem. I'm from the Department of Energy. We are front and center on the clean energy transition, as we should be. But in the US government, we also have the Department of Labor. We have the Department of Commerce. We've got other agencies that are working on the workforce, have people on the ground. and we need an integrated approach to solving this. I mean, going back to the report we first released with the IEA, one of the best examples of a workforce transition program in the United States is the Power Initiative. It's been in place for, I think, 10 years now. It's focused on the Appalachian region, which is big coal country, West Virginia. And that's not run by the Department of Energy. That's run by, I believe, the Department of the Interior. So we need to be talking to each other and finding these best practices for how to address the issue. The nice thing about these convenings, though, is we also brought in members of the NGO community. They were actually clamoring on the door. We first thought, well, we're just going to talk amongst governments and figure this out. A bunch of NGOs that are doing this work and we're on the ground, we're like, hey, we've got to have a say in this conversation too. We actually have some solutions we'd like to share. So they joined too. We're actually pulling from this to create a toolkit that we think will be helpful to make a little bit more progress here. And we're going to keep dialing down. In particular, I think some work we have coming up is going to focus on skills, particularly in the energy efficiency and cooling sector, in particular regions. There's a wealth of work to do here and information to be gained. So we're going to keep trying to address the problem of not knowing how to address the overall problem, I think is the best way I can put it. But that's what we're doing in EPI.
Thanks. Just a quick follow-up on that, I think, because you mentioned, I mean, one of the other challenges, the barriers we have is the institutional challenges, which you're talking about, Rob, and I think is a very good example to look at skills, because of course then you have to deal with ministries or departments where energy is very low on the agenda, obviously. So just curious to hear back, Rob, as well, because we have the same experience now with transport and energy, that there is a challenge, I know for hydrogen as well. A lot of the feedback we got from the ports when trying to understand how can governments better to support ports to get the right investment enabling environment, and it comes back to the coordination within coordination within governments to make sure that the policies centrally are well planned. So I do hear from the US now there is new initiatives on the transport energy side, but also the skills side, as you say, that could be also good examples. I don't know if you could say a few words about that too, because I think that would be something that should also be addressed in these conversations.
So say a couple more words about that.
So on some of the initiatives on the US side now, you mentioned a few to really bring, at least I know from transport and energy, that there is, from top down, there should be really a much stronger collaboration between ministries in the policy development. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think it's just to what we see in here that there are in some governments who really see this challenge, this institutional challenge, to make sure that those policies are coming out from governments a bit more holistic. So I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot, Rob, but I think since you were starting talking about it, I think it's
you're totally putting me on the spot. It's fine. No, I don't have another specific example to share, but I will say that particularly regarding the climate crisis, the U.S. government has been diligent, I think, at centralizing the process. You know, we go through the White House as a convening power, if you're familiar with how the U.S. government is structured, and working on how we address each sector of the climate problem by involving all of the relevant agencies. So, I mean, right now, here at this event, it's not just the Department of Energy. We have the Department of Commerce represented here. We have the Department of State, who's also helping out with G20 negotiations, or that have now concluded. You know, we are doing this holistically. The John Kerry's special presidential envoy for climate is also, you know, a really great, you know, central place that is trying to drive forward holistic solutions. So no specific examples, but I'd say that is really important. We are talking to each other both at the very top levels, but then, you know, on the working level too, and actually involving them in some work streams. That's something that we've been trying to do a lot more, because originally it was just the Department of Energy that was involved in CEM, and now we've got 4 agencies that are actively involved. We've pulled in the Environmental Protection Agency into the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, because they have a lot of a lot to say about industrial decarbonization. So I think that we're trying to get there. I'm sure there's a lot more to work on, but yeah.
I just want to give a.
Sorry. Yeah, no, because Per asked for some examples. Maybe I can think of from the Dutch government a concrete example on hydrogen. But that's true, that's more on the local level, how we organize ourselves, and maybe also looking into international collaboration, much more can be done. But what we see now is also these new topics, relatively new topics, and energy transition. We need more cross-sectoral collaboration. And before, like old school policy making, it was all in boxes, ministries, and everybody was doing their own thing. Now we need to communicate much more, and we did from the Netherlands launch a national hydrogen program where we have like a center committee with involvement of all departments are involved, from transport, from also internal affairs, and this is also a public-private collaboration. So we have invited the private sector, the ports are included. And together we established a roadmap on hydrogen. A lot of conversations, working groups. This is a very Dutch way of approaching things. Also the climate agreement, all really tables where people sit together from the government, from the private sector, and work together on the concrete roadmap and ambitions that we have. So I think that could be an example where, yeah, how can we communicate more? But that's definitely more on the internal side. So how do you internationalize this concept? How can we also work together with other countries, and that you have like one gateway in contact for several topics? Because now I can imagine for also the private sector, it's very hard to know, okay, where do I have to be in the ministry for this type of permit, or for financing? So definitely more this type of internal organization can help in that.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add, and first I just wanted to apologize for having to step out. I'm coordinating an event at 3, which I think is a bit of a microcosm. You mentioned having a single point of contact. International Solar Alliance, I think we're just doing solar, so it should be simple, but we're doing transmission. So I think it's definitely a struggle when you have a lack of institutional capacity and you have so many different priorities, so many different initiatives. You end up not necessarily having the time to devote the resources, I mean, me personally, but just more broadly, to specific initiatives that they really truly deserve.
All right. Thank you, everyone. It's all really interesting, and I think we all it's good to hear some of the solutions that individual initiatives are kind of trying to grapple with, but also something that was coming through was that need for international collaboration. And I think, Rob, you said it really well, that at the moment there is perhaps a lack of a solution, but collaborating to help figure out what we need to do. And like we talk about collaborating, internally, within our work streams or within our governments, but I think, collaborating across work streams and initiatives is a really important thing. I read a book once, and I've read more than just this one book, but it did talk about innovation as not necessarily inventing new things, but pulling together existing things in new and novel ways. And I think by collaborating across initiatives, even, Alex, you mentioned the fact that people are, time poor because they're drawn out across so many different things. That has pros and cons, because obviously it means that they're involved in so many different things and can see solutions from different lenses. So I think that's really important. I'm not proposing an answer to that problem, but I think that it's good to hear everyone talk about some of those, similar solutions to varied problems. We might just move on to our last question. But I guess the focus of the CESC is on sharing information and knowledge with developing and emerging markets. We know that they often face unique challenges in transitioning to clean energy. And so I'd be interested in hearing from everyone if we have time. But what are some of the policy measures or international collaborations that can support developing countries in overcoming, some of their unique barriers? How can CEM initiatives support this, and what can the CESC do to help that? Happy to take volunteers, or, again, Carla?
Yeah, I can tell my experience, because from the hydrogen team, I'm coordinating the collaboration, international collaboration with Latin American countries. And we are getting a lot of questions regarding hydrogen because we were one of the first movers, and we have already developed a lot of knowledge, not only on the government side, but also on the infrastructure development from the network operators, also on upscaling hydrogen production and all the private sector, the knowledge that they are developing. And we are getting from countries, also non-CEM countries, because yeah, we have Chile, we have Brazil here, but also Uruguay and Argentina, and they're really eager to learn more about the development. So we do have bilateral collaborations, and we do have working sessions for sharing knowledge, and also especially on infrastructure development, blending of hydrogen. There's a lot of interest on that. But then we could organize it much more efficiently if we use the CEM platform to organize this knowledge sharing and involve, these are the same questions we're getting from Chile. So why not have a regional workshop, maybe together with the SEC, and organize in this kind of way? So my main point would be, how do we also involve developing countries that are non-CEM members? That is a key aspect. Do we have to expand the platform? And of course, there comes the question of resourcing, because not all countries have the same available resources on financial resources, but also on time. And time is now, I think, even more pressing than finance as a resource. How can we get also developing countries to join the platform, and that they are able to do so with the resource that they have? So yeah, I think we can strengthen that, and also with the trade forum, what we are doing now is also inviting non-CEM countries, and that the co-leads assume the financial means that are necessary and that are maybe more resourceful countries, but also invite developing countries to join and to get access to that kind of information.
Yeah, I just want to add on that. So I think yeah, getting more developing countries involved in the conversation. So, for example, for one of my events this week, I made sure to have a representative from Africa, even though there's not a lot of CEM countries in Africa. And so we had the head of the Ethiopian Solar Association, and she was fantastic. And she said, "I've never been invited to speak at an international event before." And it just is so funny because John Grimes, who's the head of the Australian Solar Energy, Smart Energy, got 4 times the population of Australia, right? And in terms of the energy transition and energy access journey, to me, Ethiopia is just as important as Australia, right? So that getting the seat at the table, I think, is really, really important. The other thing I think is really important is trying to avoid a one-size-fits-all structure. So for example, for Brazil, energy access is not a huge challenge in Brazil, whereas manufacturing is something that we want to look at, because they've done a fantastic job deploying solar, but not so much in the manufacturing. A country like India, I always find it funny when people say, "Oh, we're going to do a technical assistance on transmission." Well, India's transmission grid is actually stronger than the United States in terms of, the whole country is connected, unlike the States, which has, different interconnections. But on generation capacity planning, India is really weak, right? So if you come with a toolkit that says, "I'm going to help every country every developing country on these 3 things," it's going to be totally inappropriate. So I think it's really important to spend more time in emerging markets and saying, "I'm going to help this country with their specific needs," that they're coming to us and saying, "I need help with X. So here I'm going to bring the tools that you need for help with X," as opposed to coming with your toolkit and saying, "Here's what I have."
Thanks. So similar along the lines of what Carla said, so my previous job, I was, as I said, in the Swedish government, and we also got a lot of bilateral requests. And we often felt we didn't have time really to invest and share our experience. Even if we did it once, then it's just once, and you need also that engagement over time. And that's where we see the Solution Center. That could be a way for us to connect those countries which have coming with an interest to a broader group of knowledge. I mean, that could be directly through the Solution Center, but of course to all the different CEM work streams as well. So that could be the kind of hub, I don't know if it's maybe overused term, but between some of these countries and the CEM. And this also came back to the notion, because we also looked at that time at the CTCN, which is another acronym, which some of you might know better than I do, but the Clean Technology Network, exactly, under the UN UNCCC, which is under the UNFCCC, which I mean does have the intention to bring that technical support to countries. But I heard when speaking to colleagues, not in my department, but in the Department of Climate, who was leading that it took 1 year, 1.5 years to get actually to the result of bringing that technical support. So in that sense, we thought a solution center, Ask an Expert, was a very flexible and clever way to really capture that interest, bring it into the CEM world. Then, of course, but just my last point, it really has to come that way. I mean, it cannot be that saying we're going to go out and help developing countries, because, of course, this is rather to link that expertise and interest, but also knowing that no expert from an international point of view or in another country would never have as much expertise in the local challenges, of course. So it's not going to solve everything, but at least that individual or that institution that comes with a request are connected to colleagues around the world that might have some expertise that might be useful then for what they want to accomplish.
I'll second those comments. I mean, I think that all of the CEM work streams do a good amount of outreach, hold their own webinars, and try to address the issues that are facing them. But when you look at it from the other side, you're in a developing country that doesn't have a lot of resources, maybe. You're not necessarily thinking, I want to address the nuclear issue, or I want to address the carbon capture issue. They say, I want to address the clean energy issue. And so having one point that is then kind of an entry point to get to the deeper resources across the CEM, I think is really useful, and that's what the Clean Energy Solution Center offers. So, I mean, something that I've found useful from the other initiatives that I'm involved in, like EPI, is utilizing the Solution Center to partner on webinars and other things that I know are going to get deep reach into the part of the world that we know we're not serving enough. And I mean, as Jal showed on one of his webinars, one of his slides, the Clean Energy Solution Center webinars get incredible attendance from countries that I didn't even know that we were assisting with, that people will tune in from to learn from. So I'd encourage the other CEM initiatives to, when you do a webinar, partner with CESC if you think it's applicable, and it would be a great way to broaden that reach and address that need. And I just want to you mentioned it, John mentioned it, I want to footstep once more. The Ask an Expert service from Clean Energy Solution Center is I think, I mean, there are other ones that are modeled on it, but it's a somewhat unique service that is open specifically to governments from developing countries that want a question answered that they don't have the resources to answer. And it has to come from governments because we're not going to tell them what they need. They're coming to us with what they need help with. And then the Clean Energy Solution Center deploys its experts in a way to try to help them with the problem that they've defined that they need to answer.
Per mentioned this a little bit earlier, and I wanted to also follow up on it. The experience sharing that a lot of the countries have is really important. So we in the US, I think many of you are familiar, a couple years ago we had our bipartisan infrastructure law. That was the largest investment ever in US DOE history, $62 billion going to DOE. For my office, $12 billion went for carbon management, in addition to $8 billion for hydrogen, including at least one project with hydrogen with CCUS. Then last year we had the Inflation Reduction Act, which, for my equities as well, under CCUS, provides tax credits to $85 a ton for projects that capture and store CO2 in saline geologic storage. You might ask, well, what does these projects in the US have to do with other countries around the world, especially the developing countries? Well, these projects will serve as an opportunity to drive down the cost, so that way when we build the next future projects, they will be cheaper, or this technology will be more proven and readily available to these developing countries. Comparison I would use is maybe a decade or under the Obama administration, we had the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, And yes, that stood up projects again in the US because inherently that's what the money needs to do, but it drove down the cost of solar, of wind, of electric vehicles. That's what we need to do. We need to step out of that R&D phase and do the deployment of these projects. So we're trying to do that at DOE in the US. We're also trying to do that in CEM-CCUS. We also recognize that our solution might not be the solution for each and every one of these developing countries. And that's where some of the other countries that are part of CEM-CCUS, such as Norway that has proven CO2 storage offshore for 30 years, can also factor and come into play. So another opportunity, of course, I mentioned the financial sector engagement that we do, whether it's the World Bank or Asian Development Bank. We also, under CEM-CCUS, have a capacity building fund. And while it's not a lot of money, that money has been able to allow developing countries who are members of CEM-CCUS to attend these CEM events. It's also provided them opportunities to do study tours in other countries, or even opportunities for some of their scientists, their R&D folks, to spend time in some of our labs. So we have to engage with these developing countries. We have to share our experiences with them, and we have to work with them. Because when we talk about net zero, of course, countries like, of course, I'm speaking on behalf of the US, we can do everything we can do to get to net zero, but it's not going to matter if we don't include the rest of the world, including the developing countries.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I think we might now have time for a couple of questions from the audience, maybe one or two. Ideally, it'd be nice to try and finish a little bit before quarter to 3. But if we have a microphone, and then if panelists, feel free to jump in.
Good evening. Sorry. Good afternoon.
And if you could please introduce yourself and where you're from as well. Sorry, I should have said that. Sorry for interrupting.
So my question to Adam, regarding this applicability of carbon capture, utilization and storage for India. So currently government of USA is pushing very hard this carbon capture for as a solution for climate change. But as you said that in India, not all the countries can have this solution because storage potential is different for the different countries. So for India, how do you see its applicability in India? Have you done any study in this regard?
So I don't personally work on India, so I can't tell you India's exact situation. I will say you are right. You can capture all the CO2 you want. It's not going to do any good if you don't have anywhere to store it. So I do think that's one thing India has to do. And again, I'm not familiar with India specifically, but storage mapping would be important to know what resources they have available for storage. It would also be ideal if these projects that they're capturing the CO2 from is tied closely to a storage, because the transport, and that's the second aspect that could be costly, the transport of the CO2 in addition to the storage and the capture, there's 3 aspects that they're going to need to pay attention to when it comes to this. I know India has a focus oftentimes on utilization, it sounds like, whether it's conversion of like CO2 to like products like ethanol and methanol. But while that's important, that's not gonna be enough of the CO2 that they're captured. They're still gonna need to do storage. I know some countries, Japan in particular, they don't have storage opportunities. So they have, and this is publicly available online, they've talked with like countries in Southeast Asia about using opportunities to store through them. So that's why these platforms need to happen, so these countries can talk with each other and share experiences and work with each other.
I just want to add quickly, though. I mean, I think you also have to remember, U.S. is 4% of the world's population and 20% of the global emissions, and India has 18% of the world's population and only 3% of the global historical emissions. So when we talk about who has responsibility for pay, who's going to pay, to me, for CCUS, which is not yet economic, is that okay to say? Country to country, but the economics there tends to be a green premium, right? To me, there's a greater kind of moral obligation to be doing in countries like Canada or US, to be working out the technology kinks, to sorting these things out, to getting to doing that mapping and getting these things. Whereas to me, countries like India and South Africa, the focus is really on how do we make sure we have 100% reliable power today, and so your deployment should be on that today. And maybe doing pilots and setting up things and doing the mapping so that we can be prepared for CCUS. But I think there's a reason India has a 2070 net zero target and US has a 2050 net zero target, because I think there is a moral responsibility for developed countries to move faster on the transition given their historical emissions.
So one more question regarding this carbon capture. So there is an alternative approach for carbon capture. People are educating that just grow the trees through the from the sustainable agroforestry, and that bury underground. So carbon will be captured in the solid form. The natures used to do like that only. So whether such type of solution is also the part of CEMS?
You're asking about nature-based solutions, right?
Yeah,
Is what you're
yeah.
asking about. So I think that's definitely important to be included in part of the conversation. We as DOE, of course, we invest in R&D, so we don't do nature-based solutions, but I know other countries, some of them that are actually part of both our CEM-CCUS initiative and our mission innovation carbon dioxide removal mission do include that as part of their conversation. So yes, I mean, if it's of something of interest to India, they can, they're welcome to bring that up as well.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the floor? If not, Joe? No, yeah.
So there are basically policy inconsistencies, right? Can impede basically your long-term or impede long-term planning, right? So what do you suggest for the policy makers basically to make sure there's kind of those stable, predictable policy frameworks? Because Bill, right, like the infrastructure, right, after 5 years, what will happen, right? Once that money is out, right? So,
Are you asking us to predict the future, Joel? I mean, I don't know that we can just at this moment create a solution that we know will last forever, right? I mean, it requires sustained attention, and I think that actually, this is probably not the direction you're going with this, but I think that speaks actually to CEM's place in the global climate conversation. I mean, the yearly cycle of COP, G7, G20 that are advancing our ambition on climate is that necessary pressure to make sure that we kind of have the policy space to be able to work towards these solutions within our governments and across governments. So I can't say what's going to happen in 5 years or when the bill and IRA money runs out, but the key here is that we need to keep our focus globally on this problem and trust that our domestic political processes will continue to allocate money to addressing it. But I'm really encouraged by the trajectory, right? I mean, we've made a lot of progress in it, and I hope that will continue.
And maybe I will add to that. I also can't see the future, but that's a really valid question. I, as a policymaker, we do also have uncertainties regarding the political agenda. Just a couple of weeks ago, our cabinet just fell down, and now we have to wait until November for elections, and then probably it takes 3 to 6 months until we have a government. So how do we go with that uncertainty, and as policymaker, but also how can we provide more clarity to the private sector to make the investments if all these things happen? Our approach, at least from as policymaker, is to get the targets and the roadmaps and the ambitions set so clear that no matter which governments come, they cannot change it. So really having this clear strategy for the long term, I think that could be really good for policymakers to take into account. And not just focus on the next 4 years like all political people want, but we have to make clear how important it is to provide this long-term assurance on policy.
And I just want to add on that also, and we mentioned this in our policy briefs on Tuesday, the gradual phase out of incentives. So you look at the federal tax credit for wind in the United States, and then you can see the wind installations. It goes up, and then it goes down. It gets renewed, and then it gets expired, and renewed, expired, right? Whereas you look in India, for example, the ISTS waiver, they've kind of said it's going to end here, but then it's going to go to 80, and then 60, and then 40, and then 20, and then 0. So there's kind of an adjustment period for developers to get used to going from a subsidy to a no subsidy environment. And so for solar manufacturing, that's something we're advocating for similarly. You can't subsidize this stuff forever. You need to tell your domestic manufacturers, here's your subsidy in year 1, here's in year 2, here's year 3, here's year 4, year 5. if you're not your competitor by year 5, that's your problem. So that sort of gradual phase down of supports, as opposed to kind of a splash of money and then withdraw, and then maybe another splash of money and withdraw, is really, really crucial.
All right, we might have this as the last question of the day.
Hi, this is Gautam. I have a little different time question. The question is that I know we can do all good jobs and all. I'm a data scientist for Ministry of Power, Government of India. So in all this process, I do know there are. If we can measure the things, then actually it will be easy for us to control and manage. So regarding, I recently was working on that the climate trace actually a lot of gives image process, satellite image processing based images through which actually try to detect the different kinds of actually carbon footprint and across, so that we understand. Also there are, through blockchain we can go for actually the traceability of the complete carbon foot chain, actually carbon foot trace and all. But in this regard, from your context, I mean the context over here, so when we are talking about that, okay, we can do, these are the different actually initiatives taken by different governments to manage the carbon and actually all those things. What is your actually viewpoint that how AI and machine learning and can actually play a role over here, along with the blockchain? Blockchain is a more of an IT. So if you can throw some light on it. So how measuring the stops, understanding the footprint from a different perspective, so that it can be managed better way.
Does anyone?
We don't have a CEM initiative on intelligence.
So in many a case actually, okay, I mean there are two aspects actually look after. I mean one is the computer vision image processing through which we try to understand from the satellite images that how the footprint and all. And second thing is like the forecasting, the prediction, statistical or econometric modeling. So those are the two areas actually I look after. So after hearing it, since very recently I'm working on it for the last 9 months. Before that I was in IBM, so I was in a different kind of sort of jobs I used to do. So I was trying to understand that where I can actually make more sense to this kind of actually world. So
maybe as a reaction, again, I'm not wearing the hat of the electrical vehicle initiative, but the IA. So of course, from our side, the core of our analysis or most policy discussions is the data. So and behind the data, or with the data, we can also do modeling. So from our side, I don't have an answer, but rather saying that that kind of work is incredibly important to understand. I mean, if you look for the potential of wind energy or bioenergy, I mean, you need to look, weather conditions changing as well. And these things are where we also internally in-house are trying to always evolve our models. So with the data we have, we get as good analysis as possible, which then can help shape the discussions at the global level, but also hopefully inspire some discussions at the national level. So just to, well, so it's important.
Actually, I'm working with that NREL actually, some not Jal Desai, but some of the people from MI-8 and all there. So the objective, I mean, that we are working in regard to the solar and wind, and actually from the images we are trying to understand that where all actually it can be installed and it will be more effective and all. So in the other session also people are talking about from the images actually if you can understand, I mean for DRE, the distributed renewable energy. So how to understand through GIS and all that, where are the pockets there actually primarily in the underdeveloped and developing countries like Africa and all. So where actually by GIS if you can actually identify the places where actually the solar energy can actually be used through mini grid, so that actually people in those areas can be more effectively actually benefited. So I was coming from those, probably we can get in touch later on. This may not be the right forum. I'm sorry if I've asked a question.
I find it very powerful. I mean, at the same time, you can look at where you have oil or gas. I mean, if you look at maps of different regions and you see what a good potential for wind or solar or biomass, I think it's a very powerful message as well. So.
I might say in the spirit of perhaps trying to leverage the CESC as a contact point into some of those deeper CEM resources, perhaps you can come and have a chat to Jal and I afterwards.
Okay.
But I might call it there. So I want to say thank you to all our panelists. It's been a really engaging conversation, and I've really appreciated hearing all the different perspectives, the unique perspectives, and also some of the, the shared challenges and solutions, and then how we can kind of, share our experience with developing countries, but in line with, their own priorities. So I'd like to say thank you. And thank you also to everyone for attending. It's been great. All right, cheers.
Pintum, Head of IGF. Mr. Shasha from Next to Sun, Germany. Mr. John Grimes, CEO, Smart Energy Council, Australia. And Mr. Kenji Kato, Senior Program Officer, Country Engagement and Partnership, IRENA. And lastly, Mr. Tajima Makoto, ICEP, Japan. And our Honorable Chairman of NSCFI, Mr. Ravi Reddy. And Professor Weber. Sorry for the confusion. Everyone, thank you for joining the Global Policymakers Dialogue on Agri-Renewables. Today, agriculture is a critical sector for global food security and rural development. However, agriculture is also a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change due to its heavy reliance on fossil fuels. Renewable energy provides an opportunity to decarbonize agriculture and reduces environmental impact. Hence, the roundtable today will focus on the following themes and try to shed light in ways to instrument the cornerstones in the practice. Today, we will focus on, firstly, the role of renewable energy in promoting sustainable agriculture, the complex energy-food-water nexus, and how renewable energy can address these challenges. Third, the potential of renewable energy in powering irrigation systems and food processing, storage, and transport. Next, policy and regulatory framework for promoting renewable energy investments in agribusiness. And last but not the least, stakeholder collaboration and partnership for advancing renewable energy in agribusiness. To carry on with, now I would like to call Mr. Deepak Gupta ji, our Honorable Director General NSCFI, former UPSC and former Secretary MNRE, Government of India, to come to dais and give his remarks and set the tone for today's roundtable. Thank you.
Friends, it's a great pleasure to be here. 12 years ago, when we started the National Solar Mission from virtually scratch, there was a sense of great excitement. And now I feel that same kind of excitement as we start our journey for agro-solar. So when we did start that solar mission in 2010, and of course it's a completely different world, we had in the first phase 150 megawatt of 5 megawatt plants and 100 megawatt of 1 to 2 megawatt plants at the tail end of the grid. Now this second component I have not seen discussed or evaluated all this while, though later it has been incorporated in a way under the Kusum scheme. We believed then, right at the start, and I have been arguing since, sometimes for people not listening too much, that the future of solar was decentralized. To produce at the point of consumption, which is the historic opportunity never available before, which is provided by solar, which can produce anywhere at any size. It improves the quality of power and it reduces transmission losses. I remember a World Bank study at that time which said this could even be to the extent of 7%. There are other positive externalities, as all of you know, which will be for the rural economy, which are a great value in itself. So the future is now here in the form of agro-solar. And we stand at the threshold of the real solar revolution. And I dare say, of the next agriculture revolution. So we need to do the right thing. And we are here to discuss what that right thing is. It is evident that solar is India's energy future. It will be required for electricity during the day, afterwards through storage, for charging electric mobility, and as many people are saying, for producing green hydrogen. So I am thinking, just off the cuff, of a figure of 1,500 gigawatt by 2050. Could even be 2,000. How will this be deployed? 10, 15 megawatt of 1 to 2 megawatt plants in about 1 lakh Indian villages, or suitable permutations or combinations thereof, can easily do this. There was a fear that there might be a conflict between agriculture and solar. This is no longer true. Anecdotal evidence, and people will talk about it here, suggests that instead, actually, there will be increase in production, and as a consequence, in farmers' incomes. So the situation has now become win-win. I see only one real problem. Since height of structures is raised, there is additional cost. DISCOMs seem reluctant to pay the required tariff. This gap we must fill. My proposal going forward for the agriculture collective is to deploy in the next year itself. Time is running out. Next year itself, 50 to 100 megawatt at 50 to 100 sites across the states over different crops and with different structures. This will provide alternatives and real evidence, including possible reductions in the cost of the structure itself. We must also study at the same time the actual cost of power supplied at these sites. When I went to AP to study these solar pumps, which were electrified, I was told by the DISCOM that their cost of supply is 6 rupees 50 paisa, likely to increase to 7 rupees 50 paisa in the next 2-3 years, which has already passed. So we need a realistic tariff, and this is what our demonstration projects will be able to tell us, and therefore also tell us about the business models that are possible. We will need about $5 million to help meet this current tariff gap for these demonstration projects. We will look to governments, foundations, CSR, and climate finance. Yesterday, I was attending that session where my ex-colleague Gauri Singh was talking about a fund which had been set up for provide energy access. What better use can there be of this fund? And I was attending a session on hydrogen. Millions of dollars are available for green hydrogen. Ya to de do kuch do-teen. So, which is going to impact the lives of thousands and thousands and thousands of poor Indian farmers. So, I will end by saying that we should no longer discuss why there should be agro-solar. Instead, we should only discuss how to do it, and urgently and at scale. So this is your task today and tomorrow and in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your powerful words. Now I would like to call Mr. Tobias Winter of IGF. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Namaskar, everyone, and thank you very much for the kind invitation, Irina, National Solar Energy Federation of India. Thank you very much, dear Mr. Gupta, dear Professor Weber, Mr. Makoto. Thank you very much for being here. Around 250 gigawatt of solar had been installed in the year 2022 alone. 250 gigawatt. This year, 2023, how much gigawatt of solar is going to be installed on this planet? 350 gigawatt. 350 gigawatt. In 1 year alone, 350 gigawatt, 100 gigawatt more than last year. In optimistic scenarios, from 2030 onwards, Professor Weber, you know these numbers better than all of us, new installations of around 1 terawatt PV per year are foreseen. We now reached in the year 2022, I think, 1.x, maybe 1.2 gigawatt we are right now. Terawatt right now, 1.2 terawatt right now. But imagine by 2030, we may install in 1 year what has been installed until today. And if we see the numbers of how much of those terawatts is going to be ground-mounted, then estimates show that it is going to be above 50%. I know in India it's even more. I think around 90% of the solar capacity, 85 now, 85% of the solar capacity installed in India is large-scale ground-mounted and not rooftop. In Germany, it's different. Tariffs are higher for residential and commercial customers, so it's around 50. And I think globally also it's around 50-50. But imagine the sheer land requirements from those ground-based mounted solar installations itself. We are talking about massive amounts of land being occupied by solar, and this is where agri-PV comes into the picture. Agriculture, it's going to be more and more difficult with more and more heat waves. All over the world, farmers, and especially here in India, I have seen it, are actually installing shade nets. They are putting extra money to be able to grow cash crops, no? How about solar developers offering to these farmers to give them a shade net free of cost, like a greenhouse free of cost, generating electricity on site? So I'm really excited that my government, government of Germany, is actually having intensive talks with government of India, but also with other governments, to actually collaborate on the topic of agri-photovoltaics. And we all know, and that we have seen, I see Mr. Pulipaka here, he had been very much vocal on pushing the agenda for agri-photovoltaics with the National Solar Energy Federation of India. This can only be done together with Ministry of Agriculture, with the agriculture part. And this is why I'm so happy to know that IRENA actually signed a MOU with FAO to cooperate on the topic of agri-renewables. In Germany itself, the new renewable energy law will have a special tariff, premium tariff for agri-PV alone. I don't know if it's because our Vice Chancellor and Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Dr. Habeck, he's actually right here in Goa right now. He actually is a farmer. So when he came into power, he sat together with his colleague from Ministry of Agriculture, and he said, we need agri-PV, and we need agri-PV to be specially mentioned in our renewable energy law. So I'm really excited that Germany is kickstarting this initiative with more force now. But since we're at the very, very beginning, Mr. Gupta, you had mentioned it, we are all at the very, very beginning. We are talking about cooperation with India and other countries on eye-level playing field. Now I see Dr. Sandra here. No, good work has been done in India, but we are still at the very, very beginning. No, so we are talking about kilowatt scale, but we are talking megawatt scale, and at one point of time, maybe also gigawatt scale agri-PV. So exciting times, exciting technology, and an exciting community. IRENA, with its Coalition for Action Working Group on Renewables and Agriculture, has included this topic also in their agenda. Last year, the Indian Minister of State, Sri Bhagwan Kubaji, he actually went to Germany to speak to German farmers about their experiences in agri-photovoltaics. So I'm very excited that this topic will even become more of an important topic, not only for India, but for the entire world. And I'm really looking forward on how we can actually put those pilots on the ground, make them successful, and benefit the energy transition of India, but also the farmer being part of it. So thank you very much. Looking forward to how this can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tobias Ji, for your exciting words. Now I would like to call on Mr. Shasha Tankar, CFO next to Sun, please, for his presentation.
Yeah, hello everybody. Thanks a lot for having me here. It's a quite big honor for us to have the possibility to to give you some insights from what we are already doing. We are focused so far on the German market, but we are also moving into several other markets, and we see, of course, the very huge potential in India. I think India is has very specific challenges. Yeah, it's double the inhabitants per square kilometer than Germany, so it's even more important to keep the agricultural land. And this is, of course, the idea of agri-PV to decarbonize our energy production, but to keep the agricultural land still arable. And I want to show you some slides on how we do this. We have this vertical installation we invented nearly 10 years ago right now. We developed a lot of, we invested a lot of effort in developing it. And I now want to focus on the agricultural use. And what we see here is, for example, it's one example, grassland. We have, fortunately, already some experience since we're working on it for years. And we see that you have a lot of space in between these module rows. Yeah? Normally, they cover less than 1% of the ground. Yeah? Since we mount it vertical, we nearly need no space. Yeah? It's less than 1%. And even with huge agricultural machinery, we can efficiently work on around 90% of the ground. And that's what we see here on in grassland. We see we can do hay and silage production. We can efficiently work with machinery. But of course, we can also do cattle pasture and let them live on the grassland. Yeah? So that's a lot of potential. Here now I show you some pictures on really arable land use. And also here you see that there's a big variety of crops which can be grown there. We see on the upper left hand it's barley. We have lentils. We have peas already grown there. The newest one is the one on the left downside. It's pumpkins in Austria. And the right one is also in Austria, where we grow potatoes. So there is a huge variety of crops which can be grown. Not everyone, since the high is limited. Yeah? So corn, for example, doesn't make sense, or sunflowers. But everything up to around 1.5 meter is easily doable. And so we see a big chance to keep the agricultural land and increase the production. Here I also have some pictures from the, let's say, we all saw many harvesters right now, but here we also see how other operations can be done. Yeah, we see here plowing, rolling, seeding as well, spraying. Yeah, spraying is a special challenge in Germany since the machinery normally are really, really huge. But they have some segments, and you can simply not use all of them, and then you can also do spraying and fertilizing. Yeah? So it's doable. We have a lot of experience with it, and we simply need to do. Yeah? And here a second advantage, which is also from our perspective very important. The second advantage of the vertical is that with east-west orientation, we have peak production in the morning and evening hours, which is completely complementary to what we see in the market. These are data from Germany. Yeah? We see always this peak production at noon. I'm sure that's the same in India as well. And we can add with the vertical east-west we can, let's say, fit the tails. Yeah? We can widen the availability of renewable energy production. So the, let's say, the lag we need to fill with battery, with A2, with whatsoever, we can reduce it. Yeah? We can also increase the speed how we can build more PV in the grid. Since it's more stabilizing than heavily using the grid. Yeah. So that's what we can offer with this technology. I would, here's only a short overview. I think what I wanted to mention is also some regulatory needs. This is more, let's say, also some suggestions to the regulator. We see a need for regulation, that's for sure, since conventional PV is the easiest and cheapest way to build PV. And the biggest challenge is, let's say, to separate it, yeah? Since you already mentioned that we need to separate schemes and so on for agri-PV, that's right. Maybe also building permits on agricultural ground. And there, I think the most important topic is to have a clear rule, what is agri-PV? Yeah, this is some question which many countries currently care for. Yeah, Germany did the DIN spec, which from our perspective is okay, but more so. France, Italy, Japan, many countries are working on that, and I think this is also a challenge for India to get a clear rule set. What is agri-PV and especially what is not agri-PV? Yeah? Since we have a very big difference in the economic revenue of PV compared to agri. Yeah? And whenever you have no rules, you will see a lot of PV, but no agri in the end. Yeah? Everybody will try to use agri-PV, pseudo-agri-PV, we mentioned it, or greenwashed agri-PV, to simply implement conventional PV. And this is, I think, the challenge. And this, I think, for me, this is not the question not to start. We need to start. We need to start right now and move forward. But we need to develop a rule set. We need to adjust it to get a good agrivoltaics environment in India. And we from our side are already active in India, and we would really appreciate to be part of the story here. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you so much for your detailed presentation. And yeah. Just. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming again.
Thank you much, Mr. Tünker. Yeah, so for all know, our Vice Chancellor of Germany and Minister, Dr. Robert Habeck, he's here right now, but he has invited Mr. Tünker to fly with him back to Germany and have a conversation in the plane. That's why Mr. That's why Mr. Tünker is leaving, yeah.
Thank you so much. Next will be Mr. John Grims, CEO, Smart Energy Council, Australia. Please, sir, welcome.
Well, congratulations first to the leadership of IRENA and the Indian Solar National Federation for this conversation. When I think about agri-PV, three things come to mind. The first is, imagine that you're in agriculture in India, in Australia, in Latin America, somewhere around the world. First you think, a solar PV installation is coming near my community. So you think, that's a positive thing. But then you think about it a little bit more, and you've seen all of those photographs of solar PV that dominate the landscape, and you think, crikey, that's a problem, because my farm is going to be left behind. And if you're a farmer, that's a problem. And if you're a community that relies on the production of the land, that's a problem. And so naturally, the anxiety rises. And it's very easy for those who oppose this technology to seize on that natural fear to actually undermine the social license of this movement. And that's why it's so important that all of us, because while we are specialists in agri-PV, we are few in number. 7 billion people in the world, right? They have not heard the story. They have not seen the examples. And so it's absolutely critical that we tell stories relevant to our communities, to our location, to reduce the anxiety, to demonstrate the cohabitation, the multi-benefits that come from a coordinated approach. And we must tell stories that are relevant to our communities. In Australia, a big part of that story is, in a very hot, arid land, when you have solar PV and you have sheep underneath, they actually have shade for the first time in their lives, actually improves the production of the grazing capacity in that land. Now that's a very Australian story, but we need to tell a German story and a Brazilian story and a Japanese story and a Chinese story. And so really critical, that's the first thing, is sort of the social license. Second thing that comes to mind, the applications of agri-PV are limitless, really very fantastic, because you can cut the wire, right? You can have distributed energy in a place that you've never had distributed energy in before. So in a place like Australia, what we're seeing is things like off-grid, PV-driven water heating, and using that water at 86 degrees for sterilising in a dairy farm, right? The law says 86 degrees. We can do that without needing to put the grid infrastructure in, or tapping in, even if the grid is there, might be 200 metres or 5 kilometres away, right? Very expensive to bring that infrastructure. So all of a sudden, you empower people everywhere to access to that energy source, to harness it in lots of different ways. And of course, the gentlemen here are experts in all of those applications, but also incumbent on us to tell those positive stories. The third thing that I think about is the applications for solar beyond the direct applications. So thinking laterally. So my encouragement to our previous speaker was, when we define agri-solar, let's not limit ourselves too much. Of course, we can't, not everything, but let's be creative in how we apply it. Two examples. I went to the hall at the top of the hill, the demonstration hall. They have the technology, and an Indian company has invented, diesel's a big problem, very expensive and very polluting, right? So those applications. But let me give you one more. How about we harness the power of solar PV to draw emissions out of the agriculture sector? And I'm particularly talking about fertiliser. India depends on fertiliser for your agricultural sector. Imagine if we took 0.5% of India's agriculture fertiliser needs. Fertiliser is made from ammonia. Ammonia and fertiliser come from fossil gas. Huge emissions for creating fertiliser. What if we produce, with solar PV, renewable hydrogen, add nitrogen from the atmosphere and create renewable ammonia, and all of a sudden solar PV is pulling emissions out of an area that is very hard to abate, right? And we could use that. India could stand up and say, we'll put up 0.5%. Australia could say, well, we'll put up 1% or 3%, right? And other countries can join. That would provide an offtake agreement which would be of such magnitude that it would underpin the development of a renewable hydrogen industry and actually do amazing things for agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. And unfortunately, John has to also leave and catch his flight. But thank you so much for coming to the session and accepting our invitation. Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Looking forward to India-Australia relationship. The next speaker today will be Mr. Tajima Makoto from ICEP Japan. Mr.
Okay, thank you for inviting me to such an important event today. And I'm going to be presenting Agri-PB World in Japan. I've been acting focal point in this regard since 2020. Okay. Well, why are we so fascinated about Agri-PB? Because among all the renewable energy technologies, we believe Agri-PB provides you the solution for the social issues, environmental issues, and economical issues, and the community issues. And this is very excellent technology if we plan and utilize wisely. Okay, and one market research report recently came out, estimate that the global market size of Agri-PB right now is 3.6 billion. And but it's projected to grow to 9.3 billion in next 10 years. It's not that big as compared to other renewable energy technology, but I think it's big enough for us to pay attention to. Especially if you pay attention to the benefit of Agri-PB can provide you. Okay, this is 101. Okay, Agri-PB 101. So everybody should know why Agri-PB. We need more food and energy. Yeah, and land is very limited. So it's a good idea to utilize limited precious land resources at the same time. So Agri-PB's essential element is dual land use. With using this land, and these are all the examples from the world, you can do whole kinds of agriculture, paddy rice, green tea farming, livestock, and you can grow all kinds of feed crops, aquaculture. This is very big aquaculture solar farm in China, about 1 gigawatt, over 700 megawatt, and the quarter of income comes from aquaculture. And beekeeping, very popular in the United States and also in Spain. You know, bee is a very important pollinator. We depends on 80% of plants depends on the pollinated by bees, and about half of our food depends on the pollinated by bees. But for the last 10 years, we lost about a quarter of the bee population in the northern hemisphere. So U.S. came up with this idea to build a bee, so-called bee belt, introducing pollinator-friendly Agri-PB. Okay, this is 101 again. Okay, so if you produce electricity and food in separate land, okay, that's 100% of the production. But if you combine them and produce them at the same land, you have, say, this is a potato case from Germany, you have 60% more of the production. So which do you choose, you know? Land is so limited, precious resources. So why don't you combine them? Why don't you produce them together on the same land? And also, it shares solar energy too. You know, plants or crops do not utilize 100% of solar energy. Okay, so why don't you share it with production of energy? Isn't this wise choice? Okay, this is too tiny for you to see, so if you're interested, please come to me after this. But this is one of the best practices from Japan, green tea agrivoltaics or Agri-PB. And in the, for high quality tea production, you have 3 elements to be fulfilled. You have to shade the tea plants for the prolonged period, like 3 months or 1 month, with shade net. And also you have to protect the tea plant from intense suns, particularly during summer in Japan. Probably here you have more needs for that. And you have to avoid the frost damage. So in Japan, you have to put up fans always disturbing the air to prevent this frost. Okay, this is conventional way of doing the business, tea farming, but with introduction of agropolitics, you can solve all of these problems, cost and ineffective measures and so forth. And also if you replant tea plant, you wouldn't have any income from tea sales for the next 4 to 5 years, which can be compensated from electricity sale. So this is very wise land use system. And then actually this farm expanded their market to the 30 countries. Now they are exporting to 30 countries because the consumer are getting wise and more conscious to the environment. So, so they do organic farming plus energy production. So there are many countries who has interest in this kind of products. Okay. Okay, this is 101, so I skip it. Okay, Japan. We have about 4,000 farms, agrivoltaic farms right now throughout the country, except only one prefectures. And the number has been growing every year. And there are a variety of crops you can grow. Virtually any kind of crop, if you plant wisely, you can grow them. So currently, over 120 kinds of crops are grown in Japan. Okay, and then new technology is coming up every day, including vertical photovoltaics, APB, introduced by Sasha next to Sun. We introduced this system in Japan, collaborating with Next to Sun, Luxa Japan, German companies. And we are collaborating with other companies in China and also Korea to introduce new system. And Taiwan is very prevalent in aquapolitics. Okay. Lastly, okay, there are many recommendations that I would like to make, but maybe that boils down these 3 points. Okay, promote agri-PV in productive farmland. Okay, because if you plan wisely, it's going to increase electricity production as well as economic farm economy. And but Japan is going backwards. So these are from my positive and negative experiences. And the second one is provide both positive and incentives and restrictions. Okay, Japan goes to the negative incentive approach. Now Japan ruling party LPT is introducing very strict, restrictive measures against the APV. So, but we are lacking positive incentives like German do. And the last 3 establish the law to facilitate and promote sound agri-PVs. This is very important, and Japan has rushed into this market, so we have halfway institutionalization of the laws. So it's now backfiring. So it is very important to think about the laws, guidelines, regulations at the beginning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makoto. The next speaker is Mr. Professor Weber. Welcome, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real big pleasure to be here today because I really, and it has been mentioned by Tobias Winter, I was director of the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems in Freiburg, but my predecessor, the founder of the institute, Adolf Götzberger, already in 1982, when he founded this institute, had the vision that in order to supply the world with photovoltaic electricity, the land use question will be a major question. And he published a paper on the dual use of photovoltaics and agriculture. So this is where we are today. I'm delighted to hear that we are already now talking about gigawatt scale, but we are talking, of course, about much, much bigger needs. We all know that the big danger of climate catastrophe is coming upon us. And I say always, you know, the most unpleasant consequence of climate change might not be in our fantasy yet. We don't know if it will be drought, if it will be flooding, if it will be storms of 200, 300 kilometers per hour magnitude. But one thing is very clear. Very soon, the whole world will wake up and say, what have we been doing? Why didn't we address this issue when we had time to do it, when we had the power to do it, and the technologies to do it? Tobias already mentioned some of the numbers we are talking about, but one number I would like to add. If we really want to seriously come away from CO2 emissions and change the world energy system towards 80%, 90%, 100% renewables, the amount of photovoltaics we need globally is between 30,000 gigawatts and 60,000 gigawatts, 30 to 60 terawatts. Today, and this was mentioned already, we have installed 1 terawatt, but we need within 25 years 30 to 60 terawatts. So what we have up to now is just the embryo of what we are targeting. And of course, then the issue of where do we take the land in order to produce this electricity will become a very serious issue. And I hope everybody here in this room agrees the agricultural use of PV and agriculture together is really a very important solution. In a few years, we will talk about terawatts of agri-PV installations because, and it has been mentioned already, agri-PV combines in an ideal way issues of the land and issues of the solar energy. The first issue is, of course, the dual use. We can use the same land for agriculture and for collecting solar electricity. But there are as well many plants which are very happy to have partial shading because, as you know, the sun is moving towards, in comparison to the earth, and therefore no part of the land will be all the day in the shade. If one makes it in a very intelligent fashion, one can have only 30% shading, one can have more. Depending if more is needed, one can adjust this. But the third point has maybe not yet emphasized enough, and this is the combination of solar and water. As we all know, the water problem will be one of the most important problems of humankind besides the CO2 and climate issue. And of course, solar PV allows to reduce the water evaporation from the ground, allows to reduce the amount of water needed for irrigation. And of course, as we just saw in this very beautiful example, thank you for that, we can use the agriculture PV roof in order to collect rainwater. So we can even increase the amount of water which is available for us. So there is a very close connection between the solar, the agriculture, and the water supply. And I find this really extremely encouraging. So I think what we have been talking in this, and we are talking in this session, is really the real start of what might turn out to be a very substantial fraction of the world's PV installations by using land which is already used for other purposes, for agriculture, for cattle and animal raising, many other purposes, and combine it with the collection of solar electricity. So I really think we will all remember that we have been talking in this session about the start of the agri-PV revolution. I think it will quickly start. We have seen the numbers. I can only tell you one point from my own observation. I have been talking about photovoltaics since 15 years, given many, many talks. When I go back to my slides from 10 years ago, I was always too pessimistic. So all the numbers which I was talking about have been exceeded by reality, and I am quite optimistic that the numbers we have seen right now might even be on the conservative side, because once the economy works, once the realization of the impeding climate disaster becomes general, everybody will ask, how can we improve this? How can we accelerate this? And of course, last point, we should not forget we need as well to manufacture these solar modules for APV and for other PV applications. And this is something I am personally working for in Europe. I'm something in India. You have many initiatives, because in order to come from a 300 gigawatt market to a 1,000 gigawatt market, and in 2035, I actually predict a 3,000 gigawatt annual market. There is so much to do, so much to be produced. We are just at the beginning. And of course, final word, the combination of European, German possibilities and Indian possibilities is a very, very powerful way to do this. So I'm really happy to be here. Mr. Winter has invited me already to quite a few German-Indian forum, and it is always a big, big pleasure, because I see this enormous possibilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Weber, for sharing your valuable experience. The last remarks will be given by Mr. Kenji Kato from IRENA. Please, sir, welcome.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I'm really pleased to participate in this important discussion from the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. Today, let me provide some views from the IRENA. As we meet here today, the critical global development challenges affecting a great share of the world population center on climate change, energy, water, and agri-food. The nexus between these sectors has profound impacts on lives and livelihoods, society, economies, and environment, making them critical to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Lack of access to modern energy services has disproportionate negative impacts on the lives and the livelihoods of low-income communities, mainly in least developed countries and small island development states. This session highlights the pivotal role of renewable energy in agri-food systems. Not only does it lower the emissions, but it also has a potential to increase energy access and improve livelihoods. To fully harness these benefits, it is crucial to share knowledge and mobilize investment through cross-sectoral partnerships. Acknowledging the importance of renewable energy in agriculture, IRENA engaged with a number of partners on this important topic. As you kindly already mentioned, being deployed at various stages of agri-food systems. In addition, of course, as previously mentioned, IRENA's Coalition for Action has a working group dedicated to renewables in agriculture, which focuses on how to jointly advance food security transformations and energy transitions. As we know, energy and the food system are deeply connected. Over 2.5 billion people worldwide rely on agriculture for their livelihoods, and agri-food systems consume about 30% of world's energy. Meanwhile, this energy is responsible for a third of agri-food systems emissions. A coordinated approach to the energy transition and the food system transformation is not only a key driver for our development, but a necessity to make them more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Energy is required at each stage of the agri-food value chain, from primary production to processing, storage, transport, retailing, and cooking. The lack of access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy not only inhibits the growth of the sector, but also strongly influences farmer incomes, food loss and security, health, and climate resilience. The role of women along the agri-food value chain is also of a critical importance. Studies by IRENA and FAO have also shown that women produce between 60% to 80% of the food in most developing countries, yet they have increasing difficulty gaining access to resources and services, making women farmers more exposed to climate risks. In many ways, the energy agriculture nexus directly or indirectly touches on every aspect of society, economy, and environment. However, continued reliance on fossil fuels to meet energy needs in the agriculture sector could bring challenges associated with price volatility and supply shocks, in addition to the steep environmental costs. Scaling up the use of locally available and increasingly affordable renewable energy solutions can be an effective way of meeting growing energy needs in the sector, whether for electricity, heating, cooling, or transport. The evidence base of their business case is growing. I would like to highlight a few action points. First, the efforts are needed to improve the data and information base. In this regard, besides other knowledge products, IRENA is conducting detailed country assessment in several countries to assess the energy demand and the supply and how renewables can meet this demand, energize different nodal points across the selected agri-food value chains, and bring mechanization. Secondly, it is important to increase access to finance and facilitate the development of holistic approaches. IRENA's flagship initiative, Empowering Lives and Livelihoods Renewables for Climate Action, focused on increasing access to finance on concessional basis, aimed at complementing existing renewable energy financing facilities and helping overcome the financing challenges faced by smallholder farmers and small to medium businesses in the agricultural value chains in accessing affordable finance. Lastly, we need to mainstream cross-sector perspectives into national and regional strategies. IRENA, through its Knowledge Policy and Finance Center, is offering dedicated support to the governments in setting up comprehensive policies and regulations which consider renewables for not just energy access, but beyond to other socio-economic sectors. IRENA continues to work closely with governments, financial institutions, and partners, including many present here at CEM and MI, on undertaking agri-food value chain assessment, designing renewable energy solutions, identifying the right financing instruments, and supporting project facilitation. I would like to thank all the participants for taking part in this important discussion. I'm looking forward to hearing your insight and perspectives on the role of solar energy in promoting sustainable agriculture. At IRENA, we remain committed to advancing a nexus approach to the energy transition and building partnerships that break sectoral silos so that we can continue working together for our people and the planet towards shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kato, for your remarks. Now, I would like to hand over to my CEO, Mr. Subramaniam Pulipaka, for the overview of India Agri-PV Alliance and launch of second edition of India Agri-PV Landscape Report jointly by NSCFI and Indo-German Energy Forum. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Wang, and a very warm good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being patient listeners. Now we're going to hear from you very soon. I actually had 5 minutes. Now I have minus 7 minutes to speak. So I'll try to keep it very quick. As I'm here today in 3 roles. As you're all aware, I'm the CEO of National Solar Federation of India. We've been driving Agri-PV advocacy since last 7 years. When we started talking about Agri-PV 7 years back, it was only 4 of us, including him, me, and 2 others who were part of both of our organizations. Today, to see a room full of people who are interested, relevant, and also an integral part of it is a really heart-warming gesture. Today, I'm very happy to introduce 2 key initiatives for launch. I'm very happy to acknowledge the support of multi-stakeholders who are involved in ensuring we set up a platform that will not just talk about the solar side of Agri-PV, but also the agriculture side of Agri-PV, the financing side of Agri-PV, the community angle side of Agri-PV, and also, most importantly, the implementation side of Agri-PV. With the help of 70 like-minded organizations, we are going to officially launch the India Agri-PV Alliance. We are very happy to acknowledge the support of India Climate Collaborative through Bloomberg Philanthropies, who are supporting the alliance in and out. And I'm also very happy to share most of the alliance members are here as a part of the roundtable today, and we would like to hear from them during the course of the next 45 minutes of the roundtable. The idea of the alliance, and I don't want to take much time, is that whenever we talk about Agri-PV, the narrative is dominated by the solar side of the Agri-PV part. We often comfortably ignore or overlook the other angles of it. So why, when we want to advocate about a policy which should be comprehensive and which should cover all the aspects of Agri-PV, if we don't have other stakeholders, then the relevance and value of the advocacy will be closer to zilch. That is the reason why we want to set this alliance. We have support of a lot of like-minded bodies, including CW, CSTEP, TERI. We also have the Chamber of Food and Agriculture, part of the Principal Action Committee, Indian Society of Agriculture Economists. From the international side, we have IGF, we have ICEP. So we made this alliance with the support of all the stakeholders an end-to-end advocacy platform, which will not only talk about the energy aspects or the agriculture aspects, but also from the community angle. We have one of the largest FPO bodies part of the alliance. We are trying to onboard, and this is something that we are also guilty of doing as a federation. Most of the advocacy is happening at the central level, but these things have to happen at the state and the local level. So we are trying to bring that advocacy with that force and potent to the local level, and start with 2 states in the first year and go ahead with that. So I'm very happy to informally or formally announce the launch of this Agri-PV Alliance. We are going to have all the partners together with us. We can skip the video. And we'll be having a huge gathering of the 70 Alliance partners in the last week of August or first week of September. All of you are invited, where we will be formally launching the Alliance. We're going to talk about the objectives and the work we are going to do in a span of 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years. Coming back to the global context, today I'm also wearing the hat of IRENA, where I chair the IRENA Coalition for Actions Working Group, which was mentioned on renewables in agriculture. We have 38 organizations there who are not just part of the solar or microgrids, but are also the other aspect of it is both of them are the most sensitive aspects today in the world, if not in India. We acknowledge the importance of renewables in our fight against climate change. We know the importance of the water, energy, food nexus, but we are unable to juxtapose both of them to come out with a comprehensive policy. So I hope and wish that we use multi-stakeholder platforms, not just in India, but also abroad, to establish meaningful discourse to begin with, but translate that into action on the ground. With this, the third role that I'm talking about is we have been engaged for the last 6 years with our partners from IGF in documenting all the nitty-gritties of the existing the dignitaries on the dash before we start the roundtable to formally launch the second edition of the report. I would also request Mr. Ravi Kumar Reddy, Chairman of NSCFI, to join us on the stage, Mr. Alex from ISA to join us on stage, Ms. Shweta from ICC to join us on the stage, and Ms. Pooja from Bloomberg to join us on the stage. And all of you are going to get copies of it, hard copies, and I hope we are in a position to come out with a bigger report next year where we'll talk about more installations in India and how they're doing it.
Please. Thank you so much.
So now let's move on to the interesting part of the discussion. As you must be seeing behind the screen behind me, we have 4 things that are interesting here that we would like to use to start the discourse. Before that, I want to acknowledge the presence of our partners here from Terry, from C-Step, from ISA, from Sunmaster, from Sunseed. We also have representatives from GGGI, KFW, and other partners who are helping us since last 3 years to maintain and establish a meaningful discourse on the issue of agri-PV. I'm handing it over now to Catherine, my colleague, who will be moderating this entire panel or roundtable. But before I hand it over to her, let me give a small preface, if I may say so. So we are dividing today's discussion into predominantly 4 brackets. If you see the screen here, the entire agri-PV discussion or agri-renewable discussion centers on these 4 pillars. The first one is the finance, which is the most important aspect and the least talked aspect. The second one is the policy, which is of course absolutely necessary. The third one is the agriculture part of the equation. And last, renewables, because mostly we talk about renewables every time in the first agenda, but today we kept it as last. So I'm handing it over to Catherine, who will talk about the rules of the discussion and guide you through the next 40 or 24 minutes of discussion. Over to you, Catherine.
Thank you so much, Subbu sir. So today's discussion is very crucial and important for the deliberations to happen. Since we lack time, initially we had 2 minutes and we would like to absolutely stick to it. We have a timer. So we have divided it, as Subbu sir said, we have divided it into 4 structures and further divided the 4 sections into 4 focus areas. So every section has 4 key areas. We have left it open-ended. It's not question-based, it's area-based. So all the 4 areas will be on the screen in front of you. Whoever is willing to talk about one particular topic, you may please raise your hand. Somebody will get you a mic and you can start talking about this. But a humble request, please introduce yourself before you start your inputs upon a particular topic. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So thank you very much. My name is Kees Kwant from the Netherlands. Yes, I would like to talk about renewables, agri-renewables. So the discussion here today is very much about the introduction of photovoltaics in very, let's say, in a very good way. So I'm very congratulations with that. But when I talk about renewables, there are also a lot of other sources that can be used in the agricultural sector. For example, biogas, use of other agri residues. So I was wondering, why do you only look at photovoltaics, and why do you not look at, let's say, the complete energy system with all the resources that are available in the agricultural land? Because I think when you do it integrated, it creates more possibilities.
Yeah, the floor is open. We have these 4 quadrants. If we can stick to these 4 quadrants, it will be great. But yeah.
The idea is that we have been talking about agri-renewables for a long time, but there are specific contours of it which need most of our intervention and intervention. If we look at the renewables part, somehow we got started while I want to come in the end, is that how can the co-location aspect be improved or can be sort of improvised to accommodate more solar while not at the cost of agriculture? What are the business models of integration? How to measure in a quantitative way? If you're going to a farmer, we have to tell him that, you know, when you install solar, your yield might increase or your revenue might increase or both might happen. So how can we demonstrate that? And last one is, what are the best practices? This is on the renewables front. If you go to the finance front, which I would like to be on the top priority today for us, because since last 2 days in the G20 meeting, I'm overhearing any sentence, every sentence either starts or ends with finance. So that is the importance of climate finance today, especially when you talk about financing renewables, it's a no-brainer. Today, India's 100% FDI for renewables, other countries follow it. Agriculture financing has its own, you know, checks and balances. But when you ask someone whether they fund agri-renewable, they'll say no. Because that's something that is an intersection area which is yet to prove its bankability or assessment of risks. So how can that be addressed? What are the innovative financing models? What are the financial instruments like grant-related funding? How can that be leveraged? Philanthropic funding, how can that be leveraged? Development banks funding, how can that be leveraged? Sovereign funding, multilateral, bilateral agencies. And fourth one is the bottlenecks for funding and implementation. Maybe let me take the leverage of, liberty of starting. I have 2 people who should talk about finance. First Pooja, and then I'll come to Alex. So maybe you can start.
Sure. Maybe just quickly to say that, yes, philanthropic funding is really small and precious. So, you know, we have to be very careful. But, and Bloomberg Philanthropies works across 25 countries, developing countries in supporting renewable energy work and clean energy development through partners in capacity building, sharing evidence, and also convening to mobilize finance. In India also, we're working at the national and state level. And I would say that this is an area actually where we didn't venture out, though we are looking at solar rooftop. I think it is the enthusiasm of India Climate Collaborative and NSEFI, you know, the way they make this sound so fantastic. So I think what we really need is more research and support to sort of evidence the potential of implementing this agro-photovoltaics. And then, you know, just the techno-economical aspect of it, the policy and regulatory implications around it, the risk analysis, keeping in mind the food security aspect. You know, so those are some of the things when that is established, I think it becomes easier, and the impacts are established, it becomes easier for philanthropies to take on that risk.
Oh, excellent. I think all 3 points, policy, standards, and third one is on the pilots. Before I come to you, I have Alex here, who was on that side of funding. Now he's on the spending side of it with ISA. What do you want to say?
Yeah, so firstly, thank you so much for the invitation. This is a really fantastic report and a really critical topic. I just kind of want to start with financing and move to policy. So, you know, I see in some of these projects, you know, you have a PPA of 3.2, 3.4 rupees per kilowatt hour. You have very bankable off-takers. This is something India's done really, really well, making sure that DISCOMs and SECI is bankable. And this is something ISA is trying to replicate in developing countries around the world. I think from a policy perspective, it's really important to properly value these systems. So if you think of in India, the transmission and distribution cost is 1 rupee per kilowatt hour. So a 3.4 PPA is actually like a 2.4 utility scale PPA. So it seems expensive, but it's actually cheaper than utility scale solar, and much, much cheaper than utility scale coal. So I think that's really, really important for policymakers to say, you know what, rather than comparing agri-PV to the cost of solar parks, let's compare it to the cost of coal instead. The last point I want to make a note of, and I want to commend our friends at IGEF and GIZ and CFI for taking leadership on this. And I really hope as ISO we can take some of these lessons in terms of South-South collaboration. So for example, we've already got projects on agricultural applications like solar water pumps and solar cold storage. And I think agri-PV fits very nicely in terms of that narrative around supporting farmer incomes and using the agri-PV for productive use applications or for off-grid areas where you don't currently have electricity access. The economic benefits become even stronger.
You want to add something?
Good evening. This is Ashwini Verma from NTPC. So I am just extending the question what Mr. Kees Quant has just asked regarding the why only agro-voltaic system. It is a very good system. It is a very nice concept. We should follow it. But in addition to that, within NTPC, we are also exploring the concept of agroforestry. So with agroforestry, can we replace the coal? Because such type of concept is already there in the plants in UK DREX, and same has been demonstrated very successfully. So in the case of agroforestry, by utilizing same land, it has been seen that the fertility of land improves, water table increases, and the farm income gets doubled. So that is also one arena we think that we should focus on that, and it is highly ignored in current times. So I think there should be some stress on that. So just I want to know the opinions of the panelists on that.
Yeah, I am Rajan Varshney from NTPC. I want some discussion should be on bifacial photovoltaics, vertically which are mounted. They don't occupy the agricultural land and movement of tractors and all, and you don't have to park them on the mount them on the stilts. So should we not to promote those things which don't affect the agriculture as such?
That's a very valid thing, and that is also one of the things we're trying to do, non-intrusive agri-PV. So you don't actually intrude on agriculture, but you still get PV. Sunseed has already done some of it.
Yeah, hi. This is Vivek Saraf. I'm the founder of Sunseed APV. We're building agrivoltaic solutions. So I guess, so bankability is the key if you want to scale up agrivoltaics, right? And now there's two kinds of risks, if we broadly define it, in agrivoltaics. One is like the actual agrivoltaics risk, that okay, now you have solar panels, you're blocking light. Now have you really figured that out? And so that can be done through science, right? Going by first principles, figuring out what do the crops need in different growth phases, and then making sure that it aligns with what you're able to provide the crop with your setup. And the second aspect is actually about just pure play agri risks as well, right? So forget about agrivoltaics. Now, if you need professional capital and huge amounts of it to come into agrivoltaics, then what about the agri-specific risks that are there? Like, oh, unseasonal rain, my crop's wiped out. Now, that's not going to make things bankable. So that's where I think, integrating protected climate-controlled cultivation with solar generation, that's where, that can really help. So this is like really highly productive agriculture, and quite reasonably, it's already proven. Like a small country like Netherlands, right? I mean, major exporter because of protected cultivation that they've, figured that out, climate control. So I think integrating that with solar, and it brings money into agriculture as well. That's one thing that's less talked about, is that, you need to bring capital to agriculture, especially in India where it's like starved of capital, and this is a great way of doing it.
No, that's very important thing. While we are looking at financing, we should look at the agriculture risk of agri-PV also, and that's a very important point. C-STEP also has done a lot of analysis on that. Do you want to throw anything? Then I will come to Kazri and GGGI.
So I just would like to talk about the financial instruments for small and medium farmers, mostly on the end user financing side. So like particularly for the farmer-owned business model, access to finance is a really big bottleneck, and because farmers are touted as risky. So we can look at de-risking mechanisms like credit guarantee funds. So NABARD already has a credit guarantee fund, and it is NABARD gives it to the FPOs for agricultural purposes. So we can sensitize the financial institutions to maybe include agri PV in their portfolio. So.
Okay. Yeah. Myself, Dr. Priyabrata Satra. I am working as a research scientist, working as a principal scientist in Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Just I am giving the background that I am working in Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India. And in our organization, the food production is our major target. And we have 105 research institutes in the country under the umbrella of Indian Council of Agriculture Research. And around 5,000 research scientists are working on the agriculture production system in the country, starting from Jammu Kashmir to even to Andaman. And even in Goa, we have 20 kilometers away, our research institute is there. So every agro-ecosystem, we have a specific research institutes. So we also developed this concept along 6 or 7 years before. In 2016, we first developed the Agri-PV researchable model in the country in our institute, Central Arid Zone Research Institute, Jodhpur. And for the last 5-6 years, we are in continuous touch with NACFI, then IGF on GIZ to further promote this thing. And I am very much happy that this has come to a scale now that a lot of people are talking about this Agri-PV, and every week I am getting so many calls in our discussions. And we also developed alliance for this specific purpose. But we have, I have some submissions as a researcher point of view, because I always think in a different way and always counter argument with the people from different thoughts. Since we are working in the country with 85% farmers are marginal farmers, having a land holding of 1 hectare or 2 hectare. So sometimes when I want to upscale this agrivoltaics in the farmers field, because we are closely contacts with the Krishi Vigyan Kendras, around 600 KVKs in our systems are working, who are closely transferring the technology to the field. And when I promote this agrivoltaic to the farmers field, I face a lot of challenges. It is not so straightforward that I will install this system in the agricultural field. As we know that 85% farmers having a very low land holding. So we have to develop some bankable models with 1 acre model or 1 hectare model. That should be the most viable solution to further push up different technological solutions to those models. Number 2, this agriculture part, the production system under Agri-PV, there are a lot of researchable issues, and we have to develop, as Ms. Pooja Madam was telling in the beginning, that techno-economics part needs to be further evaluated. It is not like that some crops will be introduced in some of the PV system and it will work fully, because we are also discussing with Vivek also, because he just 2 years before established and he is facing a lot of difficulties in growing the crops under the Agri-PV system. So there are a lot of researchable issues, and we need to give much more focus on the R&D issues of growing crops under the PV system. So these are the
different cultivation habits in India, indigenous cultivation habits. So definitely, I think we need to do the study on that. So I'll talk about the financing, and also just as a background, I also come from a farming family, so also looking at it from the farmer's perspective. Farmers get electricity for free in India, but of course it is extremely erratic and unreliable. So now we are asking them to invest in something where they pay for not only for the electricity but also for the capex. So definitely we have to think of innovating financing mechanisms. And RBI, the Reserve Bank of India, central bank, has priority sector lending for agriculture, which in a lot of cases goes unutilized because farmers as a category are not very credible, because of the political issues as well, where every year before elections, the farmer loans get waived off. So then we are talking about that aspect of financing as well. However, that being said, what we need to demonstrate to farmers is really, and I learned a lot about the kind of value additions which are possible in the farm outputs by using, technologies like shelters, better irrigation, rainwater harvesting. So basically what we need to demonstrate to the farmers really and the integrated option is what do you do with this electricity and what are the farmer applications which are possible with this electricity and how are we then able to say do cooling or other things where you are adding more value and increasing not only the productivity of the farm but also increasing the value addition to that as well. The last thing I would want to point out is there are very innovative financing mechanisms which have been piloted in India in the agriculture space in terms of how do you tie in your cash flows with the cash flows of the agricultural produce. So thinking around those lines as well in terms of what are the working capital requirements of farmers and how the cash crop patterns link and hence thinking of that as well. Thank you.
Professor Weber?
Yes, very interesting discussion, and I just would like to add one argument because I fully appreciate the argument that farmers are conservative and don't want to come up with a lot of cash or debt if necessary in order to get into this field. But why not think about a solution which in Germany is now extremely successful by a company like Enpal, who says you don't have to put a penny down. We install the solar system. We give you some money per month, per year from this, and we operate and we sell them the electricity, I think this doesn't apply to all situations, but I think one should as well add this to the portfolio, that there can be companies, financial companies, who find this as an interesting market and who develop such a product, offering the farmer yields either the area or at least we saw the next to sun model, the boundaries of the areas. And some other companies installs the PV, sells the electricity, and gives the farmer additional cash instead of having a debt burden.
Excellent point, Professor Weber. We also have Mr. Abhishek Dupar from Alliance for Solarized Irrigation.
Yeah, so hi, this is Abhishek Dupar from International Copper Alliance, and we also have an Alliance for Solarized Irrigation where NSCFI and like-minded organizations are a part of it. Though I'm not a financial expert, but I have few points to share. One, as the gentleman suggested, we can also look at something like an ESCO-based model where the installation will happen and the farmer will pay in the model of pay as you earn or pay as you save. So what will happen, the money is put by an entity such as ESL does for the energy efficiency project. Somebody can put that and the farmer can pay gradually over a period of time. If you know, there are Kisan credit cards, right? So those kind of things can be linked with if somebody wants to put a small agri PV plant or a solar water pump, the limit can be extended. Can he do it on a no-cost EMI model? Third, when we were talking about the agricultural risks of washing away of the crops itself, so there is already a Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So can the scope of that be extended for the de-risking of the issues with the solar agri PV plants? These are from my
This is
side.
excellent point.
Me?
We have on finance, yes. Please go.
Yeah.
So
hello everybody.
And after him.
Hello everybody. My name is Anil Layagar. I am representing a multitude of farmer producer companies who are operating at the grassroots level. We have designed a concept called Integrated Solar Agriculture Project, in which green energy will be used as an energy booster and launching pad for making farmers as agripreneurs. So under this concept, every farmer producer company will have a 50,000 farmers, both as shareholders as well as employees of the company. Under this concept, each FPC, that is farmer producer company, will be owning a solar power project of 100 megawatts. So each FPC will own a 100 megawatts power plant. The revenues from the power plants will be used as a seed capital for supporting organic farming. So in this concept, each farmer will get a salary of 15,000 per month from the revenues of the solar project, as well as all the inputs for natural or organic farming will be borne by the FPC. So farmer doesn't have to spend even single rupee from his pocket. As a result of that, we can make the farmers to encourage and go for the organic farming. Entire crop will be insured 100%. So likewise, we designed this project for all over the country. The single base unit is one assembly legislature constituency. Each constituency will have one farmer producer company with 50,000 farmers and one solar plant of 100 megawatts in a 500 acres of land. That 500 acres of land will be used for supporting vertical platform for solar plant, as well as the revenues for supporting the remaining lands in the entire assembly constituency. Likewise, we have designed this concept for generating 315 gigawatts of solar power across the country. As a result, and this as financially, this is going to be more viable because in single year, we can repay the entire investment on solar farming, because we are going to add this revenue from organic farming for repayment of the loan taken for solar power plant. And as a result of this project, we may be in a position to supply each unit at the cost of 1 cent per unit. 1 cent, that is 80 paise per unit. Because in a single year, we can repay the entire amount. So, apart from that, we are proposing the government that whatever the free power that is being supplied to the farmers, the entire bill will be paid by the farmer producer company, so that it will not be a loss on the discoms. And this is the first project which will be meeting 14 of 17 SDGs. So, if you allow me, we will present this. There's a film of 5 minutes which will give. No, this project will give this. What are the problems we have been discussing for the last 1.5 years? The single project will give the solutions, because farmers will be the owners of these solar power plants.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. This is Kavita Sahani, representing Go Carbonex Solutions Private Limited. And as Sir said, that there's a solution, and when we have invest little in the farmers and little bit of hand holding could prove, I mean, you could build a confidence in them, then the things will carry on well. We are working in the area of AWD, that is in sustainable rice production, where we are working with farmers. And this is basically methane avoidance from the rice fields. So we are helping them with small pipes where methane will not get emitted, and it will help them also generate some carbon credits, and it will supplement to their income as a source of income. And this small things, this hand holding with help them, and little bit of confidence building, and with the help of local NGOs, you can have a monitoring system which helps them, you know, have confidence that, yeah, this is the process, because the mindset has to change gradually. And this is very important. You have to convince them properly. So AWD and agroforestry as well as sericulture, we are working on these areas. And yes, I think they are changing.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Go ahead.
So, a few points. My name is Suhail. I work in Voltaics Alpha, which is supported by Tata Power. The expressions that I'm making, these are my personal, not from Tata Power, please. So, when we are looking from the DISCOM perspective at agrivoltaics, we are looking at large plants which could be 30 megawatt and above. So what essentially we think is that we need farmer energy producing organizations. I mean, the farmers can come together, the land can be aggregated, and farmer energy producer organization can sell the electricity to a private buyer. It could be a group captive, let's say, or it could go to the DISCOM. But generally, DISCOMs will not pay 5.5 or 4.5 rupees per unit. They'll pay only 3.5. Though the average power purchase cost, at least in Delhi, is about 6.8 rupees per unit right now. But most of my colleagues are not interested in agrivoltaics. I'll be very honest with the challenges that I'm facing. From the technology perspective, or from the technical aspect, the evacuation of the energy is always challenging. I mean, the longer the distance for evacuation of the energy, higher the cost of the plant. So some incentive or some support from the government is needed. For example, UP government has already installed a lot of solar plants. These are ground mounted, but the UPPCL, the state corporation, supported in the evacuation. From the policy perspective, of course, I mean, when I talk about such a scheme with some of my friends from some other DISCOM companies, they tell me, wow, this is a great opportunity. We do not have land for solar installation. This might be a good opportunity for us to get the land for solar installation, and who cares about farming? So yeah, I mean, there's some, I mean, like, the policy as such should push, but should also control. So as Sir mentioned, I mean, some aspect is needed on that. Combining it with ESG or climate resilient agriculture will also help. So some philanthropic organizations will look at this from climate perspective and would be interested.
Thank you, Sohail. We have a time for another 2 or 3 interventions, so please keep it short. I'm switching to Mr. Surinder from Sun
Good
Master.
afternoon.
He made, he's responsible single-handedly for the tomato price hike. They sold Agri PV tomatoes for millions. I don't want to say how many. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Surinder Ahuja from Sun Master, and we has developed 2 solar agri PV plant outskirts of Delhi. Both are 2.5 megawatt each, and in one of them, in 1 acres of land, like in the month of February, we start growing tomatoes, and we got cherry tomato, and in 1 acres we sold we just earn approximately less than 1 lakh rupees, and we sold 400 kgs of cherry tomatoes at the time of the of this hike. And this is the story with the agri PV. I'll just come up with the points which is related to raised by one of my colleague from NTPC. He is looking into the vertical installations of the solar panel. As of my opinion, if we are going to install the solar panels in a vertical direction, a vertical way, so there will be a shadow on the crop. And if the shadow will come, there will be a less cultivation, like we have to leave that space for the vegetable cultivation on anything else, with the bifacial panel as well. Although there is another way, we can design the bifacial panel in this way, like we have 50% transparency or we have 40% transparency in it. Presently, the bifacial panels in the industry is come up with the 92%, only 8% transparency out of it. And if we are talking about the bottlenecks of the agri PV in India now, there is no clear policy. That's the first thing. Second is related to there is a grid connectivity. There is no grid connectivities, and discoms are not going to connect the farms because they don't have a network to evacuate the power. And there is no clear picture on the agri PV, so the bank is not going to be finance the venture. Yes, the banks are there. We already knocked down 100 crores from SIDBI for these projects, but we are giving our mortgage to them as a property and all to get the more funding from them. And they are ready to do it, and they made the agri PV, like they made the fund of 100 crores for the small farmers, but there will be entrepreneur in it who is going to take responsibility for entire plant and the production of cropping and all the things. But in terms of the income, if we are talking about the banking peoples or the financial people, they are not going to calculate, and they are not going to be based on the agriculture income while they are going to fund us. They are just taking in the picture whatever you are going to sell out the money out from the electricity and all. That's all. Thank you.
Anshumanji from Gram Urja.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anshuman, and I am from Gram Urja Solutions Private Limited. We have been in remote village energy access since 2008, and inspired actually by the Fraunhofer ESA in Freiburg. So this is something I just wanted to make a comment. So, for, agriculture, we really have worked in very remote villages in places like Gadchiroli, Chandrapur, in districts like Nandurbar, in districts like Palghar, and, very remote areas. We have enabled around 2,500 farmers with around 500 pumps. This is group irrigation schemes. And these are mostly for enabling them with a second or third crop. The main issue there being that connectivity to the farm for electricity has been an issue, and getting diesel also in these remote areas, as our colleague from Australia mentioned. Now, I was part of this delegation with IGEF to Munich last month, and after that, looking at Tobias's, passion for agri PV, I came back and I started talking to a lot of people in North India, large farm holders, and saying, let's start doing some pilots here. And I think exactly what Surinder said right now, 2 issues came up, which is the closest place where we can get connectivity. And secondly, ultimately, if we have to sell power to the discom, what is the guarantee that the money comes on time? So I think I'm quite sold on this idea. Personally, I'm willing to bet my own farm to this. But my problem is that these 2 things need to be sorted out. I think one point which Professor Ike, mentioned is that specialists, ESCOs who will take up this responsibility of setting up these solar plants could be an answer, and I'm willing to, Gram Urja is willing to work very aggressively on this together with all of you. Thank you.
So the last intervention of today is from Dr. Saxena from TERI, sir.
Thank you so much. I think many of the important points have already come. Beautiful suggestions, good suggestions. But most important is to see that how do we get the farmer on board. Number one. We have to convince him that you have to be, this is a practical proposition, it may not hurt you, and he is not going to put any money from his side. He's going to earn. And how do we make that value proposition? It is going to create employment. It is going to get him additional revenue. I'm giving you an example of a World Bank funded scheme which we did in Punjab. It was a pilot project was there, Pani Bachao Paisa Kamao. So the incentive which was given there was that there is a designated amount of electricity which you were using. The electricity is free to the farmer. But if you save, whatever unit you save, you will get 4 rupees per kilowatt hour. So to enroll the farmer was a challenge. We could enroll only about 100, some number plus farmers. And with that incentive only we could enroll him. So I think that is what you have to get on board, that you please come. And I think initially you have to hold hand of the farmer. And once the pilot projects are implemented in various conditions and then you get the sort of a revenue streams sustained, then I think it will roll on its own. So I think funding, etc. is all doable perhaps.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all of you. All of you deserve a huge round of applause for being here, for being part of this narrative. Like I said, when we started, it was a room of 4. Today we have 40. For traveling all the way here and being here on a very rainy monsoon weekend. Thank you very much. Please join us for a photo here.
cities of future. Of course, the future is coming. Of course, there are cities in India. And I'm going to explain a little bit how this comes together. And while we had this discussion of district cooling, in the very initial times, I was said, no, district is something else in India. So we're not talking about cooling the entire district. We're talking with district cooling, on centralized cooling, more than one building, basically. Of course, it should be a larger building, and of course, it depends very much on the cooling demand required on those, let's say, buildings altogether. I think you are all aware that the building environment eats about 35% of the energy demand in India, out of which 40% is going on cooling. And if you have in mind that only about 10% of all apartments have air conditioned as of now in India, and compare this with other countries, you can foresee what is the future demand increase. Then top it with global warming, and then you come up with projections. Just take the National Cooling Action Plan. They're talking about times 11. If you take the energy demand and assume a lot of energy efficiency, it's only about times 4. But in absolute numbers, we are increasing the demand from some 130 to more than 580 terawatt hours. A few years ago, this is half of the entire India electricity demand. It's more or less the entire electricity demand of Germany. So this is coming up in the less than 20 years for India on those projections. So we have to do everything to reduce that demand. And the question, how can it be done? And district cooling is one of the solutions. It has been done in US, Paris, you come to Berlin, go to Potsdamer Platz, and you see, and we are happy to showcase district cooling there. I think Qatar is nowadays one of the largest district cooling provider worldwide. While reading the guidelines, I was astonished and said, something is missing there. Because actually, when I recall my visit to Amber Fort in Jaipur, that thing has been already installed there a couple of 100 years ago. You find those beautiful, nice alleys where water was poured through the Amber Fort, especially for cooling. And it's very similar. So we are talking about centralized cooling being applied there. So what is new about it? Not too much. With the only disadvantage is not being really applied in India on a mass scale as of now. Because split ACs are so much easier and very, very decentralized. But they're so inefficient. So why don't we go for, let's say, kind of centralized cooling? Of course, it's much cheaper if you do it centralized. It's far more efficient. I'm not talking about refrigerant. So this kind of global warming gases are horrible for the planet. But coming from an energy perspective, if you add the peak requirement for each apartment, of course, CAPEX is much higher in comparison to simultaneous factor using for large-scale appliances. So you're saving a lot on CAPEX and OPEX, and you avoid peak demand. And now another trick for centralized cooling, you can use thermal storage. So instead of using solar, and a few of you might have just attended AgriBV session here, Of course, solar is coming only during daytime, but of course you want to have cold sleeping areas during nighttime. So where's the cooling coming from? Not from sun at that very point in time. So we need some kind of storage. You can think about electrical storage, battery, pump storage, whatever. But if you think about thermal storage, so much easier. So let's say straightforward, easily to achieve, and nearly scalable to any point. You have less heat for the environment. If you save electricity, you don't heat up the environment, which you do with split ACs. Then you have a professional staff, so you have more labor. While having a professional staff for centralized cooling, you have better maintenance and better operational experience. If you talk about the centralized thing, you need a professional company doing it. So I would say it's a kind of cooling discom. It's like a gas grid. So think about just water piping, and this can be also offered as cooling as a service. If you go even one step further, you can avoid a lot of electricity by using absorption technology. So if you have close by a heating source, could be from an industrial company, then you even lower the electricity demand further very significantly. Let me also mention some disadvantages. Of course, if you cross public roads with your water pipelines, you need some rights, as you need for your gas pipes. This is a regulatory issue, can be solved easily, but needs to be done for this country. You have a company in charge for running it. And to be real honest, and I'm, as I mentioned, a discom utility guy, from a discom perspective, it's a marvelous captive customer. From the perspective of a customer, you're depending from that company for the whole lifetime of your apartment, more or less. So I would say it's like a marriage. Treat each other nicely, don't overcharge, but on the other hand, don't fool around with the discom and pay on time. Then you have a lovely marriage, then it will work out fantastically. Otherwise, of course, you can think of some risk and some kind of nuances coming from both sides. So let me thank for all the activities to AEEE, Satish. You and your team did a marvelous job bringing all together, actually running the project, which we got sponsored in behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economy and Climate Change. I have to thank KPMG and UNEP with us together, also iShri, my team of GIZ bringing it together, especially Markus Wieper and Anneli Stutz. But last not least, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, under your guidance, we enabled this project, and I'm so thankful that we can launch the guidelines today. Thank you very much for coming today this late hour, and looking forward to the other presentations and the discussion at the end. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Dam, for sort of, this, the introduction, and for really setting the context so eloquently. And that kind of, helps us move on to the next part of our agenda, wherein we really sort of, have been eagerly waiting to hear from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And we're joined by Shri Arijit Sengupta, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So would you please come up and say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you everyone. Thank you, Dr. Dam. Again, at the outset, I would like to thank GIZ for supporting this project, for helping us in developing what we are going to release today, the DCS guidelines. Also like to thank the team of AEEE KPMG for carrying out this work and supported by UNEP. And of course, we have other stakeholders as well who have always supported us in this endeavor. So thank you very much. From the host point of view, I would like to kind of say this is the last event that is happening as part of the CEM-14 MI-8 after 4 days of, I think we had done something like 76 side events and another like 8 ministerial and CEO roundtables. And needless to say that this is probably the largest event on clean energy in 2023 that is going to happen. We have around 400 registered delegates till yesterday. So I think the number must be around something like 4,500 or something like that as on today. So again, I would like to thank all of you. Although I can understand we have a very limited audience right now, but thank all of you for your presence and making this event successful. Now coming to the point of today, the district cooling guidelines. Of course, as you understand, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency was created as part of the Energy Conservation Act in 2001. And we had the mandates. Primarily, we started working on 3 aspects like the building sector, leveling of appliances, and then with the industry sector. Although we had kind of successful programs on air conditioning and other things, and also we have a successful building program. But this is one topic which the Bureau was not working prior to the initiative taken by GIZ to support us in this particular endeavor. So, and of course the idea was that how to bring district cooling concept to the forefront. I mean, of course, we have Mr. Pillai from India's Smart Grid Forum as well. So he has been also trying to push this concept for a long time, and we know the difficulties that are associated with this particular thing. And of course, the cue that we got was from the India Cooling Action Plan, where as one of the medium-term targets, district cooling has been mentioned as a not-in-kind technologies which needs to be promoted in the short, in the medium to longer term. And I'm glad that with everybody's support, we have reached to this stage wherein we are going to launch the district guidelines. And we are not still calling it a code because, as you can understand, code development, converting the guidelines into code will take a certain time, will require some more formalities. So we, of course, the next stage or logical step would be to come up with a code and then regulations as to how to enforce district cooling into the, say, town planning or through the town planning authority. So that would be the next logical step. So, but we are, as Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we are extremely glad that we have been able to reach this far with all of your support. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I think we'll again come back after a while. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Typically at this stage, we would have had the unveiling of the launch the district cooling guidelines, but we are waiting for the DG, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We understand that he's busy in sort of parallel meetings. So I do apologize for serving the desserts before the main course. But we'll get into the detailed presentation of the district cooling guidelines and the way forward, which will be done by our colleague from AEEE, Mr. Sandeep Kachawa. Sandeep, would you please come up? Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. Hello, everyone. I'll give a very small presentation to introduce the district cooling guidelines and the way forward for our project. But before I do that, I'll play a small video which will not only set the context for district cooling, but it will showcase that district cooling is not just a novel concept that we are talking about. It's actually happening in India. And this particular video was developed for a Gift City site visit on the sidelines of a G20 ETWG2 meeting in Gandhinagar earlier this year. Can you play the video?
rise, cooling has become essential for comfort and productivity in our daily lives. Every building, whether residential or commercial, requires a robust cooling infrastructure. Most of these solutions are decentralized, requiring their own space, power consumption, and maintenance. However, district cooling is a centralized system that produces chilled water at a central location and provides cooling through the supply of chilled water to multiple buildings within a given geographic area through a network of insulated pipes for cooling purposes. Traditional AC systems constitute over 50% of a building's peak electricity demand. With district cooling, peak demand on the grid as well as the operating energy consumption reduces. It also avoids the capital costs of installing chillers, cooling towers, and associated mechanical and electrical equipment at the building level, and frees up valuable rooftops and basement space that can be repurposed. By aggregating the cooling needs of multiple buildings, district cooling optimizes the installed cooling capacity, resulting in economic benefits for customers and power utilities and environmental benefits for society. In addition, it also leads to a reduction in the heat island effect by eliminating the hot pockets that are otherwise created within the livable spaces by independent AC systems. Many of the G20 nations are in climate zones that require cooling for a major part of the year. District energy systems are already in place in some G20 countries. Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar have widely adopted the technology, with the countries having some of the world's largest district cooling systems. India's gift city in Gandhinagar, Gujarat is an example of how district cooling can be implemented and operated in large-scale projects in India. Under the Indo-German Bilateral Energy Partnership, the Ministry of Power in India and the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action are leading by example and committed to upscaling energy-efficient cooling solutions and implementing India's Cooling Action Plan. India's Bureau of Energy Efficiency and GIZ have collaborated to specifically look at pathways for scaling up district cooling systems in India with technical support from the Alliance for an Energy-Efficient Economy. It is important for the G20 countries to learn and accelerate knowledge exchange by collaborating with countries that have implemented district cooling systems to reap the benefits of large district cooling systems. This would enable the upscaling of sustainable cooling solutions for 1 billion lives. The advantages are evident, and successful examples from around the world are a testament to the fact that district cooling can become an ideal, efficient, and environmentally friendly cooling solution for the world.
Thank you for playing that. So the district cooling guidelines that we are here to launch today, they are developed under this bilateral Indo-German cooperation project called Energy Efficient Cooling. This project supports the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in the implementation of India Cooling Action Plan with regards to energy efficient district cooling systems. And the project tries to achieve these 4 main outputs: to create awareness about technical and economic solutions to reduce GHG emissions and integrate these solutions in the regulatory processes and policies, to describe the viable business models for the application of district cooling in India, and to develop an open application to fund incentives for district cooling in India. The project management unit of this project is led by Ms. Annelie Stutz from GIZ, Dr. Satish Kumar from AEEE, and KPMG and UNEP are also part of the PMU. So the district cooling guidelines, we believe, will act as an information handbook on DCS for a range of stakeholders, including the government construction departments like CPWD, NBCC, the city municipal officials, even real estate developers or investors, whosoever is interested in DCS. And this we believe is the main information gap that the district cooling guidelines is trying to address. And a guideline coming from the government of India, it will definitely help address this gap, and it will even settle some of the misconceptions that are there around district cooling at this moment. This guideline defines district cooling systems in India along with its multiple environmental, societal, and economic benefit. It provides guidance on different stages of DC project development, present the roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders in India, recommend state-level actions that need to be initiated to promote district cooling system, and also provide case studies for operational district cooling systems in India. And we'll go into more details in the subsequent slides. So district cooling is one single cooling network distributing chilled water to a cluster of buildings as a self-sustaining service. And its benefits, some of them were already highlighted by Dr. Dam, and I would like to again emphasize on some of these things. It leads to a significant reduction in the installed cooling capacity. So this happens due to the aggregation of cooling loads that district cooling is able to do. And with that, it is able to take advantage of the diversity in the occurrence of the cooling loads that is always there. So it can lead to up to 50% reduction in the installed cooling capacity and the associated capex. And then this also translates to reduction in the peak energy demand, which could be up to 40%. And on top of it, it's not just the monetary benefits associated with these peak energy demand reductions, it also helps the grid to smoothen the peak load curve, and that in a way defers the addition of new generation capacity to some extent. And then there are energy savings that are there because of these high efficiency chillers and other equipment that are used in district cooling. There is obviously cost avoidance, as the chillers, cooling towers are not required at the building level. And then there are many other benefits like monetization of increased leasable area. So because of freed up rooftop and basement spaces, these additional spaces can be leased out. Then there is better refrigerant management because leakages could be completely eliminated. It even promotes transition to natural refrigerants like ammonia, because these plants are typically housed away from the livable spaces. So you can have refrigerants which might be toxic in nature close to the livable spaces. And then there is reduction in urban heat island effect because of the elimination of hot pockets that are otherwise there because of the unitary ACs. Then it also offers possibility to integrate with other utilities. So integration within STP may lead to utilization of the treated sewage effluent. Integration with the power plant or industry may lead to utilization of the waste heat in the form of absorption chillers. And then there is possibility to integrate with other renewable sources. And even you can utilize, you can use lakes and other water bodies as a heat sink. So the guidelines, it gives an overview of the key components of district cooling system, and that can be broken down into these 5 subsystems: district cooling plant, distribution network, the energy transfer stations, instrumentation monitoring and control system, and measurement and billing system. And the guideline, it gives key design considerations for all these subsystems, referring to nationally and globally accepted technical codes and standards. Now, the guidelines also provides an overview of the roles and responsibilities of the key stakeholders in DCS implementation in India, while emphasizing the importance of alignment between these institutions to upscale district cooling systems in India. Now, in terms of the enabling actions required from the government, the guidelines suggest to consider designating DC service as a utility, wherein all applicable taxes and incentives for DCS be treated on par with other public utilities, such as gas, electricity, and water. It also suggests to consider to provide guidance on DC tariffs to ensure fairness for all the players, and especially the end customers. And of course, there should be competitive electricity and water tariffs for DCS commensurate with prevailing tariffs for similar category of consumers. And it may be even considered as a separate tariff category also. The guidelines also provides project evaluation criteria. It lays out the site selection criteria and the evaluation methodology. It also gives an overview of the different stages of district cooling project development cycle. So the initial assessment starts with a light touch or a rapid assessment, something what UNEP has already done for 5 cities in India. The guidelines gives the procedures to conduct these pre-feasibility studies, and then gives the procedures for conducting in-depth assessment. It includes procedures for mapping, master planning, detailed feasibility, DPR, all of it culminates to business case development. And then the guideline goes into suggesting these financing and procurement and contracting options that could be explored. And then it gives procedures for design, construction, commissioning, and operations and maintenance of these systems. In terms of the economics of DCS, the guidelines gives suggestions on the district cooling tariff structures, the contracting between customers and DC service providers, and it also gives an overview of the business models for DCS in the Indian context and the challenges that are there with these different business models. So these business models could be categorized broadly as fully public, hybrid public and private, and fully private. And from a government perspective, the role of private sector will transfer some of the risks. It also increases the return on investment, but the control, it becomes more indirect as the role of the private sector increases. Now, just like any other measure implementation, the role of states is important for DC implementation as well. The guideline provides the role of municipalities or town and country planning departments at the city and state level to upscale district cooling systems in India. So the civic authorities, as a planner and regulator, they can integrate DCS in the city master plans. They can designate areas for district cooling. As a facilitator, they can provide access to low-cost finance to stimulate private sector investments. And as a provider and consumer, it can, of course, provide cooling as a service, and it can also provide anchor loads to provide demand certainty. And as a coordinator and advocate, it can ensure better alignment between different stakeholders and advocate for supporting policies and funding commitments. The guidelines also gives a detailed action plan for the promotion of DCS in states and cities to roll out basically DCS in the next 30 years. It also gives detailed case studies of operational DCS projects in India, wherein both design and operational energy efficiency data are provided. It compiles case studies of Gift City, Gandhinagar, and a residential apartment complex in Hyderabad called My Home Abra. Both of these projects have been operational since 2015. The Gift City case study, it also has DCS tariff cards, which is an important reference to anybody who wants to go for district cooling. Then it has a comprehensive compilation of normative references for all technical and operational aspects which are listed here. And the Ishre team was instrumental in leading this compilation of these normative references. The guidelines also provides links to knowledge products created by UNEP for more information on DCS. And in terms of way forward for the e-Cool project, obviously dissemination of the DC guidelines is the first priority. Then an international DCS conference in India is also on the agenda. It is planned for 31st October and 1st November in Goa, and it will be co-hosted under AEE's flagship conference called Energize, and the Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association and the Danish Board of District Heating, they have been identified as international partners for this international DCS conference. Then under the project, we will also develop business and finance model toolkit, and this toolkit, we believe, will be helpful for any developer to select viable business and finance models for district cooling. We have already conducted one site visit of Gift City for government officials from CPWD and IIT Delhi, among other stakeholders, and we are open to conducting many more such visits, and depending upon the interest that is shown by the government stakeholders or other interested players. Then an establishment of a district cooling knowledge center is also on the agenda. Yeah, that's my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Sandeep. I think you answered all questions in your presentation. So with that, really, it's time for the panel discussion, but there is a slight disruption because this is really the very last side event of CEM. Our panel moderator, Dr. Satish Kumar from AEEE, he's kind of, decided to do a life-threatening stunt for us here, just for all of you to sort of, make this session all the more special. So, sir, the great Houdini of energy efficiency, and we'll sort of, set him up. So, can we have his props on stage? Right, please, sort of, yeah, with bated breath. Thank you. Yes, I think. So we need a mic so that he can go far. Where is some more water? You can keep this niche, I think.
Wait for the act, yeah. So we are at the end of Clean Energy Ministerial, and we have been hearing about the full panoply of clean energy options and everything. How many people in this room believe in energy efficiency? So it was a rhetorical question, but how many people can describe energy efficiency through an image? This is the challenge for the communications team, that when you think about energy efficiency, what comes to your mind? Okay, Victor? My grandmother. Okay. Because she would put off the light before you need to put the Very, very nice. I think all of us can relate to that. Unfortunately, we can't keep putting our grandmothers on our brochures and on our videos. So I think that's a great answer. So I think as all this discussion was happening, so we are thinking that I think IEA calls energy efficiency the first fuel, and I think we all believe that, okay, I think AEEE has this lean, mean and green. So this is something that I just wanted to demonstrate, that what sometimes at AEEE what people feel when we are talking about all the things. So let me keep this and let me just show this. This is coal, this is nuclear, this is hydrogen, this is natural gas, and I think you just keep pouring stuff in our buildings and industry and everything, and this is like an endless supply that we are thinking, but where is all this energy going? And what should be the first thing that we should be doing? So I just thought that we will try to make it a little bit of fun. I think before, I think we do this. And I think that's it. I think thank you for indulging me. I'm on this
I think he sort of forgot to put the disclaimer, don't do this at home. Ajit Sen Gupta, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, sir, welcome. Shri Rajiv Sharma, Vice President, Mechanical Engineering Construction, Gift City, sir, very warm welcome. Thank you for being with us. Shri Sudhir Parla, Country Manager, Tabreed, India, very welcome. Thank you. Hello. Shri Vikram Murthy, National President, ISHRE. Shri Rahul Agnihotri, Advisor, UNEP, and Ms. Sohini Ghosh Mukherjee, Manager, KPMG. Thank you, ma'am. So I'll leave you in the very able hands of your moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Akash. Can people hear us? If not, we are not mic'd up, but I'm hoping. Do you want to hand mic? Maybe it's a small room. I can project my voice. Maybe I think Sohini will struggle probably, but okay. So thank you, Akash, and we have a stellar cast of panelists here who are going to help me in addressing some of the issues that Sandeep mentioned that is part of the guideline and what Dr. Dam also spoke about when in his keynote address. We have some of the people who have hands-on experience in terms of designing district cooling systems, some people who have a lot of expertise in mechanical engineering. Of course, Bureau of Energy Efficiency is here. We have UNEP and we have KPMG who are part of this project as well. So thank you, special thanks to both of you for being here. What I would like to do is, I think, answer this fundamental question that Dr. Dam started with, is that if district cooling is so great in terms of environmental benefits, economic benefits, societal benefits, consumer benefits, why is it not happening? And what will it take for, I think, all of us to enable, I think, streamlining of district cooling technology, I think, all across India? I don't know if Professor Sheshadri is here. He just left? Oh, okay. So Professor Sheshadri, this was, I don't know any one of us are aware of this, but just before this session, he surprised me and he said that, you know, IIT Chennai is just converting to a district cooling system. And I think so this is, and he said that we are, I think 70% through with laying out of pipes and chillers and everything. And this is the future that we are embracing. So here you have it. I think it's more and more kind of like case studies and others that are, I think, we are seeing. So Arijit ji, I will start with you. You gave your opening remarks about the importance of district cooling system. And maybe I have a couple of high-level questions, and if you can perhaps respond. So we have heard that one of the things that the district cooling system we will have to enable is to treat district cooling plant as a utility, which means that they will be supplying chilled water. They will be taking care of, I think, supplying chilled water and all the SLAs and everything. There will be tariff that they will be charging. So from a Ministry of Power, Bureau of Energy Efficiency perspective, how do you think district cooling provider or the utility needs to be positioned as compared to gas or electricity and water? And an associated question is that all these utilities, there is some regulation or some guidance that is provided when it comes to what is the tariff structure that these utilities can charge. And we keep hearing that I think this can become a slightly tricky point. So what information do you want to share with this audience in terms of what could be the role and what can be some of the assistance and support that Bureau of Energy Efficiency can provide in this journey?
Thank you, Satish ji. So I think we have been discussing this thing that how do we need to promote district cooling the best way? What will be the business model? Because we are all aware that it requires a huge capital cost. So the payback is, I mean, almost like we need to enter into a contract of 30 years, 25 years, something like that. So there lies the challenge, basically, how to address that. And therein, I think we have also tried to see whether we can also think of promoting district cooling as a service, just like electricity or gas or water. But as you correctly mentioned, we have regulators in each of these three areas. For the electricity, of course, there's a big regulations and the Electricity Act and entire thing is placed. But if we kind of try and go into that route, it would take, I mean, it's a long drawn process. Of course, it will be time consuming. So maybe we can think of something like we need to see how best, like the gift cities, of course, one example, how they have kind of identified the tariff, how they are providing cooling as a service. It is, of course, as I can understand from with discussions with Rajiv ji, that it is kind of mandatory for the customers to avail that service. Because, and this challenge we have faced, we were also, I mean, if you recall, we were trying to get up, I mean, some discussion on the Gitoni project. And their main concern was that how can we impose something on the customer? So, and how can you force if somebody don't want to take this service as a service, the cooling as a service? So what could be the optional ways? And there lies the challenge. Of course, I would say just coming up with these guidelines is the first step forward, and then maybe converting into code, and then see how best we can enforce them. Going into the regulatory mode may not be the ideal way, because that will be a long run process, and then but gradually, but it was a very nice to hear that IIT Chennai campus is converting into district cooling. And I think now we can have a live example for our IIT Delhi project as well, who were kind of trying to think. So now if the IIT Chennai campus is going that way, we can easily convince them as well. So I will take a pause here, and so over to you, Satish ji.
Thank you, Arijit ji. That provides a nice segue to our next intervention by Rajiv Sharma ji. And Rajiv Sharma ji in some way is the face of district cooling in India, because he is responsible for, he has been involved with the Gift City district cooling system. And not just, I think he is in charge of that large system, but he has been involved with the designing and the operation and a lot of the intricacies that a district cooling service provider will face. So I think here is the question. I think we pose this question, and I think Arijit ji said that, how do you make a mandate for all your customers in a development that everybody has to get the chilled water service from you? I think this is one of the fundamental questions that gets asked. I think if we were working on a CPWD Gitoni project, I think this issue came up with. And also, I think from your experience, Rajiv ji, what do you think is the potential for district cooling system in the long run, especially at a time when we are hearing that the cooling demand is going to explode? And I think on one hand, we are talking about 5x efficiency in room air conditioner, and I think a ground source heat pump, geothermal. I think there are all kinds of technologies getting discussed. So why should we be actually talking and thinking and pushing district cooling as a service and district cooling plant as a model that will actually help India achieve its net zero goals and embark on the sustainable cooling journey?
Sir, a very long question. So let me just go back to what Arjit ji said. It's not a cakewalk to think about DCS, and all the more thinking that Gift City has put a mandate in GDCR that all buildings coming in the Gift City will necessarily have to be cooled through district cooling. That's written in the book. But sir, it must be understood, if we are not able to deliver at the doorstep of each and every building developer the district cooling energy at the cost competitive to their own generation via individual building chillers, nobody is going to purchase it. Even if it is written in the book, doesn't matter. We are under tremendous pressure to ensure that our deliveries are definitely competitive and below the conventional district cooling tariffs. Tariff means the net value of delivering chilled water energy. The second part in continuation is that how and why would it develop into Indian various cities? Very simple. It will only develop when, through district cooling, which is possible, that we are able to deliver cool energy lower than what an individual building chiller system could deliver. So if I, as a district cooling provider, provides the tariff rate lower than what the individual building chiller system would deliver, or at least equal to what he is generating, at what rate he is generating. If I am able to do this and bring that on his doorstep, he will very happily take it, because he does away with the entire chiller system, he does away with the entire cooling system, all the manpower required, and all the onus of delivering 24/7, 100% dependency, everything comes to me as a district cooling supplier. So please don't understand that this is just a very simple thing to generate cool water and deliver. There are serious hard works every day being done to maintain that we survive. We remain, our balance sheet remains in black, and we are able to produce sustainably in time. That was one thing. Perhaps it...
Yeah, so I just have a follow-up question that from a financing and investment perspective, what has been your experience? Do you think this can be developed with your own funds, and what kind of guarantees you would want, I think, from other stakeholders?
So, finances is like, you know, our experiences with greenfield projects. So I cannot comment on brownfield projects, but it is feasible to manage the funds while a new city developer or a large campus developer develops a project. The capital cost can be taken up at the land sale stage, which is called DR. And the remaining tariff, which is nominal, competitive, beating the generation of individual building cooling system, can be achieved by district cooling. Here, if you would give me a second, district cooling and normal chiller cooling has a very thin line to divide. Normal building chillers that we are cooling the system and then running a single building is fine. It normally runs around 0.95 to around 1.5 or 1.2, 1.15. When it comes to district cooling, there are very distinct 3-4 characteristics that shifts the normal cooling to district cooling. Few of them are series counterflow chiller system, thermal energy storage system, delta T, which is 9 degrees in our case, which requires less water to pump for the same energy. All these 3, 4 and 1 or 2 more, that actually beats down the competition of the normal chiller, building chiller system, and brings down our IKW easily to 0.85, where we are targeting now to shift to 0.8. I don't know whether when we will be able to succeed, but 0.85 is feasible. We have operated our systems as compared to 0.95 to 1.05 or so. When we have that advantage of district cooling as a real district cooling, then only we can beat the conventional systems and become viable. Once we become viable, everybody in the region is going to purchase district cooling. It will make sense to everyone, and so this becomes sustainable.
Thank you, Rajiv ji. Maybe I'll come to Rahul you now, and Rahul, you represent UNEP. UNEP has been working on district cooling system for a long time. And what do you think are some of the, maybe I think if I ask you to say, give me two main barriers that will be needed to overcome the implementation of DCS in India. And also, I think, so what has been international experience and what will be, I think we are talking about consumers, a lot of discussions is happening. So from a consumer perspective, what have you learned, I think, in your work that you have done over the last decade or so?
Hello. Yeah, so thank you, Satish ji, for this very, I think, difficult question. When we talk about district cooling, particularly when UNEP started working in district cooling some 8 years back, the focus was on two aspects. One was the brownfield project and one was the greenfield project. And again, the focus was to more support the cities to do some pilots on district cooling. So we were thinking that cities will come forward and get interested and will implement this project. This was the experience in other countries where cities mainly provided the infrastructure for district cooling and they run the district cooling projects. But in Indian scenario, what we found was brownfield projects to implement are very difficult, although it's a ready-made market available for a district cooling developer. Because he knows what is the load and how much capital cost is to be incurred. And he knows he has an assured customers. So these are some of the benefits of brownfield project, but when it comes to implementation, particularly in Indian context, it becomes very difficult because then there are already existing systems which needs to be buyback, the cost needs to be decided, the consumers needs to be guaranteed on the performance achievement that is available and the uptime of the cooling, particularly the hospitals and the hotels. And this becomes very difficult to coordinate because when you work with municipal corporation, you deal with 10 different departments. Like there is right of way, there is engineering department, there is water department, then the road department. So bringing all these 10 different divisions in one room and making them agree to work on a particular concept and then making the consumers to agree that yes, they are willing to take such kind of services if offered by municipal corporation through some developer, district cooling developer. We felt it was a tremendous difficult task. We tried it in Thane. We tried it with one of the township project which Hiranandani Group was coming out with. And the township project was the most ideal project because it had a mix and dense population. It had mix of consumers, residential, high-end residential, IT companies like TCS, and also Hiranandani Hospital, and some of the commercial like malls. It was the most ideal condition for brownfield project. But still it didn't happen. Why it didn't happen? Because there was a project timeline set by Hiranandani. And if he is going to work as per the municipal corporation's input, the project which was supposed to get end in 2 or 3 years will take 6 years. So he was not willing to wait, although he was very interested to take up district cooling project. But because municipal corporation was involved, these 10 departments were involved, it delayed the process. So the project did not happen. So this is about brownfield project. In greenfield projects, I think this is the most ideal thing for India to do, or for any real estate developer to do, to integrate district cooling in large township projects, in large industrial projects, particularly the textile, chemical, pharma. And we did it with Telangana Infrastructure Development, which is TSSIC, and Hyderabad Pharma City, which is a new city coming up at the outskirts of Hyderabad. There it has been I would say it has been successful, and I would want Tabri to talk about it when he gets the question. So Hyderabad Pharma City is something where they were very conscious about the sustainability, and they wanted to be net zero. And in order to become a net zero and to showcase an example or set an example, they decided to integrate district cooling right at the design stage. And I think the designing was done, everything was done, the tenders were floated, and it was a public-private partnership, cooling as a service model. The tender was designed on cooling as a service model. They also assured to the district cooling developer that whatever waste water is available, that treated water will be provided for cooling in cooling towers. They also assured the district cooling developer that he will get mandatory connections from the consumers. So whatever risk we envisage, the technical risk, the financial risks, all those got covered in that model and the contract. That the tender also had a contract, how the district cooling developer, the consumer, and the Telangana Industrial Development Corporation will work together. If there are issues, how they will be sorted out. So there was a very good framework and institutional mechanism laid out right at design stage, and that gave the confidence for the district cooling developers to go ahead and bid it on a cooling as a service model. So these are the two examples I would see. The third barrier which I feel is somehow, and when we recently took many of the government officers, the government officers from 8 countries, we took them to Singapore to show the largest district cooling project running in Singapore. And there what we found was in the regulation itself, in the building and new area development regulation itself, they had mentioned whatever chilling will be provided in this area, the specific energy consumption for this chilling should not exceed 0.65 kilowatt per TR. And that indirectly said that you need to use district cooling. Yeah? And it was indirectly like mandatory for people to opt for district cooling, because the regulation said that the cooling will have 0.65 kilowatt per TR as a benchmark. So these are some of the
barriers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul, for sharing some of these, I think, on-the-ground experiences, I think, and different use cases for district cooling and what are some of the things that different countries are doing also. I will come to Sudhir. Sudhir, I think he just like Rajiv ji is the face for district cooling, Sudhir is the face for future district cooling, because he represents a company called Tabri, and Tabri is one of the largest district cooling system providers in the Middle East, and he has been one of the champions from the private sector side to take the risks and to see how district cooling can actually become a mainstream system in India. So, Tabri, just like Rahul, Sudhir, couple of things in terms of what has been your experience. I think, again, since you have been involved with bidding for both greenfield and brownfield projects, I think that's one question. Also, I think one of the questions that get typically asked that what is the threshold? What is the minimum threshold? Are we talking 25,000 ton? Are we talking 5,000 ton? I mean, what is the right threshold for a district cooling system to become viable? And finally, I think you heard Arijit ji say, I think some of the things that the government will try to do. From a private sector perspective, what are the things that you expect, what kind of support that the government should lend to, so that I think this can be fast-tracked?
Sure, thanks Satish for that. And I'll first just clarify that we are the largest district cooling utility in the world, not just the Middle East, sorry. And between us and our shareholder NG, we are in about 25 countries, owning either district cooling or district heating. And we basically invest, own, and operate assets in these places. We own about 330 plus district heating and cooling schemes. And providing cooling as a service for about 800 million square feet of area in total, of all kind of buildings, right? So keeping that aside, I think, I mean, as just coming to India specifically and forget, I mean, I think that's irrelevant in some ways, right? I mean, it's been 4 years now since we've been looking at...
And we are very proud to have Tabri as a AAA member as well. So.
Thank you. So it's been 4 years now since we've been looking at actively investing and doing business in India. And I'd like to apologize that our experience has been slightly different from what has been said so far. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just start with just sharing a few slides, if it can be possible, just to show what we've seen happening on the ground. And actually, it's quite impressive in many ways. So yeah, let's go to the next slide. So I think what we saw is, I mean, the next slide. I mean, first is basically the whole idea of what is district cooling and definition of district cooling per se, right? I mean, I think is if you just go by the concept that it's having a central plant providing cooling for at least 2 or 3 buildings and not necessarily on this thing. What we've seen over the last 4 years, it's already happening in a big way in India. It's not that it's not been happening. And then we started looking at some of the studies that was put out in the earlier study by ESL and UNEP. And we saw how they defined district cooling. And then basically it was defined as essentially being something which is either a single ownership model or a hybrid ownership model. Single can be public or private. And hybrid can be a PPP structure or it can be a tender-based concession, right? And now here I think where there is a bit of confusion is whether we're talking of district cooling as a captive system or as a merchant system. And a lot of the conversation is more in terms of the merchant model, right? If you look at captive alone, publicly owned, many universities already have, like some of the private universities already have, but many universities already have. IIT Chennai is good. IIT Jammu already has a district cooling system right now, but it's small, but they still have one operational right now. AI already has it for all its airports, right? BARC has a district cooling system that's been operational for a long time, the Baba Atomic Research Center. If you look at the private sector owned district cooling systems in India, there are at least 100 plus, which we've mapped out so far, campus level district cooling systems for commercial buildings. And residential, of course, you saw the example of My Home Abra. They are a campus, they're captively owned, they don't necessarily sell to third parties. And so the business model of cooling as a service doesn't exist, but at least you have plants that are operational. Now you come to the hybrid PPP models. Again, all PPP-owned major airports, Delhi, Hyderabad, Goa, right, Bangalore, all already have operational district cooling systems. Navi Mumbai is planning a district cooling system right now. And then tender-based, Amravati, of course, we signed the concession, but it's on hold. And now, like Rahul mentioned, Hyderabad Pharma City also has, it baked in. So I think it's already happening in India in a fairly significant way. So just going in a bit more into detail of why I'm saying that it's happening and what is still required. This is the next slide, like just focusing on the tender-based concessions, which can be a decent template that could be adopted. You have the Pharma City on the left side and the Amravati on the right side. So Pharma City, again, what they did is essentially, they saw that they're planning a large industrial cluster for bulk drug producing. They saw that process cooling is important. Process cooling, if you have through a central plant, and process heating as well, it actually makes it a lot more sustainable and also helps in their vision for making this a net zero industrial cluster. So they went through the process of planning, incorporating, and the tender assumes 5 district cooling plants for 125,000 tons each, right? And it's a 40-year concession on a design, build, finance, own, and transfer basis. With, of course, capacity coming in a modular way. You start with one plant, and it was key that TSI-ICM understood that allocation of plots to pharma units should happen around where infra is being planned. Not just cooling, but cooling, heating, effluent treatment, and so on and so forth. And they've taken that into the overall plot allocation schedule as well. And this tenders out, we're hoping to see who gets the award very soon. And this would see $200 million of investment going into this already on the ground. So whether it's from a public procurement standpoint, whether it's from a design standpoint, whether it's from a contracting standpoint, there already is a fairly good template. And Amravati was before that, which unfortunately is not taken off as it, right? So this is one example of what we're seeing on the ground. Just move to the next slide. On the private sector side, for private sector, I think every penny counts, and whether there's policy or not, as long as something saves money, people would ensure that they do that. And we've spent a lot of time mapping out just the 6 key cities in India in terms of not just basement plants, but what kind of campus plants or even basement or central cooling plants that are there. And across the 6 key cities, just focusing on commercial real estate alone, there's almost 2 million tons of installed capacity at this point of time, with close to $3.6 billion of money invested in central cooling systems. It can either be a basement system or it can be a central plant providing cooling for 2 or 3 buildings, essentially, right? And what's driving this is because the whole focus on green buildings. I think, because like I said, I mean, the market is moving towards energy efficiency in a big way. India actually, in fact, now is the global leader in terms of lead net zero certified projects, exceeds US and China. So I think, I mean, to get there, you need much more efficient cooling, otherwise you can't get that. Like I said, 100 plus campus captive DC systems, 5 to 15,000 tons, which is not necessarily big, but at least it's a good number. And the private sector leadership is happening because of the focus on operating green buildings and so on and so forth. But what is missing essentially is there are still a lot of gaps in design, commissioning, operations, maintenance, asset management, and so on and so forth, right? And what's also missing is the merchant model. And I'll just give you one example, since Dushyant is here, I just saw him just now. Just go to the next slide. Like we just took one developer, Tata Realty, right? I mean, now they have 3 campus district cooling systems. One is in Gurgaon, which we've just taken over recently, 6,000 tons. They have in Chennai for a good 10 plus years now, it's a net zero certified campus, 12,000 tons of a district cooling system for the SEZ area. And they're planning one more in Ganswali. So this is just one example of one forward-looking developer who's already planned campus captive DC schemes, right? So what's missing, the last slide or two, is basically, next slide, yeah, is how do we go from a campus to a merchant? So at least the private developers have seen the benefit of having district cooling and they're already adopting it. Mainstreaming it and making it a bit more broad-based, of course, can help already take the dialogue forward, irrespective of whether it's cooling as a service or whatever business model is adopted or not. And also going the merchant way, right? And here we have hundreds of case studies across India, because I think what works for us, is basically, apart from top-down, there's also a jugaad way of doing things in many ways, unfortunately, in India, right? I mean, so, yeah. So we looked at the plant we've taken over from Tata in Gurgaon. Sorry, the last slide, yeah. And just around that plant, there is an Ascendas Capital Land IT Park. There's something being done by M3M. There's something being done by other developers. So what was achieved is individual cooling demand was 43,000 tons. When you aggregate it to have campus systems, it's gone down to 33,000. Now, if you just interconnect all of these by it's less than 1 square kilometer. So forget town planning and a much larger scale stuff, but I mean, basically, just this alone, by interconnecting all of these by having 1 or 2 plants, can translate to a 30 megawatt power demand reduction, 6,000 ton cooling demand reduction, 35 gigawatt hours of annual energy consumption reduction, of course, associated CO2 reduction, and lower life cycle cost for all users. So that's it. This is just within one local area by looking at all these 5 campuses. Next slide is the last one. So basically, again, the same thing, we picked up Tata's Chennai asset. Around that, you have the tidal park owned by the government. You have a couple of other high-profile developments. This itself can become a 50,000-ton district cooling scheme, which is a fairly good size, in less than 200 meters. But you're going out of your building to make into a merchant model, right? And then in Delhi, Sonipat, like IIT, Chennai is great, they're looking at that. But I mean, you have Ashoka University that has its own captive district cooling plant. You have IIT Sonipat. You can almost have like a multi-university campus, a district cooling scheme in a localized area. So I think in many ways, irrespective of what happens in cooling model, and the barriers for that, which at least we are facing, I just put them down, but I mean, yeah, are just a number of fronts. I think, it's great that the guidelines have come out now, but I think apart from the guidelines, even to dig and use different technologies, but to connect plants, there's no policy around easements and routes. Then, of course, mandating may not be necessary, but if it's there, it helps. Then issues around power. I think what we faced with Tata was we couldn't get the power connection on our name as a cooling provider because we don't own the real estate. It has to be the developer owning it. So even from the Ministry of Power, whether to get power allocation to a district cooling provider, you can't do that. Then you have these issues around SEZ versus non-SEZ, it's the Ministry of Commerce. Then you have GST applicability on cooling as a service. So I think, here you already see 6 ministries. I know it's not easy, but the gap that is missing is just even to have this merchant DCS model, you have to cut across, unfortunately, the silo thinking across so many ministries to make it happen in some way, right? So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Sudhir, for covering full landscape of, I think, what's happening in India. Also distinguishing between captive and merchant models, because I also know that many of the IT parks, they are running thousands of refrigerant tons of these things. So, and also talking about, I think, from a developer's perspective, what are some of the support so thanks for addressing all this in a very, very concise manner. I'm going to move to Vikramji, an old friend and a veteran of HVAC systems and ISRE presidents and all of that. So we have been hearing about a lot of acronyms and other things. So I'm going to, and you advise, I think, many of the developers and others. So from your perspective, what do you think is the, so I think when we were talking about, and so how do you differentiate between cooling as a service model and DCS, right? And which comes first? I mean, in terms of like whether you want to, because we hear, I think, cooling as a service, and what are, I think, from a technical perspective, because of course ISRE is a technical organization, you have done this, what are some of the issues or things that you see should be addressed so that I think this district cooling system can take off in India?
Okay, good. So these are all wonderful questions. So I'll start with the first part, which is cooling as a service or district cooling. So the adoption of district cooling seems to be a humongous thing, humongous task and difficult, faced with challenges and what all. So we must demystify this and make it into a simple kind of thing which already exists, which is central cooling. You know, as Tabreed and Sudhir just mentioned it, there are many campuses. In the campus where I studied many years ago in IIT Kanpur, which is also going for district cooling now, there was a 1,000-ton plant cooling all our lecture halls, all our facilities, the labs, and so many other places, many, many years ago. It was in the 70s, right? And this Baba Atomic Research Center was in the 1950s or 60s. So, as Sudhir mentioned. So, all these things exist in the mind. So, let's get to making people, and we should do this whole promotion of amplifying cooling as a service. We are so comfortable getting water, electricity into our homes for generations, also for disposal of waste. We're so comfortable going to the fuel pump to fill up our car. These are all utility services which are ingrained in our life, right? So the next thing is to allow that cold water to come into your house to cool your home. So I was privy to one conference some time ago online during the pandemic of a place in Portugal, in Lisbon, where the district cooling provider and heating provider provided the service, but there was another contractor to provide the indoor cooling units. And so he completely simplified this whole adoption, and he was always there to provide you with a new one, to teach you how to use it. He was servicing it all the time. So it was made into steps. So I think this is one way of getting past this problem for the institution or for the commercial kind of things and so on. So I will end my little talk about that part of demystifying it, but I think cooling as a service is the key. Cooling as a service is the key. Say it 5 times loud, and we will get to this stage of this feasibility being done. I just met somebody now outside, and there are companies now which are doing feasibility studies for district cooling. I think this is a wonderful thing, because then that makes the task easier of people like Tabreed or anybody else to go and talk about it, and then you enter because that feasibility has been done at the cost of the feasibility studying person. No developer is going to pay for a feasibility study. Just forget about it, you know. It's not his task. So if somebody does it for him, and he's first of all willing to look at that output, that will happen. Now let's get to the technical part. So some of the challenges about district cooling are to do with technology to an extent, because Sharmaji spoke about high efficiency chillers and about high delta T chillers. Even the air handling units have to be high delta T. And there are lots of efficiencies which will be built in the heat exchanger. So all of these have to come into play very accurately if you want to slowly ramp down that efficiency. So I think that's one thing. Another challenges are how do we cut down losses? Because saving losses is saving energy. So we must be able to do that very well. Tight buildings, very good insulation. These look like very ordinary things, but they're actually the big ones. And you can save a lot of money, energy for doing district cooling. And so finally, I'm coming to the other part of related to technology, is the whole thing about how do we dig up the road. So now there's this whole big thing about doing tunneling for connecting all the piping. Underground, we do it under the ground without disturbing the flow. And the Council for CIDC, for civil engineering development in Delhi, is really doing that in a big way, promoting that. that we do tunneling for all the services. So I think that will be one of the technology challenges. So I'll end over here because there could be other ones too.
So just a related, very quick question. What's the largest area that the BRI has covered? I think in terms of, you said 800 million square feet of DCS. So what's, I think, anywhere in the world? And what has been the drop in like chilled water temperature from the central plant to the last building on that loop?
So this is, of course, what I mentioned is across all locations, right? But I mean, I think, of course, the higher the density, the better it is. And it doesn't make sense pumping long distances. One of our longest schemes, actually, the network runs as long as 25 kilometers, which, I mean, I wouldn't think is the right thing to do. It doesn't make sense. But the largest district cooling plant system in the world is actually the Dubai downtown scheme, which provides cooling for Burj Khalifa, Dubai Mall, and so on. It is basically 2 square kilometers, 4 interconnected plants, providing cooling for about 80,000 end users per se, but I think about close to 200 buildings. But it's a good, and the overall capacity plant is 235,000 tons. So I think density makes a difference. I don't think we should go down the path of going long ways.
If there is
and there is enough density anyway, especially for new urban developments happening in India, which can be a good focus area.
Okay, thank you. Sohini, coming to you. You have a planning background. You are part of the E-Cool project, and some of the things that we have heard as a challenge is, I think, when we go to government agencies like NBCC or CPWD, they say, show us the government guideline, the urban planning guideline, where district cooling is mentioned as an option. And then I think because we work in a government setup, so we will need those kind of documents, planning documents and other. So from a planning perspective, I mean, we have looked at this URD PFI guideline and how easy, difficult, or how long the process can be when we can start to incorporate, I think, a district cooling provisions in some of these guidelines. And what do you see, I think, in terms of some of the challenges that we may face while we push for this?
Thank you, Satish, sir, for your questions. In terms of mainstreaming district cooling systems in the urban planning scenario in India, you have very rightly pointed out that there needs to be some national overarching guidelines that puts that idea in the city developers, in the city developing organizations, that district cooling is also another alternative utility. It is another utility which is as important as water, wastewater, waste management, infrastructure utility. So whenever we are laying down the lines for new city development, a greenfield development, like Sir said, so it's easier to plan it at the design phase. And if we have these inclusions in the URD-PFI guidelines, the building bylaws, the various master plans and development plans that are being updated regularly, then it becomes a bit more easier for people to have those national level requirements for district cooling as an infrastructure. Now, if you see, the URD-PFI guidelines are slated to be, updated, right? It's been the last update was about 8 to 9 years back. They can be updated now. So if we are including the design aspects of district cooling systems in the, section 6.1 talks about sustainable development in URD-PFI guidelines. There are two sections, 6.1.1, which talks about sustainable planning, and 6.1.2, which talks about energy efficiency. So if we put the design aspects of the, the lines of the right of way that will be required to put those lines for the hot water and the cold water pipeline systems to come back to the chiller plant, the location of the chiller plant as a central utility system, then those things come in as the national directives, as the national guidelines. Then people and the private sector will be interested in incorporating them in the newer development areas. So I think it's very important to include the nuances of the design in the urban planning landscape.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Arijit, I just wanted to check in terms of, is DG going to come or?
No, he's been now, he was actually on his way.
Okay.
But he's been now called by Honorable Minister.
Okay. Okay, so...
we have got the green signal.
Okay, so we can go. But I think just before we sort of wrap up. I know that in Clean Energy Ministerial, audience has not gotten a chance to ask questions. So if I think we can open up and maybe take like probably 3 questions. We are all tired. I think Clean Energy Ministerial is coming to an end. It's already past 6. So just keep it brief. Introduce yourself, Sonal, anybody who is asking questions. And if you can direct the question, or whoever I think he wants to respond can do a quick response to your question. So please go ahead, Sonal.
Yeah, thank you, Satish. So I'm Sonal from Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and I would like to ask Sudhir or Rajiv ji. So just because it makes more sense to do district cooling systems in greenfield projects, and we see that it takes time to and particularly the merchant type of systems which we are explaining, that there are suppose 10 buildings, but it takes time to develop all the buildings. So one building came in year 1, then next building will come in year 3 or year 4. So how are you planning to address these kinds of challenges? Because you will be designing a system for the total load. So these kind of things and its impact on the economics of your plant. Thank you.
Sudhir may give a much broader international this thing. But our learning is that we installed a 10,000 ton plant and our initial load was 500 tons. At that time, our IKW was more than 2. And we did not know what to do. So, over a period of time, today our balance sheet is in black. So what we learned is that if you have an initial load of 20% at the time of installing, let us say 10,000 ton, and if YOY, you can increase your load by 15 to 20%. By the time you reach around 40% of your total load, your balance sheet color should change from red to black.
I think just to add to that, and it's extremely important what you asked, because I mean, like just to give perspective, 2010, Tabreed almost went bankrupt exactly because of this issue, where we had large master plans, of course promising the bright blue sky in terms of what's going to happen, and then real estate always has cycles, things get delayed and things change. So I think what we typically do is, first is of course systems thinking. The more and more you can think holistically to plan better, the better it is. And then drill that down to expand in as modular way as possible. There'll still be some pre-investments, of course. Somebody has to bear the pre-investment risk that comes in initially. But I think as long as that is taken care of, then the incremental steps beyond that, the gains to the system as a whole is substantial, right? I mean, I think it's modular expansion, but systems thinking as well.
Okay, thanks. Reggie, please, yeah.
Thank you for organizing this and also officially launching the guidelines. Congratulate BE, and I request BE to have more regular interaction with CPWD and all these regulatory bodies, particularly the TCPO and the MAUA agencies. It will take a long time to get them changed, but parallelly what we should also do, call some of the forward-looking city mayors and tell them to make it mandatory. All new development we will do only with DCS. If 10 cities does it, then it will spread. So whatever forum which you are going to organize, call the mayors. And at city level, it can start much faster than we do it at a national level. So if 5-10 city does, we are on the road. And similarly, Sudhir, your electricity connection, MOP cannot do anything. You have to go to the local disco, for which you don't need to own the land. You have a lease agreement. Wherever you are doing, your central chiller plant where you need the electricity connection, take a 30-year or 20-year lease agreement, go apply to the local discom. They will be very happy to give a megawatt connection. It's a big money for them.
Yes. So that also depends from state to city.
State to state. Yeah, that's
Haryana doesn't allow that.
Any problem? Tell me.
No, that's what I'm saying. Haryana doesn't allow that.
They will.
Because
I'll get it changed. The regulation.
He has the influence. That's what we call it, collaborative.
Yeah.
Audience here.
Any other questions?
Any one last question?
Yeah.
I just want to ask one doubt. Like, since Mr. Sudhir had told for a past decade or so, he have been working on this. So can you just give some insights on the maintenance issues that you faced and what we can learn from?
You mean the maintenance of the assets per se? Yeah, I think, like I said, whilst there are many, many campus district cooling schemes in India, what is not definitely there is there's extremely, extremely poor quality of operations and maintenance. And I think that's very important because to maintain the asset life, to get the efficiency that you want, and so on and so forth. And again, that's, I mean, in terms of, I don't know what answer you're looking for, but I think because there are many OEMs who are involved. As a company, because our business is cooling as a service, we do most of the maintenance in-house. We've got fairly large in-house maintenance teams. We rely very little on the OEMs. That basically de-risks our business. And then, of course, there are certain aspects where you work with the OEMs too. And since you own the asset, of course, you'll want to make sure that it's as beautiful as the bride, like you said, at the time of marriage, till the divorce happens. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I just add to that. So I want to tell you that modern air conditioning systems like the chiller is like a motor car. It's like a car. Earlier, you would take your car to the garage and repair shop. Now you take it to the guy who manufactured it. Similarly, you can do predictive maintenance and maintain all your equipment very well. It will never shut down even for half a minute.
I also want to add something. In a normal building, if something fails, your building stops. And maybe, say, 1,000 people can walk out of the building and go home. But in district cooling, that is not an option. There will be around more than 50,000 people who will leave the city. So, it's a very valid point. There is no possibility of a failure in district cooling.
So, so I think in the interest of time, we will sort of close the Q&A session. And I'm going to hand it back to Akash and for the formal launch of the guideline.
Thank you. You just stay with us for another few minutes. Thank you. So yeah, we really saved the best for the last, and now we'll sort of launch the guidelines. We'll unveil them. I would invite Dr. Dam to please join us here on stage, and if we can get the copies of the guidelines, please.
Dr. Dam.
Yes, you can untie that and